Chapter 1680. Azura Difficulty. Chapter 1680. Azura Difficulty. After having experienced an intense feeling of spatial warping, Lin Ming felt his body shake. After that, the deep blood-red color that flooded his eyes disappeared, leaving him in a deep and quiet ancient land. The place where Lin Ming stood was atop a time-worn cliff with walls that stretched down to infinity. In front of Lin Ming was a narrow aerial bridge. This aerial bridge was only 10 foot wide. Beneath the bridge was an impossibly distant valley that he couldn't see the bottom of. Looking down, one could sense the atmosphere of timeless years exuding from the valley, as if falling in there would be the same as falling into the eternal past. Moreover, in front of Lin Ming, there were also hundreds of floating weapons. There was a sword, spear, saber, dagger, hammer, chain, whip, shield ruler, and so forth. There could be said to be every type of possible weapon available to him. There were even different weapons of the same category. For instance, within spears there were also hard spears, flexible spears, lances, short spears, overlord spears, and so forth. Any weapon that could be thought of could be chosen. Seeing these weapons, Lin Ming had a faint guess of what was happening. His mind touched upon his spatial ring, and as he tried to search it, he discovered that it was indeed blocked. No external items could be used here. One could only choose a weapon available within this trial and rush through the gate of laws depending on their own ability. Lin Ming's eyes swept out, and he chose a plain 9-foot-long spear from the weapons. As he shook it, a horrifying shaking force slammed up his arm, vibrating the air. It was unknown what material this spear was made from, but the quality was wonderful to the point of leaving one flabbergasted. Lin Ming didn't doubt that the materials used in this spear were more than enough to craft an Empyrean spirit treasure. But this spear in Lin Ming's hand wasn't an Empyrean spirit treasure. In fact, it wasn't even a spirit artifact. This was only a simple and ordinary spear. No matter how perfectly flexible it was, or how impeccably sharp it was, there was no array formation carved into the spear shaft. Thus, this spear wasn't able to increase a martial artist's strength. It was a mere weapon. This was simply a waste of heaven's treasures. But when Lin Ming took this spear in hand, he felt his fighting spirit be ignited by it. Before he entered the final trial, he had heard that what this final trial tested was a martial artist's comprehensive talent, and not their absolute strength. However, from the past until now, everything Lin Ming had encountered were indiscriminate dangers. For instance, those traps and monsters he encountered could be easily overcome by someone strong. Those weak would have already perished without even their bones left. Now, in the Gate of Laws, this trial was undoubtedly a test of one's talent. From this point on, the disparity between the various trial challengers would be pulled open. As Lin Ming stepped on the aerial bridge, he immediately felt a dreadful pressure crushing down on him. This pressure was like there was a god beast not too far away from Lin Ming, greedily eyeing him. For those that were too weak, just this pressure would have made their minds shake, and unable to display even 50% of their true strength. Like this, they would have already lost from the start. Lin Ming took one step forwards at a time. No enemies appeared. Rather, the pressure on him became increasingly heavy. Lin Ming continually adjusted his breath, keeping his mindset in a state of calm. Walking by himself, above this unfathomably deep abyss, the horrifying aura from the abyss rolled up into the skies, causing Lin Ming's clothes to flap in the wind. After some time, Lin Ming turned around to see that he had actually walked a considerable distance away from where he began. Looking at the distant scenery behind him, Lin Ming was stunned. It turned out that he hadn't been standing on a cliff. Rather, he had been standing on a sculpture that was unimaginably large. This sculpture was that of a giant war god. From where Lin Ming was standing, he could only make out the mountain-like head of the sculpture. The rest of it was wrapped in dense fog, making it impossible to clearly see. Azura, inexplicably, this word popped into Lin Ming's mind. Without knowing why, he felt that this sculpture was an Azura. Every edge and turn of this incomparably massive statue represented the infinite true meaning and intents of the Azura Road Master. There were countless mysteries contained within it. The great Tao was like a vast moat. Only the brave would find victory. Lin Ming's mind surged with lofty thoughts and heroic ambitions. In the past, the Azura Road Master had relied on his strength to create a great world that stood beside the 33 heavens. This sort of courage and daring even infected Lin Ming. He wanted to be the same as the Azura Road Master, creating his own world, establishing his own laws, and paving his own road of martial arts. One step at a time, Lin Ming firmly and decisively moved forwards. Suddenly, the void in front of him began to shake like a rippling lake surface. Hoo! A fierce roar seemed to arrive from the endless flow of time, bringing with it an endless killing intent, raging and wild. A massive snow-white god-beast phantom appeared in front of Lin Ming. Its two pupils contained an endless killing intent. This was a white tiger god-beast. Soon after, the heavens and earth moved again. Space was torn apart, and an azure dragon flew forth, its body as long and winding as a mountain range, as it clawed at the skies. Its entire body was covered with a vibrant blue spiritual strength that exuded life force. Following that, a vermilion bird god beast appeared, one that blocked out the skies. Deep beneath the ground, a mysterious creature began to move. This was a black turtle god beast. God beast Grand Array. No wonder there was such a tremendous pressure here. This strange land was suppressed in all directions by a god-beast Grand Array. Ancient god-beasts originally evolved from the laws of the heavens and earth. Each type of god-beast represented the purest manifestation of the great Tao, and each one grasped the strongest source strength of their attribute. Now that the god-beast Grand Array appeared, Lin Ming felt like a heavy mountain was pressing down on his heart. Goosebumps rose all over his body. If he wanted to walk to the end of this bridge, he naturally needed to pass this god-beast Grand Array that suppressed this land. Lin Ming's blood began to boil as he thought of this. All of the fighting strength in his body was stimulated, becoming increasingly wild. He stepped forwards, one step at a time. The terrifying pressure fell onto him like a waterfall, pressing down so hard that it made his bones emit loud, explosive sounds, and caused his entire body to shake. This was a horrifying array formation. Lin Ming estimated that the strength of this array formation was set by the skeletal age of a trial challenger. Only then would it be accurate in testing a person's talent. Lin Ming thought that his own talent was already near the peak of all races in the 33 heavens. Even so, facing this god-beast Grand Array, Lin Ming was hard-pressed to continue. From this alone it could be seen how arduous the Azura level difficulty was. Heretical God Force, Lin Ming's thoughts focused, and the phantom of the heretical god tree appeared behind him. Above the crown of the heretical god tree, the power of thunder and fire wildly crackled and blazed. With the support of the heretical god force, Lin Ming continued forwards. But the pressure still became increasingly horrifying. Even though he opened the heretical god force, Lin Ming was finding it hard to withstand this suppressive force. Purple Temple Tao Palace. Lin Ming's entire body crackled. His flesh and bones released deafening explosive sounds as starlight from the 9 heavens appeared out of nowhere. This starlight fell onto Lin Ming's body like a river of stars, soaking him in power, causing his strength to rapidly rise. Underneath the support of this titanic strength, Lin Ming took step after step into the god-beast Grand Array. His body emitted explosive sounds again and again. His clothes disintegrated, and his blood vessels popped up on his skin. Then, with a roar that shook the heavens and cracked the earth, the white tiger came hurtling towards Lin Ming. This phantom carried with it a roiling, blood-slaughtering intent as it hurtled towards Lin Ming. On the aerial bridge, Lin Ming was shocked. He quickly retreated, but as he was doing so, he was bombarded by waves of terrifying energy. In that moment, monstrous waves tumbled in Lin Ming's mind. He watched as his surroundings disappeared, and he suddenly reappeared in a primal execution ground. Giant demon carcasses dotted this black and blighted land. This air was filled with the scent of death and decay. The massive white tiger god beast stood between the heavens and earth, its blood-red pupils fixed on Lin Ming. Its killing intent substantialized, so thick and sharp it cut through air. Kill, kill, kill. A powerful killing intent lingered in the air, screaming out at the mind. Even Lin Ming was infected by this killing intent. Kill, kill, kill your way to your bloody road. Kill your way to your eternal great Tao. At this time, the strong killing intent surged into Lin Ming's heart, immersing his entire body in the will to kill. For a time, Lin Ming slowly lost control of his body. He gradually moved towards the side of the aerial bridge, about to step off it. But just as he was about to step off into the endless abyss, faintly, endless starlight began to flow out from within Lin Ming's bones, filling him with life vitality, infinitely varied and subtle. From within this inexhaustible life force, all sorts of strange, mysterious runes began to float up. These runes were the fragments of the heavenly retribution Tao diagram that Lin Ming had shattered when he broke into the heavenly retribution Tao palace. This starlight was filled with life and the great Tao and had fused into his muscles and bones. In this crucial moment, these runes had responded. Some runes flashed like wisps of lightning. They slashed out, slamming into Lin Ming's mind. Lin Ming felt his mind shake. Suddenly, he was panic-stricken as he realized he was being surrounded by an endless killing intent. This white tiger god beast's attack was not just physical, but also misled the divine soul. A white tiger was the essence of Buddha-slaughtering killing intent. If someone were to be fully infected by this Buddha-slaughtering killing intent, then they would lose their will and become nothing but a mindless slaughter puppet. Lin Ming woke up. This chaotic flow of energy was the white tiger god beast's Buddha-slaughtering road. If it weren't for the heavenly retribution Tao palace within his body striking out with lightning and awakening him from his stupor, he would have been in a dangerous situation. This place is indeed a land filled with cunning dangers. Lin Ming focused his mind. He could faintly feel that after stepping into the gate of laws, battles would not just be slaughter battles fought with true essence. Moreover, this would be a battle of wills and laws and many other aspects. Here one could obtain great harvests, but at the same time, the dangers were equally risky. With a thought, he shook the long spear in his hand. Celestial Tyrant Manual. 100-layered waves. Each strike of the long spear tore through the void, carrying with it brutal strength of 10 billion genes. Even a planet would be crushed by this attack. This massive strength rushed out like waves, layering upon each other and rapidly growing. Finally, this boundless force combined into a single point, condensing within this mysterious long spear. As this spear thrust out one final time, it was with a force similar to a supernova, blinding to the eyes. Rumble, rumble. Lin Ming's spear stabbed towards the giant white tiger that lay across the dark lands. This white tiger phantom was in no way a true god beast. It was only a wisp of aura from the god beast grand array. Ka. In that moment, with the sound of crashing thunder, a massive wound was blown into the white tiger. The shattered pieces of the white tiger blew out. These were runes of the great Tao marked with the power of killing intent. Within the formidable white tiger god beast phantom, a flaw had appeared. Chapter 1681. The Narrow Road. Chapter 1681. The Narrow Road. And after Lin Ming severely wounded the white tiger phantom, a wisp of blood-red aura from the great Tao appeared in Lin Ming's sea of consciousness. This aura slowly fused together with his flesh and blood, merging with his awareness. Lin Ming was startled. When he damaged the white tiger phantom just now, a bit of the power and laws contained within it had converged into Lin Ming's body, allowing him to become aware of many more things. It seemed that even though this gate of laws was filled with death and slaughter, it also represented a lucky chance. In this place, I might be able to temper my understandings of the heavenly Tao laws, the source strength of a god-beast's heavenly Tao. That is a rare chance. Lin Ming thought to himself, his mind calming down. On the thin aerial bridge, the strong heavenly winds rocked against him, but his heart remained as steady as a mountain. Then, at this time, the giant azure dragon in front of Lin Ming roared towards him, its deep blue azure dragon aura hurtling into Lin Ming. The moment that the azure dragon attacked, the surrounding scene turned into that of an endless sea. The azure dragon raged above it, all-powerful, an existence swollen with arrogance. The more Lin Ming fought, the more his blood boiled over. He opened the 2 Tao palaces within his body and wildly revolved the heretical god force. Underneath the support of his brutal strength, Lin Ming was like an ancient vicious beast. As he crashed onto the back of the azure dragon, billions of genes of dreadful strength came pounding down. The azure dragon howled out in pain and misery as it was sent flying away. Lin Ming stepped forwards, chasing after it. For the current Lin Ming, because he had opened 2 Tao palaces, his body transformation technique had become his strongest attack method. On the other hand, his essence-gathering system lagged behind. Strike after strike, Lin Ming's spear potential was endless and majestic. It came crashing down like mountains, unstoppable. Lin Ming rode upon the azure dragon, violently struggling with it in a wild barrage of attacks. However, it was only a god-beast phantom and was unable to withstand Lin Ming's onslaught. For a time, blue scales shattered as blood rained down over the earth. Lin Ming had slaughtered the azure dragon in a life-or-death struggle. Thus, of the 4 god-beast phantoms, 2 had disappeared. The remaining shattered grand array was far less threatening to Lin Ming. Lin Ming became fiercer the more he fought, soon killing all of the god-beast phantoms. After massacring all of the god-beasts, Lin Ming's entire body was bathed in blood. His arms and his body shivered. This was the side effect of overdrawing his strength in physical combat, but also because of the bubbling excitement from the battle. With a deep breath, Lin Ming slowly calmed down his heated blood and thoughts. At this time, on the aerial bridge, the terrifying pressure was still as dreadful as before, without the slightest hint of diminishing. Rather, after Lin Ming broke through the god-beast grand array, this pressure became far more powerful. Underneath this terrifying pressure, an ordinary martial artist would find it difficult to breathe, much less continue fighting. This pressure hasn't decreased. It seems I have to adapt to the pressure in the gate of laws. It might follow me throughout this entire trial. If I cannot adapt to it, then sooner or later I won't be able to withstand it anymore, and I'll be defeated from this alone. As Lin Ming was thinking this, he sat down in meditation. Just now, Lin Ming had torn apart the 4 god-beast grand array, and the 4 god-beast phantoms had been overflowing with the aura of laws. This was marvelously similar to the god-beast array in Tragic Death Valley, even though the methods were different. After breaking apart the array formation, the source heavenly Tao laws of these god-beasts had scattered into the air. This was the perfect time to meditate and perceive these god-beast laws. God-beasts were the favored children of the heavens. Runes of the great Tao were inscribed into their flesh and bones, an incomparably mysterious miracle of nature. Lin Ming began to adapt to the terrifying pressure on this aerial bridge, even as he absorbed the power of the god-beast laws. Since the Gate of Laws had the word laws in its name, Lin Ming guessed that the laws themselves were part of the rewards from this trial. When ordinary people entered the Gate of Laws, who wouldn't do everything in their ability to pass it as quickly as possible while obtaining a perfect completion, there wasn't anyone as insane as Lin Ming who would think of training atop this thin aerial bridge underneath the pall of such a terrifying pressure. Of course, the reason Lin Ming dared to do this was because of his formidable strength as well as his comprehensions of the Azura heavenly Tao laws. This was also the origin of his confidence. Lin Ming was a quiet old tree, motionlessly sitting on the aerial bridge. Strong heavenly winds blew around him, causing the bridge to gently tremble. Like this, he meditated for 3 days and 3 nights. From start to end, the pressure on the aerial bridge hadn't faded even the tiniest bit. But Lin Ming adapted more and more to it. Beneath this pressure, Lin Ming's muscles and bloodline were tempered, his entire body undergoing subtle and minute changes. Where there was pressure, there would naturally be resistance. In these 3 days, all of Lin Ming's cells swallowed energy to resist this heavy pressure. As every single cell within Lin Ming's body was being tempered, he adapted more and more to the terrifying pressure in the Gate of Laws. Lin Ming's essence, energy, and divine all expanded. Gradually, Lin Ming was shrouded in a fog of substantialized spiritual power. Finally, his eyes flashed open, his pupils shining with purple lightning. His aura was like a sword that shot into the skies. With a leap upwards, the world momentum that flooded the aerial bridge, covering this entire land in billowing waves of pressure, was broken through by Lin Ming like a fish swimming against a river. Lin Ming's feet landed solidly on the aerial bridge as he hurtled forwards at a breakneck pace. To run forwards under this terrifying pressure, the pressure that Lin Ming had to withstand could be imagined. However, after opening 2 Tao palaces, Lin Ming had a body that could withstand all of this. Soon, the boundless aerial bridge beneath his feet disappeared, and Lin Ming entered a new and strange world. In front of him was a vast white light. High in the skies, he could make out an impossibly large continent floating in space, one that exuded a primeval and vibrant aura. Rumbling winds crashed about like peals of thunder, echoing out from all directions. A boundless aura constantly poured down from this ancient floating continent. Lin Ming was well aware that the world of the final trial was the carefully created masterpiece of the Azura Road Master. Every single inch of this world contained endless, profound meanings. Thinking of this, Lin Ming jumped straight into the skies like a rising meteor, pouncing onto the ancient continent. Pung! After he landed on the ancient continent that floated 100,000 feet in the air, Lin Ming looked around. This place was not what he imagined. Atop this ancient continent, there were actually endless numbers of golden gates. These golden gates were as large as mountains. It was difficult to see their edges. He could only sense an incomparably vigorous atmosphere exuding from them, like the titanic pressure of a spiritual god. The aura from every golden gate was like a torrential tide crashing into Lin Ming's heart and mind. This caused every nerve in his body to be alert for danger, his entire body shaking. Just what is in them? Lin Ming had trained in martial arts for many years, and his heart and will were as solid as a rock. But in front of these giant gates, even he was panic-stricken. In ordinary times, only the aura emitted from an Empyrean-level powerhouse would create such a pressure on him. At this time, every golden gate emitted a brilliant golden light that covered Lin Ming. Like being caught by countless hands, Lin Ming felt every wisp of golden light searching his entire body. He was like a helpless little baby, completely exposed beneath this endless golden light. Immediately, the light coming from the golden gates dimmed down, suddenly turning silver. At the same time, there were also changes in the vividly dangerous auras exuding from the golden gates. The auras became much stranger, far more ghostly. Then one of the golden gates opened, and an icy cold aura filled the air. Lin Ming knew that perhaps this gate was the entrance to the second part of this trial. As he remained vigilant of everything around him, he carefully stepped inside. Pooh! Snow and ice filled the world, sweeping in from all directions, carrying with it an icy coldness that seeped into the bones. The skies were cloudy and gray, piling up in the heavens, seeming as if they were made from ashes. Trees, rivers, and even the endless mountain ranges around him were covered in sheets of frozen snow and ice. After Lin Ming broke into the second Tao Palace of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, the heavenly retribution Tao Palace, his mortal body had reached unprecedented levels of intensity. There were few humans in the last billion years that possessed bodies comparable to his own. By raising his hand, he could shatter a moon. And yet, even with such a powerful mortal body, he could feel an icy chill needling into his flesh, piercing into his blood vessels and bones, and seeping into his organs. Suddenly, an ice mountain a mile away began to crack and collapse. An even more dreadful cold atmosphere gushed out from that shattering ice mountain. An icy cold aura rushed towards Lin Ming like an incoming ice-white tsunami on a frozen sea. But Lin Ming didn't sense this. At this time, there had already been some people who had passed the Gate of Laws. Those who passed through the Gate of Laws first were the trial challengers who had chosen the easiest difficulty. Amongst them, many only used a little more than 3 days to walk to the end of the Gate of Laws and smoothly reach the 3rd level. Chapter 1682, Reward. Chapter 1682, Reward. Yeah, we passed. We've made it to the 3rd level. The first batch of trial challengers had successfully passed the Gate of Laws and had reached the 3rd level. They were immediately overjoyed. It's not hard at all. Haha, if I knew this earlier, I would have chosen the Earth Step difficulty. I estimate that I could have passed that one too. A young elite arrogantly proclaimed. The trial challengers that selected the easiest difficulty had mostly perfectly completed their trial. Before, because they had taken too many factors into consideration, they hadn't dared to choose the harder difficulty. But now, because they had perfectly passed their trial, they couldn't help but develop ideas that they could have chosen a higher difficulty. As they were all excitedly discussing, they also looked at the scenery of the 3rd level. As they saw their surroundings, they looked at each other in confusion. The final trial's 3rd floor was simply a vast white earth, seeming to stretch to infinity and beyond. It didn't seem like there was anything special here, nor were there any dangers. But floating in the skies above this white earth were innumerable immortal palaces. These immortal palaces came in different sizes. The smallest were the size of a mortal house, the medium ones were around the size of a royal palace, the larger ones were around the size of large mountains, and the biggest one was even the size of a small planet. Moreover, the larger an immortal palace was, the more horrifying the aura it exuded. In particular, the immortal palace that was as large as a planet was engraved with countless runes of the great Tao. Between these endless runes were also reliefs of god-beasts. There were winding azure dragons, phoenixes in nirvana, Kirins running. Their numbers and variety were endless. These reliefs were also covered with runes, all of them giving off an incredibly shocking feeling. It was like there was some spiritual god living within this immortal palace. From looks alone, one could guess that the largest immortal palace must have some great mystery within it. What place is this? Are these immortal palaces the test? Many young elites asked in a daze as they saw the immortal palaces above them. They had an urge to fly up and investigate these immortal palaces. This isn't a test, but the reward. Within every immortal palace is a lucky chance. In the 3rd level of the final trial, there is no danger, only rewards. Someone amongst the young elites said. He had a detailed understanding of what generally occurred in the final trial. The final trial didn't have dangers on every level. Some levels were designated as reward zones, and also to allow trial challengers a place to rest. The third level was such an example. Rewards! Hearing this word, the eyes of many heroic young elites began to shine. Rewards of the final trial. This was no trifling matter. Ha ha! We are the first group of people to pass the gate of laws. First come, first serve. Ha ha! Our gains are too great. These young elites glanced at each other and then flew upwards like a swarm of locusts. Their speed was quick as they flew towards the largest planet-sized immortal palace in the air. Even an idiot would understand that the largest immortal palace with the most terrifying aura would also possess the best lucky chances. Thinking of the legends of many lucky chances related to the final trial, all of their eyes turned red with greed. They rushed up as fast as they could, even ready to slaughter each other to get to their destination. The martial artists in the front of the pack didn't hesitate to use secret techniques to hasten their flight. As they saw the great and mysterious immortal palace became closer and closer, they nearly drooled. However, just as they were about to rush into the immortal palace, all of them cried out in pain and misery. Their bodies had been severely wounded. They had all crashed into a wall they couldn't see. Ah! A pitiful scream echoed out in the air. The trial challengers had long gone crazy with greed and had displayed the limits of their speed. Now, before they had time to respond, they all smashed into this invisible barrier. Fuck! What happened? Everyone either rubbed their heads or hugged their chests, their breaths ragged. This immortal palace had been sealed away by an enchantment. Some martial artists attacked the enchantment. Although they knew they couldn't break it, they still wanted to give vent to their rage. However, they didn't expect that all their attacks would strike the enchantment and then bounce back, slamming into them instead. They all wailed as they were struck, vomiting out blood as they fell down from the skies, nearly killed by their own actions. Requirement to enter the immortal palace, 50%. In that moment, this thought swiftly passed into the minds of many people. They were all stunned. What? There was a completion percentage requirement. They also remembered that after they passed through the gate of laws, their completion percent had only been a bit more than 30%. But this immortal palace required 50%. They were a little less than half off. The crowd of trial challengers glanced at each other in blank dismay. They immediately understood that they had no fate with the largest immortal palace. Although they were depressed, they still rallied their hearts and continued to the next, slightly smaller immortal palace. They had already been taught a good lesson by that mountain-sized immortal palace. This time, they all flew outside the next smaller one and carefully studied the barrier. After a brief investigation, they discovered that there was a completion requirement of 45%. All of them were scared silly. They thought that the lucky chances of the third level were first come, first serve, but now they discovered that there wasn't a free meal in this world. In helpless desperation, they lowered their requests and went to an even smaller immortal palace, one of the ones the size of a mortal's royal palace. Although they already had a foreboding premonition in their heart, the results still left them feeling pained. The requirements for these palaces were still around 40%. They still couldn't enter. All that was left over were the immortal palaces the size of little houses. These smallest immortal palaces appeared like little thatched huts. Looking at them, one could feel an incomparably thin aura of laws. Although they were clearly the worst immortal palaces available, they could only choose these. After a brief investigation, the completion requirements for these small palaces were around 30%. Depending on the strength of their auras, the completion percentage required differed by 3 to 5%. For these people that had just passed through the gate of laws, it was just right. After discovering this frustrating and despair-inducing reality, Many people had faces like a frozen eggplant. All of their previously lofty ambitions and thoughts had wilted away to nothing. They originally thought they had perfectly passed the gate of laws, and thus were in good moods. But after arriving on the third level and choosing a reward, they realized they were nothing but garbage in the eyes of the Azura Roadmaster. The immortal palaces that looked like little thatched huts. Could there be anything worse? In terms of number alone, there were as many of these little tiny immortal palaces as there were grains of sand in a desert. It was without doubt that there would be nothing of high value found within these tiny immortal palaces, compared to the largest immortal palace that was the size of a small planet. As well as being the only one there was, the disparity was far too great. However, it was likely that no one would be able to enter the largest immortal palace. As for the slightly worse immortal palace that was the size of a mountain, maybe only an extraordinary genius like Soul Empress Shung May would have the ability to enter. Thinking of this, everyone felt just a little bit better. Everyone began to choose immortal palaces that were within their reach and flew in. No matter who it was after entering the third level, they would only have one chance to choose an immortal palace. As the first batch of trial challengers to enter the third level began choosing their rewards, Lin Ming was still engaged in a bitter battle within the Gate of Laws. In the endless frosty white air, there was an over 30-foot high giant whose entire body was covered in an armor of snow and ice. Rocks burst apart on the ground as it moved, and the nails on its hands were each 5 feet long, looking like sharp swords capable of slicing apart the toughest of defensives. At this time, this frost giant was slashing at Lin Ming. These sword-like nails of snow and frost cut through the void, even freezing the air and creating visible channels of ice. The icy chill was concentrated on the sharp edges as they chopped forwards. Lin Ming's heart turned cold. Immediately, the long spear in his hands thrust out thousands of times. Every spear thrust was enough to rip open the void and sweep up giant space storms. The might and momentum of this attack was endless. At the same time, the power of the heretical god tree swelled forth, growing behind Lin Ming. Every leaf blazed with a wisp of 7th-level concept-fused heavenly tribulation fire. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Over a dozen wisps of heavenly tribulation flames focused on the point of the long spear, causing the entire spear head to suddenly ignite with a raging flame. Bang! The spear collided with the freezing air and icy nail swords of the giant. A brutal shockwave swept out, causing ripples to rush out in all directions. Terrifying ravines were torn into the ground from the aftermath and shock waves. Lin Ming was forced several hard steps back. As for the frost giant, its entire body shook as it was continuously pushed backwards. Every time the frost giant took a step back, it would leave a deep impression in the ground. How strong! Lin Ming was shocked. This bodily strength of this frost giant was no less than his. This Azura-level difficulty of the Gate of Laws was well worth its reputation. It was actually able to create such a freakish monster. As this frost giant was forced back by Lin Ming, the ice armor on its body cracked in several places, and the corners of its mouth bled a creamy white liquid. As this liquid appeared, the air filled with a strange and wonderful fragrance. That seems to be 9 ice marrow. Chapter 1683, Trial of Laws. Chapter 1683, Trial of Laws. Lin Ming had slowly studied alchemy over a period of dozens of years and had some knowledge of rare materials that came from spiritual lands. As he sniffed the air, he could smell that the liquid flowing out from the frost giant's lips was 9 ice marrow, an extremely precious alchemy material. Was this frost giant formed from 9 ice marrow? Before Lin Ming could finish his thoughts, the frost giant rushed forwards like a wild beast. All over its ghostly skin, snow-white runes began to appear like drifting snowflakes falling atop its body. Every rune shined, emitting bursts of the power of ice and snow that left the heart racing. The frost giant punched out again and again at the earth. With every strike, the ice runes on its body would pierce through the ground like the roots of a tree, beginning to spread through the frozen earth, constantly expanding. Just as Lin Ming realized what was happening, there were movements beneath his feet. A massive ice spike broke through the ground and shot towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming was startled. He flipped himself over, easily dodging this ice spike. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Numerous dense ice spikes shot out from the ground, shooting through the void and chasing him as if they were manipulated by countless hands. Every ice spike was covered with shining ice runes. These ice spikes blocked all the surrounding space, giving Lin Ming no chance to evade. Seeing so many ice spikes chasing after him, Lin Ming grit his teeth, and the grand mist space erupted out from his body. The star-heavy grand mist energy overwhelmed all. Ka ka ka. A massive number of ice spikes exploded within the grand mist space. However, pieces of the broken ice spikes still thrust into Lin Ming's body. Blood rained into the air. This battle was abnormally brutal. As the frost giant saw that Lin Ming was wounded, an icy light shined in its eyes. It stepped forwards, wanting to tear Lin Ming to pieces, but at this time its body stiffened. It looked down with incredulity towards its chest. At its chest, at the area where Lin Ming's last spear strike had created a crack in the armor, there was a massive wound. A black-clothed martial artist had sneak attacked it and thrust a spear through its chest. Ka ka ka. Countless shards of ice burst to pieces. The black-clothed martial artist's spear was unstoppable. Billions of genes of strength pushed forwards, tearing open that impossibly hard ice armor and piercing all the way through the back. Roar! The frost giant pitifully cried out, its large body shaking in the air. The one who sneak attacked, it was a black-clothed martial artist completely similar to Lin Ming in appearance. It was Lin Ming's avatar, the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone. Within the rules of this mystic realm, no external items could be used. But this Essence Spirit Embryo Stone wasn't counted among these objects and was considered a part of Lin Ming's natural combat strength, allowing him to summon it at will. A moment before now, while Lin Ming's true self was attacking the frost giant, the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone was lying in wait, waiting to strike at the frost giant's weak point and bring it down in a single strike. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Chunks of ice fell to the earth. From within the disintegrating body of the frost giant, a rich aura of ice laws began to pour out. However, Lin Ming didn't cultivate the ice laws. Even if he tried to perceive it, he still wouldn't obtain any good harvests. Lin Ming wasn't interested in these ice laws. Rather, he looked at the pile of scattered ice chunks and reached out his hand. With a wave, he grasped at the void and grabbed onto a mass of thick, milky, white liquid, as if it were milk from 10,000-year stalactites. Then, without further ado, Lin Ming swallowed it all down. This was the 9-yin ice marrow that was contained within the frost giant. Swallowing it down like this could be called a waste of heaven's resources. If it were used in alchemy, the results would be much better. But Lin Ming had no choice. He had to rapidly restore his strength, and there was no time for him to rest. In this situation, he definitely wouldn't let go of this 9-yin ice marrow. At this time, with a loud rumbling sound, the silver door that Lin Ming just entered began to slowly dim down and fade away. As Lin Ming blinked, he had once again returned to the ancient continent. In front of him, countless numbers of golden gates stood once more. In just several breaths of time, with a creaking sound, another gate turned silver and began to rumble open in front of him. Past the entrance of this gate, another completely different world appeared. Here, green trees towered to the skies, filled with vibrantly lush tones and vitality. But this vivid vitality also contained a wild, killing intent. The second gate. Lin Ming took a deep breath. His body was still dripping blood, and because he had just eaten the 9 ice marrow, a terrifying cold energy was still recklessly surging through his body. He hadn't had enough time to absorb it all. And now, a new gate had opened before him. Lin Ming knew that he would have to face another battle. Without a doubt, from all the golden gates atop this floating ancient continent, he would have to battle through every one that turned silver, and he was afraid that he wouldn't be given any time to rest at all. This would be an arduous and difficult protracted battle, and within each gate, the laws contained inside were different. Whether it was the elemental laws of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, thunder, or wind, or perhaps the laws of yin and yang, the laws of the divine soul, the laws of body transformation, god beasts, 9 stars, divine runes, every law possible was contained here. These were fully comprehensive gates of laws. The laws here were not just the Azura laws, but all the laws within the 33 heavens. Thus, this was why the gate leading from the second level to the third level was called the Gate of Laws. To fight here was not just a test of a trial challenger, but also a lucky chance. By passing through battles of these different laws, one could temper their own cultivation and comprehensions. If an unrivaled genius were to fight here, they would become stronger with every successive battle. This required that a trial challenger have formidable strength, rich combat experience, infinite endurance, and a monstrous comprehension of the laws. Moreover, it required that a trial challenger have exceptional perception where they could constantly perceive and absorb what was happening during battle. Only with all of this could one pass this test. As Lin Ming fought to here, he could faintly feel the difficulty in this trial slowly increasing. If he couldn't adapt to this increasing difficulty, then he would sooner or later be eliminated. The world of laws didn't give Lin Ming a chance to rest. A blue light shot out from the silver gate, wrapping him within and sucking him inside. Past this gate was a vast, primitive jungle. Any casual tree was as thick as dozens of people and 1,000 feet high. A blue flood dragon circled above the crown of a 1,000-foot-high great tree, its greedy eyes locked onto Lin Ming. Lin Ming wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth, a brilliant fighting intent flashing in his eyes. Roar! The blue flood dragon roared and came hurtling towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming's thoughts focused. Atop his head, the phantoms of 9 celestial stars hung high in the skies. A grand and magnificent heavenly retribution Tao Palace floated within the sea of Lin Ming's inner world. In the midst of this Tao Palace, the power of heavenly retribution contained within the myriad beings in existence sparked to life. There was crackling thunder, blazing heavenly fire, and even the icy chill of the nether world. Momentum of the world, gather unto my body, Lin Ming growled. The heavenly retribution Tao Palace suddenly rose up in the space of Lin Ming's inner world, spanning through the heavens and earth, emitting brilliant beams of radiance. For a time, with the heavenly retribution Tao Palace as the medium, the power of the heavens and earth poured into Lin Ming's mortal body. The heavenly retribution Tao Palace was able to connect to the momentum of the world and wield the power of heavenly retribution. Within the small universe that was a person's body, it was able to correspond with the true, boundless universe, communing with the heavens and earth, allowing a martial artist to become one with the world. When this Tao Palace opened to the extreme and displayed its true potential, the heavens would rain blood, the earth would shatter, the void would tear apart, and even gods and ghosts would cry. In that moment, Lin Ming felt his strength erupt to the limits. Starlight from the highest 9 heavens gathered into Lin Ming's inner world, carrying with it a heavy and titanic potential as it went slashing towards the blue flood dragon. Suppressing it, the ultimate death energy contained within the heavenly retribution Tao Palace, the symbol of heaven's punishment, was like the ultimate poison as it invaded the life-filled aura of the blue flood dragon. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The blue flood dragon's body slowed as it faced a grave situation. The vigorous life force energy it erupted with had been stopped and suppressed. This blue flood dragon was like a sly fish, leaping up and around, searching for openings, wanting to swim against this river of energy and attack Lin Ming. However, Lin Ming had passed through innumerable fights before. How could he give this blue flood dragon any chances to do that? In a battle, if Lin Ming found the method to seize the flow of battle and defeat his enemy, he absolutely wouldn't let them go. With a loud shout, all of his true essence crazily revolved. His two hands flashed, forming countless seals that carried with them the aura of the Azura heavenly Tao laws, all of them hurtling towards the blue flood dragon. Myriad demon karmic wheel. Whirl, 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 whirl. A dense and thick death energy turned into a black vortex that went crashing into the blue flood dragon. The blue flood dragon had already been unable to handle the power of heavenly retribution. In this situation, it had been smashed into by the myriad demon karmic wheel. The myriad demon karmic wheel was refined with the spirits of evil ghosts and demon kings. It was a gathering of extreme yin energy and slaughter energy. It was a power that suppressed the blue flood dragon's would attribute life aura to the extreme. Moreover, the myriad demon karmic wheel originated from the Azura Sutra. It was one of Lin Ming's strongest attacks. Immediately, beneath the dual barrage of the heavenly retribution Tao Palace and the myriad demon karmic wheel, the blue flood dragon howled in pain again and again. Its radiant blue body dimmed as it wildly struggled. Lin Ming took this chance to hurtle forwards along with the essence spirit embryo stone. In tandem, two spears thrust into the blue flood dragon. Puff. Spear light exploded. The blue flood dragon was nearly ripped in half by Lin Ming's attack. Its blood rained to the earth. Within the hail of rain that covered the world, Lin Ming grabbed onto a bright blue flood dragon gallbladder. This fist-sized blue flood dragon gallbladder wildly beat like a living heart. Without hesitation, Lin Ming swallowed this blue flood dragon gallbladder. This battle was too brutal. He had to find some way to sustain himself through these battles. Otherwise, even with his endurance, he still wouldn't be able to last much longer. As the blue flood dragon gallbladder entered his stomach, it turned into a rich and pure would attribute origin energy that flooded his body, revitalizing him. This blue flood dragon was not a true flood dragon, but one that was manifested from a wooden spirit root. This blue flood dragon gallbladder wasn't a true blue flood dragon gallbladder either, but the essence of the wooden spirit root. Now, the essence of the wooden spirit root had been eaten up by Lin Ming. As Lin Ming was engaged in a series of brutal battles, Xiao Maxian and Soul Empress Xingmei, who had both chosen the Heaven Step difficulty, were also engaged in fierce combat. The Gate of Laws contained every law within the 33 great Taos, every law condensed into an enemy, and in order to pass through the trial, one had to strike down every opponent. Xiao Maxian was younger than Lin Ming, thus her difficulty was a bit lower. The enemies she faced were naturally much weaker than the ones Lin Ming faced. But Xingmei was different. Although she had chosen a lower difficulty because of her skeletal age, the enemies she had to face were dozens or hundreds of times stronger than Lin Ming's opponents. In Xingmei's trial, every time she fought, the void would shatter and the earth would shake. Chapter 1684, Black Azura. Chapter 1684, Black Azura. The different difficulties of the Gate of Laws were tremendously different from each other. The easiest difficulty might take only several days to end, but the harder difficulties could take dozens of days. Lin Ming had already undergone innumerable slaughters on countless battlefields atop this ancient continent. His hair was scattered, and his clothes were torn and ragged. There was an unknown number of wounds that covered his entire body. Of these wounds, some were so deep they revealed white bone, some cut through his meridians, and some had nearly torn apart his arms, shoulders, and even thighs. If he hadn't cultivated the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, then these severe wounds alone would have caused Lin Ming to lose all his combat strength. He would have died countless times in this trial already. Peng. Lin Ming held a long spear in his hands and swept outwards. Electric light rose from all directions, and flames filled the air. An over 200-foot giant was crushed by Lin Ming's attack. Blood shot out. The giant's body wildly shook. As it crashed against the earth, it caused the ground to quake. Dark energy without the slightest sheen began to flicker atop the surface of the giant's body, turning into all sorts of strange law runes. In the next moment, the giant's corpse disappeared. The great Tao of the 33 heavens was infinite and all-encompassing. There were countless variations, and the heavenly Tao laws that this giant used were something that Lin Ming had never seen before. Lin Ming had killed this giant, but he had also paid a steep price to do so. On his back, there were deep 3-foot-long wounds that stretched from his shoulders to his thighs. Even his ribs were exposed to the air. This was damage left behind by an axe cutting down on Lin Ming's back. This giant's strength was over 10 billion genes, and its axe could sunder the earth. Even though Lin Ming's mortal body intensity neared that of a god beast, a direct strike like this was still more than enough to give him a severe wound. Even so, Lin Ming relied on his stubborn will to continue onwards and strike down this black giant. Fresh blood continuously flowed from his body. Lin Ming sunk energy into his dantian. On his back, his blood vessels surged as his meridians and flesh started to regenerate. However, compared to when he first entered this gate of laws, his regeneration speed was clearly far slower. No matter how great Lin Ming's endurance was, he was nearing his limit after undergoing all these fights. Moreover, in the previous battles, many of the enemies that Lin Ming struck down were formed from heavenly materials. Lin Ming swallowed these heavenly materials afterwards to restore his strength, but every advantage came with disadvantages. Although Lin Ming was able to restore a great deal of his strength, the massive amount of energy had remained within Lin Ming's body, as he was unable to refine it all in the little time he had. This also caused his blood vitality to surge chaotically, leaving him in a horrible condition. But even though Lin Ming was dancing on the edge of his limits, he was still able to display a dreadful combat strength and cut down all the powerful enemies he encountered. Many times, when his back was pushed to a wall, he was able to erupt with an even greater strength, becoming stronger the more he fought. These types of people were naturally born fighters. Lin Ming was the perfect example. But even until now, the fight still hadn't ended, nor was there any rest. The golden gates atop the ancient mainland encompassed the 33 heavenly Taos, and each opponent was able to come up with new methods of attack one after another, all of their abilities dazzling and wonderful. Although Lin Ming had cut down every enemy he encountered, he felt nothing but increasing awe in his heart. To be able to establish such a gate of laws meant that the Azura Roadmaster had an unfathomably profound understanding into any great Tao of the 33 heavenly Taos. This caused Lin Ming to inexplicably remember the words that had been left in the preface of the Azura Sutra. The 33 heavens, the boundless great Tao. My resolve is to seek the peak of all martial arts. I spent 3 billion years to travel through the 33 heavens, cultivating 33 lives. 1 life, 1 Empyrean. 1 life, 1 divinity. What I seek is the highest truth of the heavenly Tao. Without a doubt, the Azura Roadmaster had cultivated the 33 heavenly Taos and had synthesized them together. Only then was he able to form the Azura heavenly Tao that existed independently and outside of the 33 heavenly Taos. In order to achieve all of this, The boundary required was hard to imagine. Just what sort of daring was that? Lin Ming himself was only a mere 100-some years old, compared to the Azura Road Master who had lived at least 3 billion years. The disparity was too great. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The Golden Gate entrance faded away once more. This represented the end of this world. Without caring for his wounds, Lin Ming's surroundings faded, and he returned to the ancient continent. However, this time Lin Ming was startled. He discovered that almost all of the countless golden gates in front of him had disappeared. Now, in front of Lin Ming, there was only a single gate remaining. This great gate was much heavier than the other golden gates. The surface of this gate was covered with an ancient relief, one that resembled a war god. This gray war god rode a giant dragon, his entire body wrapped in chains. He held a dragon spear in his hand, seemingly all-powerful, unparalleled in the world. Then, this final golden gate began to open. The boundless aura of the great Tao gushed out from the entrance. In that moment, Lin Ming's surroundings vanished once more, and the ancient continent faded away. Lin Ming seemed to arrive in some vast and wild, desolate land. At the end of this wasteland was a black demon carrying a dragon spear. He wore blood-red armor, and his armor was wrapped with heavy chains. His deep red hair was scattered in the wind, and he rode a giant black dragon beneath him. This character was the exact same as the one illustrated on the gate's relief. Without knowing why, a single word appeared in Lin Ming's mind: Azura. It seemed that this black war god in front of him was the so-called Azura. Was this the final opponent of the Trial of Laws? Lin Ming grasped his long spear and stood straight. For a time, he felt an incomparably horrifying pressure. It seemed that this black Azura was far more terrifying than an Empyrean. Just standing there at the end of this vast wasteland, the aura alone left Lin Ming gasping for breath. Against such an enemy, what hopes did he have of winning? As Lin Ming held onto his spear, his back began to drip with sweat. He didn't fear any challenge. But in the end, his cultivation was limited, and he was not some invincible being. If he faced off against a slightly stronger opponent, he could rely on his will's skill and endurance to win. But when facing an absolute powerhouse, Lin Ming was actually helpless. He knew that if he were to fight against this black Azura, it would be nothing but a futile struggle. At this time, the black Azura moved. He leapt down from that giant black dragon. Roar! The instant that the black Azura landed on the ground, the black dragon behind him emitted an earth-shattering roar. The ground shivered and boulders cracked apart. A dreadful shockwave swept over Lin Ming, sending his hair flying backwards. By supporting himself with his spear, he managed to stand his ground. However, the blood vitality within his body was sent fiercely tumbling about, as if he had been severely wounded. Just a single roar from that black dragon had this much power behind it. This was not something that a mere god-beast phantom could accomplish. It might be that the black dragon at the end of this wasteland was a true god-beast. God-beast. Lin Ming's eyes were solemn, compared to the roar of the black dragon when Lin Ming first entered the eternal demon abyss's 1,000-mile forbidden zone. This roar far surpassed it. Lin Ming lifted his spear and focused his mind. If this fight was inevitable, then his only choice was to struggle as best as he could. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The black Azura stepped forwards, one step at a time, his thick armor striking against itself. From behind the black Azura, a black will condensed. Within this black will there were countless demonic phantoms, all of them still painfully struggling with each other in eternal torment. Myriad demon karmic wheel. Lin Ming recognized that this black wheel was the Azura Sutra's myriad demon karmic wheel. Lin Ming was only able to form and sustain the myriad demon karmic wheel for a short period of time, but this black Azura was able to condense the myriad demon karmic wheel behind himself, turning it into something that increased his strength. From where Lin Ming stood to the ends of this wasteland was a distance of 100 miles, but that Black Azura only took several steps to cross this 100-mile distance and stand in front of Lin Ming. Lin Ming raised his vigilance to the limit, but at this time, the Black Azura opened his mouth to speak. Ever since Lin Ming entered this final trial, this was the first time he had heard an enemy here speak. The Black Azura's voice was heavy and dark, like the sound of metal striking metal. Withstand my 3 moves, then you shall pass the gate of laws. 3 moves. Lin Ming's pupils shrank. This wasn't defeating the Black Azura, but withstanding 3 of his moves. If so, there were some hopes after all. 6 hours. I will give you 6 hours to rest and restore your condition. Then I will attack. After every move, I shall allow you 6 more hours to rest. If you cannot meet my strike, then you will die. If you do not have faith in yourself, then you may give up midway. In fact, you may choose to give up now, and you will pass the gate of laws all the same. As the Black Azura slowly spoke, Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. To give up now meant that he wouldn't be able to perfectly complete the trial. Since Lin Ming chose the Azura level difficulty, he naturally had to try perfectly completing it. Otherwise, he might as well have chosen the Heaven Step difficulty. Lin Ming didn't say anything. Instead, as he held onto his spear, his eyes blazed with fighting spirit. His manner already spoke what choice he had made. He absolutely could not give up here. Good, the Black Azura said with his ice-cold voice, devoid of any feeling. If you can withstand my 3 moves, then I shall grant you something. It is also one of the most precious rewards within the entire Azura Road's final trial. One of the most precious rewards. Lin Ming's mind began to race. He already knew that the different levels of difficulty of the Gate of Laws corresponded to different rewards. And in terms of individual difficulties, perfectly completing, partially completing, and barely completing also gave different rewards. For those like the Divine Void Third Crown Prince, they would choose the second difficulty in order to ensure they could perfectly complete it. Since Lin Ming chose the unprecedented Azura difficulty, he was already anticipating what the rewards would be like. And now, according to the Black Azura's words, this reward would be one of the most precious rewards in the entire final trial. This caused Lin Ming to look forwards to this even more. The Azura Road's final trial was left behind by the Azura Road Master, and the preciousness of the treasures that the Azura Road Master left behind could be imagined. Compared to that, the sum of the countless heavenly materials that Lin Ming ate before was nothing at all. Lin Ming didn't ask the Black Azura what the reward was. Instead, he stabbed his spear into the ground and immediately sat down in meditation. The energies within Lin Ming were chaotic. Right now he had to sort out all of these energies. Only then could he restore himself to his peak condition and resist the Black Azura's attack. One didn't need to be a genius to know that the Black Azura's attack would shake the heavens and earth. And of these 3 moves, it was likely that each would be stronger than the last. Chapter 1685, 3 moves. Chapter 1685, 3 moves. Time was life. To Lin Ming, these 6 hours were incomparably precious. With Lin Ming's current physical condition, he was in an extremely bad situation. His body had innumerable wounds, and he was severely exhausted of true essence and blood vitality. Because of the continuous battles, Lin Ming hadn't had any time to recover at all. This had left him barely able to sustain himself through the fruits of his battle, supplementing his inner energy with those dozens of types of heavenly materials. However, which one of these heavenly materials was easy to refine? Lin Ming didn't have time to refine them within his body, leading to all sorts of different attributed energies building up within him. This caused all of the energy within his body to turn chaotic. Now, within the next 6 short hours, Lin Ming had to refine all of these different types of energy, straighten out his meridians, and restore his blood vitality, all while he transferred energy to heal his wounds. This was a nearly impossible task. If it were a normal martial artist, then let alone 6 hours, even 3 days and 3 nights wouldn't be enough time. Even though Lin Ming had absorbed the blood of a true dragon and true phoenix, and even opened 2 Tao palaces of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, wanting to accomplish all of this was extremely difficult. In other words, when the Black Azura had given Lin Ming 6 hours to recover, he hadn't intended for Lin Ming to restore himself to his peak condition to begin with. In that moment, Lin Ming took a deep breath and shut his eyes, completely entering into an ethereal trance-like state. During his time at Mount Patala, Lin Ming had stepped into the irreproachable stupa and entered the extreme pure lands of bliss there. Underneath the shade of a Bodhi tree, he had imitated what the human Empyrean Emperor Sakya had done and meditated for 33 days. In this time, he completely focused the ethereal martial intent, samsara martial intent, and primordious martial intent together, mixing them into a singular, unified martial intent. Now, in this crucial moment that concerned Lin Ming's life or death, he displayed this fused martial intent to enter a completely focused and selfless state. As Lin Ming sat down, an independent space seemed to form around him, isolating him from the vast wasteland. Faintly, the phantom of an old tree seemed to appear behind Lin Ming. This tree was similar to the heretical god tree, but compared to the heretical god tree phantom that appeared behind Lin Ming, it was far older and more vigorous. Its bark was cracked open, and only several leaves decorated its crown. But every leaf dripped verdant green, glistening with a gem-like brilliance as if it were carved from the most wonderful green jade. As Lin Ming used his fused martial intent to recover, the phenomenon of a Bodhi tree appeared behind him. For a time, petals fell around him, and the sounds of spirit springs echoed in the air. It was like a separate utopia had developed around Lin Ming. As the Black Azura saw this scene appear around Lin Ming, a flash of surprise appeared in his icy cold eyes. He had never imagined that Lin Ming, someone who was wrapped in endless infernal energy, someone who violently fought and was bathed in constant blood and slaughter, would have such a tranquil and harmonic martial intent. 2 hours for hours. Lin Ming sat within these lands of pure bliss, motionless, like he had cast away all desire and become a Buddha. Whether it was the samsara martial intent or ethereal martial intent, both were martial intents that leaned towards the tenets of Buddhism. They perfectly suited Lin Ming's cultivation within Mount Patala. Finally, 6 hours passed. Before the Black Azura spoke a single word, Lin Ming's eyes flashed open. Nearly all of the chaotic energies within Lin Ming's body had been cleanly refined. The wounds on his body were also restored. Although he wasn't at his peak state, it wasn't much different. He stood up, faced the Black Azura, and took a deep breath as he shouted out, "Let's go!" The Black Azura was different from all other enemies that Lin Ming had encountered in the final trials so far. This Black Azura had its own will and thoughts, and Lin Ming even suspected that he was related to the Azura Road Master. Perhaps he was an artifact spirit left behind by the Azura Road Master, or perhaps it was an incarnation produced from a tiny wisp of the Azura Road Master's consciousness. Without a single word spoken, the Black Azura suddenly punched his fist towards Lin Ming. This fist thrust out without any sign, nor did there seem to be any strength gathered unto it. It was only a simple punch, but as this Black Azura punched out, the void in front of him seemed to squeeze together due to the horrifying fist potential. The power of countless laws gathered from all directions, converging onto the Black Azura's fist. For a time, the Black Azura's fist created its own unyielding momentum. This is my slaughter fist intent. If you can receive it, then you'll have passed the first attack. The Black Azura's icy metallic voice echoed out. His first strike wasn't quick, but because of the horrifying fist potential behind it, Lin Ming was covered within it, his body stiffening and making it hard for him to move. Suddenly, it seemed as if countless demons and ghosts appeared, ranting and raving in Lin Ming's ears. Lin Ming seemed to arrive on an Azura battlefield. There was an endless smell of blood and death. Corpses lay everywhere, and rivers of blood flowed. This Azura war god was originally a death god. This slaughter-fist intent was formed from the endless infernal energy and countless lives that the Azura war god had slain. If Lin Ming's mindset wasn't firm, he would drown in this slaughter-fist intent. Even his consciousness would be melted away by this infernal energy, and he would lose sense of his own existence. In order to withstand the Black Azura's fist, not only would Lin Ming have to face the physical fist, but also the tremendous slaughter intent behind it. After understanding this, Lin Ming fiercely bit down on his tongue, using the pain to wash away any haziness in his mind. At the same time, the blue soul battle spirit flew out from within Lin Ming's spiritual sea. Woo, woo, woo. The battle spirit held out, slashing apart the void. The higher level a battle spirit was, the more difficult it was to enhance. Lin Ming's current battle spirit level was already at small success of the blue soul level. Moreover, there was grand mist energy condensed within it, making it that much stronger. As the battle spirit appeared, the immense amount of evil spirits and demons contained within the fist intent were broken apart by the blue soul battle spirit. For a time, the mournful howls of ghosts filled the air. The Black Azura's slaughter fist intent was horrifying. Even though he had only displayed a fraction of his true strength, this was enough to cause Lin Ming's battle spirit to be mired in air. It wasn't like the past, where the appearance of the battle spirit brought with it an unstoppable might. Ca. Cruel demons and evil spirits were torn apart by the blue soul battle spirit. At the same time, the light of Lin Ming's blue soul battle spirit also rapidly dimmed. This sudden turn of events caused a light of astonishment to appear in the Black Azura's eyes. He never imagined that a human like Lin Ming would have such outstanding attainments in the aspect of battle spirits. Meanwhile, the Black Azura's fist strength became even fiercer and crazier. It was like a rising tsunami shattering the void. An indescribably terrifying strength fell onto Lin Ming's body in torrents. Because of the blue soul battle spirit's counterattack, there wasn't much slaughter intent left in the Black Azura's fist. However, just the striking power of this fist was more than horrifying. This strike smashed into Lin Ming. Lin Ming's pupils shrank. The spear in his hands thrust outwards as he opened the Purple Temple Dao Palace and Heavenly Retribution Dao Palace together. For a time, Lin Ming's bodily strength rose to dozens of billions of genes. With the support of the Celestial Tyrant Manual, his strength neared that of 10 dragons. His spear collided with the Black Azura's fist. It was like a meteor crashing into the earth. The ground rose up, lifted and blown away by the terrifying shockwaves that reverberated outwards. In this tyrannical storm, Lin Ming felt a terrifying energy run down the long spear and into his body. His arms shook and blood vessels cracked apart all over his arms. The energy broke into his body, and no matter how tough his body was, it still caused his blood to tumble and his organs to be injured. Lin Ming was sent soaring backwards like a broken kite falling from the skies. In a single strike, he was forced back dozens of miles before he came to a skittering halt. He stabbed his spear into the wasteland to support himself. Both of his arms were slick with blood. In just a breath of time, Lin Ming stood up once more. He looked at the Black Azura that stood still several dozen miles away. A blazing fighting spirit burned ever bright in his eyes. The Black Azura looked at Lin Ming with surprise. He hadn't thought that Lin Ming would still be able to stand after this strike. This was because the blue soul battle spirit had broken through most of the slaughter fist intent, making it so that Lin Ming only had to withstand the physical attack of the fist itself. This caused the pressure of the attack to be reduced by a great deal. When added in with the fact that Lin Ming opened 2 Dao palaces and his body was terrifyingly strong, it wasn't too difficult for him to withstand this strike. "You have 6 hours to rest," the Black Azura expressionlessly said. Even though he was dozens of miles away, his voice was clear as it sounded out next to Lin Ming's ears. "No need. A quarter hour is enough." Lin Ming's words were firm and filled with confidence. He gripped his spear and began moving towards the Black Azura. "How amusing!" The Black Azura's hard lips moved, as if he were faintly smiling. "Since you are so confident, then very well, prepare yourself to withstand my second attack." As he spoke, the dark gray myriad demon karmic wheel that slowly spun behind the Black Azura flew up and fell in between his hands. His second strike was clearly the myriad demon karmic wheel. Lin Ming's eyes were cold and resolute. Step by step, he walked towards the Black Azura. As he walked, the ruptured flesh and blood vessels on his arms began to wriggle. His muscles and blood vessels rapidly regenerated, becoming whole again. With the support of his dual dragon and phoenix bloodlines, Lin Ming possessed a terrifying resilience. To call out a quarter hour was not because Lin Ming was arrogant or too full of himself, but because he wanted to rely on the fighting spirit that bubbled over in his body to contend with the Black Azura in a single go. Lin Ming's steps were slow and steady. In a quarter hour's time, he had walked a mere several dozen miles. At the time arrived, he just happened to reach the front of the Black Azura once more. Then, the Black Azura attacked. The spinning myriad demon karmic wheel released 10,000 beams of ghostly light. Howls filled the air, like the cries and screams of 10,000 ghosts and demons, alarming to the ears. A dreadful demonic strength gushed out around the wheel, burning around it like brilliant black flames. These flames transformed into a monstrous being with 3 heads and 6 arms. Behind this Azura phantom, 2 massive wings spread forth and unfurled in the air. This Azura phantom's 6 arms each held different weapons, and in front of its body was also a wheel of samsara. The Black Azura thrust out his palm. This myriad demon karmic wheel, like the legendary wheel of samsara that ruled over all threads of fate, hurtled towards Lin Ming. And at this time, the heretical god force within Lin Ming opened. His body erupted with energy to its limits as countless lines of the Azura laws gathered in front of him, condensing into a black wheel. This black wheel had infinite cruel demons condensed within it, and it was also being held against the chest of a 3-headed, 6-armed Azura war god. This wheel that Lin Ming summoned was exactly the same as the wheel that the Black Azura used. It was also the myriad demon karmic wheel. Seeing this, the Black Azura was startled. Myriad demon karmic wheel against myriad demon karmic wheel. This trial challenger also cultivated the Azura heavenly Tao. Chapter 1686, Profound Laws. Chapter 1686, Profound Laws. Yeah, interesting. The Black Azura lifted his hands, and the myriad demon karmic wheel came crashing down. Lin Ming didn't retreat at all. With the sound of a whirling vortex, a strange black spiritual strength shot out from his body, slowly floating atop the myriad demon karmic wheel. The black spiritual energy slowly transformed into a phantom. Roiling with dread, a black-robed man appeared within the myriad demon karmic wheel. He wore bronze armor and had the appearance of a demon. As he towered like a mountain, he emitted a black light, his pupils dark and gloomy. This man was none other than Tianmingzi. In these past years, using the myriad demon karmic wheel, Lin Ming had swallowed the souls or residual wills of many powerhouses. Among these were his mortal blood enemy Tianmingzi, the residual will of the desolate mortals within the forsaken mortal tomb, the aura of the god-beast phantoms he had destroyed, and their laws. These powerful phantoms created infinite changes within Lin Ming's myriad demon karmic wheel. Even the space around him trembled as this terrifying aura of dead spirits rampaged in all directions. A brilliant light shined in the Black Azura's eyes. He didn't think this youth would have such a gentle and calm, ethereal martial intent, but also such a cruel and powerful myriad demon karmic wheel. None of these powerful existences sealed within the myriad demon karmic wheel were a trifling matter. The Black Azura found it hard to imagine just how Lin Ming had sealed them in. And there was actually someone in front of him who dared to use the same skill to the Black Azura. This was a provocation. Within the Black Azura's heart, mighty waves began to form. The obsidian pupils of the Black Azura began to swirl like a shadow vortex. All of the black lines of the Azura heavenly Tao in the air were galvanized to an even greater degree of the power of the Azura laws, all of it gathering in the black wheel. The wheel expanded again, and the Azura phantom also grew, as if it were about to soar into the heavens, where the black flames went. Even space itself was melted away by the flickering dark power. The holes it formed in space dotted the sky like a honeycomb. The power of space poured out of these tears, rampaging in all directions. The jet-black flames blotted out the skies and came sweeping towards Lin Ming. This move, how will you meet it? The Black Azura's voice was icy cold, carrying with it a momentum that seemed as if it could destroy all wills. Lin Ming's pupils shrank. He could feel that the dark flames before him contained dense and innumerable Azura heavenly Tao laws, some of them containing the power of laws that he had never comprehended before. The gigantic and powerful pitch-black flames seemed as if they could burn apart the universe. But a heroic and daring spirit surged within Lin Ming's heart. Even if he were to be defeated, he still would not retreat. 10,000 demons, life and death. I am the Lord of Demons. Lin Ming cried out in his heart. As he did, a blood-red light flashed in his eyes. A great blood energy shot out from his skin, nose, and mouth, brilliantly shining as it flew into the myriad demon karmic wheel. In the middle of this myriad demon karmic wheel, the Azura war god developed a faint similarity to Lin Ming. The endless blood essence formed into a giant phantom of Lin Ming. This phantom grasped the phoenix blood spear, its infernal energy soaring to the heavens. In the midst of these 10,000 demons, it was like the Lord of Demons had appeared. Its lofty and arrogant aura rose as it commanded all the demons and spirits like Tianmingzi to meet the incoming enemy. In that moment, the momentum of this attack was no less than the myriad demon karmic wheel that the Black Azura had sent out. In the void, one could only see two massive spinning wheels collide against each other, smashing against each other like two grinding pans. Bang, bang, bang. Each time they collided and fought, the surrounding space would be torn apart. The phantoms within the black wheel violently battled and engulfed each other. A space storm formed, and even they were sucked into the swirling black vortex where they disappeared without a trace. Vast tracts of space were twisted apart as some ruptured pieces of demonic energy fell to the ground. They were as heavy as mountains and created unfathomable deep craters. Lin Ming had invested a tremendous amount of life essence into the myriad demon karmic wheel, so he could directly feel the spinning power of it. Every time the wheels clashed, it was like a massive grinding pan was viciously crashing into his body. His previous injuries had yet to recover, and blood shot out from his wounds. As this blood shot out from his body, they did so with such force and speed that they created holes in space. An agonizing pain that rose from the depths of his soul occupied the entirety of Lin Ming's mind. But at the same time, In this most direct collision, Lin Ming's life essence was able to touch against the myriad demon karmic wheel that the Black Azura had formed. What is that? His life essence could clearly feel the unique exquisiteness of the Black Azura's myriad demon karmic wheel. The myriad demon karmic wheel that the Black Azura formed was far more profound and large. As for the myriad demon karmic wheel that Lin Ming had formed, when compared to the Black Azura's, it was the same as comparing the home of an ordinary mortal to the majestic castle of a noble. Although Lin Ming had the support of auras from all sorts of powerhouses, when his wheel faced the more perfect myriad demon karmic wheel from the Black Azura, it began to lose ground. The reason for this gradual loss was not because of a difference in strength, but because of a difference in the subtle exquisiteness of the laws. Finally, with a loud rumbling sound, the myriad demon karmic wheel that Lin Ming formed completely exploded. At the same time, the Black Azura's myriad demon karmic wheel was also crushed into a ball of black energy. But as it stood, this remaining amount was still terrifying. It carried with it a dreadful, annihilating momentum as it came hurtling towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming's heart skipped a beat, and all the hair on his body stood on end. This black energy was the essence of the Black Azura's myriad demon karmic wheel. If he were to be struck by it, perhaps he would perish here, after burning a great amount of his life essence, and in addition worsen his wounds. Lin Ming was embattled from all sides. His current condition was miserable beyond compare, and his divine soul seemed like a candle flickering in the wind, almost unable to withstand the continued burden. But he never thought of giving up. He would not die here. Purple Temple Dao Palace. Open. Gritting his teeth, blood began flowing from Lin Ming's eyes. Suddenly, a star seemed to rise up from Lin Ming's body, shining down on the world like a bright moon. Within Lin Ming's body, the massive accumulation of vitality and life force was opened by the Purple Temple Dao Palace. Within his body, the roar of a distant dragon could be heard, ancient and primal. Its vivid aura seemed to travel through the river of time, from the distant past until now. A giant azure dragon appeared, rushing out from Lin Ming's flesh and blood. The azure dragon spanned the heavens and earth, emitting the majesty of a noble dragon. It violently clashed with the essence of the myriad demon karmic wheel. Within the void, the azure dragon was shattered like glass by the small black ball of energy. As for that small black ball of energy, it was reduced to a tiny speck that struck Lin Ming. This tiny speck rushed into Lin Ming's body. Standing high in the air, Lin Ming's entire body shook. His blood-red pupils turned incomparably strange and ghostly as a black vortex slowly swirled within them. Puff, puff. A deep and heavy force began to explode within him. In the next moment, countless bones shattered in his body. Lin Ming vomited out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground like a broken kite. The Black Azura stepped through space and immediately appeared in the skies above Lin Ming's ruined body. Standing high, he indifferently looked down at Lin Ming. 9 stars of the Dao Palace. HM. He is so young, and yet he cultivated the 9 stars of the Dao Palace. In this era, this truly is a miracle. The Black Azura appeared lost in thought. At this time, lying on the ground, Lin Ming felt endless streams of pain piercing into his brain, making him feel as if his head would explode. But at the same time, an even greater surprise appeared within Lin Ming's heart. He had obtained some new Azura laws. They were like worms in his blood, floating in his marrow. These things were comprehensions of the Black Azura's myriad demon karmic wheel after colliding with it and having a part of it smash into his body. These were truly things comprehended with valor and blood. As he comprehended these new things, his bones and muscles that were destroyed by the Azura laws began to rapidly recover under Lin Ming's control. His inner injuries beneath the influence of the Azura heavenly Tao laws began to rapidly swallow spiritual power from the surroundings to regenerate. Broken bones began to mend together. Within, his marrow gurgled as fresh blood was produced. His pale complexion began to slowly restore with a rosy tint. Within the Black Azura's pitch-black pupils, he could clearly see every minute change occurring within Lin Ming's body. So, when these new Azura heavenly Tao laws appeared, even the Black Azura revealed a different expression. Not only wasn't he killed by my myriad demon karmic wheel, but he seemed to have grasped even more things about the Azura heavenly Tao. A strange expression formed on the Black Azura's face. Such a trial challenger was far too terrifying. In that strike just now, the Black Azura estimated it would be extremely difficult for Lin Ming to withstand. After all, Lin Ming's understanding of the Azura heavenly Tao was far too limited, and it was impossible to compare their two myriad demon karmic wheels. But in the critical moment when Lin Ming faced the aftermath of the Black Azura's attack, he had opened the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, using his powerful mortal body and blood vitality to forcefully withstand the Black Azura's attack. Although Lin Ming's body had been ruined, he had still been able to preserve the source of his life. The Black Azura hadn't thought that when Lin Ming was on the precipice of life and death, he would actually obtain new comprehensions into the Azura heavenly Tao. When facing this type of person, if one didn't kill them, they would only become increasingly strong. They were the type to make breakthroughs in battle. This was an extremely dreadful kind of enemy. You have 6 hours. Afterwards, you will receive my third move. As the Black Azura's voice fell, he vanished. He remained cold and callous throughout, not showing the least bit of leniency in his role as the examiner in this trial. Lying on the ground, Lin Ming struggled to sit upright. With only 6 hours, he didn't dare to waste the tiniest bit of time. Lin Ming entered the fused martial intent, and his mind became completely empty. Behind him, the vague phantom of a Bodhi tree appeared once more. During these 6 hours, he grasped the chance to recover his wounds. Lin Ming's ruined body continued to rapidly regenerate. There was still a great deal of the power of the many heavenly materials that Lin Ming had swallowed up within his body. Now he refined these energies to make up for his missing blood vitality. When the time arrived, Lin Ming's eyes flashed open. At this time, he was slightly excited. When he faced the Black Azura's myriad demon karmic wheel, recklessly facing it head-on had been the right decision to make. This had allowed him to obtain many deeper comprehensions into the Azura heavenly Tao laws. These sorts of comprehensions could not be matched by any rewards. Chapter 1687. Pass. Chapter 1687. Pass. After slowly adjusting his mental state, Lin Ming could feel the sea-deep aura of the Black Azura swell forth around him. He looked up and saw the void being ripped apart. The indifferent Black Azura flew high in the skies, looking down at him from a commanding position. Lin Ming calmed his thoughts. "Are you ready?" the Black Azura asked. "Come." Standing in place, Lin Ming was as tall and straight as a spear. His aura was sharp like a blade that could pierce a hole through the heavens. The Black Azura didn't speak anymore. He deeply gazed at Lin Ming. No matter what happened, this young man deserved another look. The Black Azura reached out a hand. The originally empty void beside him was forcefully pulled open like slides, revealing a crack in space. From this crack, the Black Azura grasped a long spear. This spear was the weapon the Black Azura used, and also the dragon spear carved upon a relief of the gate. In the last 2 moves, the Black Azura hadn't used a weapon, instead fighting his opponent unarmed. But this time, he resorted to bringing out his weapon. At this moment, Lin Ming closed his eyes, his entire body gushing out with energy. His hair flapped in the wind, and his strength started to rapidly rise. A true dragon soared through the heavens, its boundless aura grand and magnificent, its claws shredding space to pieces. A fire phoenix carried with it an overwhelming sea of flames that blocked out the skies. One dragon and one phoenix acted as guards. As the dragon and phoenix appeared, their radiance illuminated the world, alarming all. At the same time, a massive sea of lightning appeared in the skies, filled with vitality and sparkling with beams of electricity. Above this sea of lighting bloomed a giant flame lotus. These two powers actually managed to come together in an incredible harmony, blending together as one. Each one shone with an unbelievable destructive force. This was the thunder and fire heavenly tribulation that dwelled within Lin Ming's body. In the great skies of this wasteland, more changes began to occur. The overlapping layers of gray clouds were torn apart by countless mysterious beams of light. Swathes of stars appeared in the heavens, their starlight falling down like a descending galaxy, all of their strength flowing into Lin Ming. Lin Ming bathed in this mysterious strength. His skin shimmered as more and more strength rose within his body. One at a time, giant stars began to appear in the heavens. There were 9 in total, all of them sparkling in space, floating up and down. At the same time, 9 spots on Lin Ming's body projected a blinding starlight, dazzling to the senses, as if he himself were becoming a shining star. The stars above him resonated with him like 9 beating hearts. Of the 9 stars, 2 were particularly radiant, as bright as suns in the noon sky. They were the Purple Temple Tao Palace and the Heavenly Retribution Tao Palace. The mystical strength emitted from the Purple Temple Tao Palace fused into Lin Ming's body. Large amounts of life potential and yang energy ignited within him, making his body feel hot and dry. Faint drops of life energy started to drip out from every pore on his body. They were as bright as fresh blood, like his body could not contain the overwhelming amount of boiling blood vitality within him. The Heavenly Retribution Tao Palace galvanized the momentum of the world, quickening its flow. Heavenly fire, thunder, raging currents, netherworld energy, all sorts of powers of the heavenly Tao howled in the void. Lin Ming could truly feel the incoming threat, the threat of death. If he could not block this spear, the only path left to him was death. At this time, the Black Azura attacked. A spear thrust out. A strange vortex seemed to manifest itself, swallowing in all light within this great wasteland. Lin Ming was suddenly shrouded in absolute darkness. But what was darker than this darkness was the swift and fierce spear light that came shooting out at him. This spear light was condensed within the aura of the Azura Great Tao. Lin Ming was familiar with this aura, but he also found it strange. Without a doubt, this was a domain of the Azura Heavenly Tao that Lin Ming couldn't comprehend. Space groaned as it shattered, like glass in massive tracks. The spear seemed as if it could pierce through the universe. Lin Ming felt as if it were impossible to resist, as if this spear contained the power of laws as deep and profound as the endless hells. As this long spear targeted him, his entire body fell into fear, leaving him unable to move. This was the weird response produced by the body when they encountered something incomparably terrifying. Realizing the abnormality of his body, Lin Ming's heart filled with dread and awe. Without a doubt, the Black Azura's last attack would shake the heavens and sunder the earth. No matter what, he had to withstand this spear strike. Open! Lin Ming roared out. Behind him, an ancient green tree began to rapidly rise, sending out a lofty and towering momentum. The branches and leaves of the tree grew thick and lush, generating so fast that they seemed to become a forest. Lin Ming grasped his long spear. As he gathered his spear potential, Grand Mist aura wildly appeared. In front of him, space began to shiver and twist. Grand Mist space appeared, bringing with it a great strength that seemed as if it could imprison everything. These strengths were so great that the ground beneath Lin Ming's feet began to crack and disintegrate, turning into the tiniest specks of dust that drifted into the air. Fissures split open the ground, spreading out in all directions. The ground beneath Lin Ming gave way to space, as if an unfathomable abyss opened up beneath him. He grit his teeth, and with a loud shout all of this strength poured into the pitch-black spear in his hands. Bang! The towering heretical god tree collided with the Black Azura's spear light, and was immediately pierced through. However, a tiny amount of the spear's black energy also dissipated in the process. Soon after, the phoenix and dragon crashed into the spear light, the powers of thunder and fire heavenly tribulations, the purple temple Tao Palace, the heavenly retribution Tao Palace, thick essence energy that filled the air. All of this crashed upwards like a blood-red meteor surrounded by a storm, together with the misty grand mist space that carried with it the aura of the beginning. Everything struck the pitch-black long spear. All of these strengths were enough to shock the world, and each one was more mysterious and powerful than the last. The pitch-black spear was annihilated at a speed visible to the naked eye. Mysterious Azura heavenly Tao runes were torn off the spear light like motes of light and destroyed, creating tiny primitive black holes. It was strange and captivating. Good. An unusual expression appeared on the Black Azura's face. He faintly stared at Lin Ming. The black spear he shot out only had 10 foot or so left remaining, but the grand mist space that Lin Ming summoned began to crack, and the grand mist energy within it was already extremely transparent. It's still not enough. Lin Ming clenched his teeth and cried out once more. A deep bass sound echoed out from within his body, as if his body itself had become a universe. The strange vibrato seemed to emit from the deepest point within him. Above Lin Ming's spear point, a pitch-black energy vortex appeared. As this vortex appeared, it was like a stone had been dropped on a lake's surface as intense spatial ripples appeared all around. Whirl, whirl, whirl. The surrounding space began disintegrating. A wild space storm appeared and swept out in all directions, sharper and deadlier than a hail of blades. All of the strengths within this world, even the remnant strength of the myriad demon karmic wheel floating in the void, was sucked in by this vortex. This was a technique from the Divine Seal art created by Empyrean Divine Seal, Eternal Darkness. A black hole was the hardest celestial body in the universe. With this black hole as a shield, he welcomed the incoming spear light. With this move, Lin Ming's body was thoroughly exhausted. His blood vitality was in deep debt, and only the purple temple Tao Palace within him was fanning the fires of life within his body, giving him enough energy to move. Seeing this black hole sweep up into the skies, the Black Azura's complexion slightly changed. The black spear was swept into this dark vortex. Within it, endless detonations of thunder and fire exploded. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The energy blown off the spear light came hurtling towards Lin Ming. At this time, Lin Ming had already given his everything, and it was impossible for him to resist the shock waves of the spear light. His body was struck and steams of blood shot out like arrows from his body. Lin Ming was like a fading candle in a storm. His body wavered, swinging about like a broken swing. Unable to suppress the injuries within his body, he suddenly vomited out a mouthful of blood. But at this time, the endless explosion stopped. A small but sharp, black long spear rushed out from the black vortex, shooting towards Lin Ming. In that moment, Lin Ming's pupils shrank. He was already a lamp without oil. It was impossible for him to block this strike. Lin Ming's heart skipped a beat. He thought he would die in the next moment. However, this feeling was only for a fleeting moment. As the black spear shot through Lin Ming's face, although it was still sharp and threatening, it actually passed straight through his body. It turned out this was only the Black Asura's spear intent. Although the spear intent was strong, the entire Black Spear's Asura heavenly Tao strength was already worn down to nothing. To Lin Ming, who understood the Asura heavenly Tao laws to an extent, this only scared him and couldn't threaten his life. 3 moves passed. This was the last thought that flashed through Lin Ming's mind. In the next moment, his body fluttered down from the skies like a piece of cotton. At this time, Lin Ming's true essence, astral essence, spirit essence, and blood vitality were completely exhausted. His consciousness dimmed as he fainted. Chapter 1688, a taunt. Chapter 1688, a taunt. All of the heavenly materials Lin Ming ate had been slowly absorbed by him during his prolonged battle. Slowly, the essence of these materials subtly integrated into his body. In truth, to the current Lin Ming, whose mortal body, soul, and inner world were already extremely powerful, these heavenly materials weren't too advantageous. To Lin Ming, the most precious things he obtained was the harvest he made in the laws during those seemingly endless battles. The opponents he faced in the Gate of Laws all had different combat methods, utilizing different laws. After experiencing the might of these laws, Lin Ming was able to broaden his horizons and obtain a far greater harvest. In particular, during his final battle with the Black Asura, which gave Lin Ming an even deeper understanding of the Asura heavenly Tao. However, all of this required time to digest. Although Lin Ming seemed unconscious, the truth was that all sorts of fragments of the great Tao laws were submerged in his spiritual sea, slowly fusing into his very being and giving him new understandings. As Lin Ming was continuing his trial, what was happening outside the Gate of Laws, on the 3rd level of the final trial, was a completely different scene altogether. The first group of people who successfully reached the 3rd level were the weakest of the trial challengers. They were people who chose the easiest mortal step level difficulty, and within the mortal step level difficulty, one only needed to cross the aerial bridge to pass. There was no need to step onto the ancient continent and battle the numerous opponents that manifested from the laws of the 33 heavens. As such, they only needed 3 to 4 days to pass the Gate of Laws. Afterwards, they could obtain their rewards and enter the 4th level. But this 4th level was far more perilous than the last 2 levels. There was a dramatic rise in difficulty. On the 4th level, it could be said that every step was filled with murderous intent. Every step was a life or death crisis. After a good number of trial challengers perished, many others decided to give up continuing the final trial and return to the 3rd level. After all, these people were all extraordinary individuals of their respective influences, and they had a glorious future awaiting them. After they visited the 4th level, they realized that with their strength, they were far more likely to die than to survive. For them, they definitely wouldn't go there just to die in vain. Without a doubt, the final trial had many great lucky chances within. But if one didn't even have their life, what use were these lucky chances? So more and more people returned to the 3rd level. The 3rd level was a place without danger. It was only meant for trial challengers to receive their rewards and rest. These people planned to wait here until the end of the final trial arrived. At that time, they would all be collectively teleported back to the inner Asura Road at some random place above the Asura Sea. And at this time, the Gate of Laws began to slowly spin as another batch of trial challengers emerged. The one leading the group was a high-spirited young man wearing a star crown. He was the Divine Void 3rd Crown Prince. Your Highness Crown Prince. As the Divine Void 3rd Crown Prince appeared, many people who came from influences closely related to Divine Void Divine Kingdom came to greet him. Congratulations, Crown Prince, Your Highness, on obtaining victory and perfectly passing the trial. Someone immediately sensed the mood and began to flatter him as much as he could. Just by looking at the Crown Prince's energetic and happy expression, one could correctly guess that his trial had gone smoothly. And in fact, he wasn't wrong. The Divine Void Crown Prince had obtained the highest completion percent possible in the Earth step difficulty at 36%. Indeed, this level of accomplishment is truly worthy of Your Highness the Crown Prince. I think that Your Highness's Earth step difficulty was far too low. Perhaps the Heaven step difficulty would have been just right. Ha! After confirming that the Divine Void Crown Prince had indeed perfectly passed, many people began to compliment him. However, the Divine Void Crown Prince's smile didn't last too long. Soon after, the Gate of Laws shook once more. Big Flame, the direct disciple of Heavenly Union Divine Kingdom's Divine Emperor, had appeared. Big Flame also had a wide smile on his rotund face. It was clear to everyone that he too had perfectly passed the trial. This left the Divine Void Crown Prince frowning a little. When he was undergoing the Earth step difficulty, the process hadn't been too easy for him. He was originally hoping to roll over Big Flame with his score, but now it seemed they had both emerged even with each other. For a time, the third Crown Prince and Big Flame became the focus of the entire audience. The two of them could be said to be brimming with success, although the Earth step difficulty was only the second level of difficulty. It wasn't simple at all. Perfectly passing was an extremely difficult task, and even many proud children of heaven from the various great influences here had only completed a part of it. For the two to perfectly pass, they would be praised once they returned to their respective true divinity, holy lands. At this time, Suya, Mo, Bright Moon, and the others were all looking towards the blood-red Azura level difficulty exit from the Gate of Laws. In such a festive atmosphere, the two of them were actually feeling worried and anxious because of their profound trust in Lin Ming. Even though he had chosen the Azura level difficulty that no one had passed in billions of years, they still anticipated a miracle to occur. Lin Ming had been far too hasty in choosing the Azura level difficulty. Before others had enough time to fully explain to him the situation, the Gate of Laws had opened and sucked him in. They didn't think Lin Ming could complete much of the Azura level difficulty. As long as he passed through alive, they would already be thanking the heavens and earth. What is it? Junior Apprentice Sister Suya, do you have any troubles on your mind? A light voice echoed out, causing Suya to frown. She turned to see a robed man walking towards her with a smile on his face. This person was Duke Fullmoon. Duke Fullmoon had chosen the Earth step difficulty. Although he didn't perfectly complete it, his performance had been adequate, and he had obtained a great many things from the battles. From this alone, Duke Fullmoon was more than satisfied. Although the third Crown Prince and Big Flame were the two who blossomed in splendor within the Gate of Laws trial, Duke Fullmoon was still in an extremely good mood. At this time, he held on to a folding fan, slowly fanning himself with an imposing expression on his face. He certainly knew what Suya was worrying about. The reason he deliberately brought it up was to bring Suya down a notch. He remembered that at the start of the Divine Rune City auction, when he met Suya at the entrance, Suya had treated him coldly because of Lin Ming's presence. Duke Fullmoon had kept this memory to heart. It's nothing. Suya's voice was cold and desolate, as if she didn't care about Duke Fullmoon's presence at all. Duke Fullmoon thought little of it. He chuckled and said, "What? Are you still thinking that Lin Ming will come out alive? It seems that Junior Apprentice Sister Suya really has a deep affection towards this Lin Ming. But what a pity heroes in their youth simply do not know their own weight. To choose the Azura difficulty so recklessly just to win the attention of others, and yet the result is that no one cares about him. All his grandstanding has come to nothing." Duke Fullmoon smiled, his eyes sweeping over everyone else. Nearly everyone was gathered around the Divine Void, Third Crown Prince, and Big Flame. Indeed, no one cared about Lin Ming. In this final trial, Lin Ming wasn't able to arouse much interest at all. After all, these people weren't familiar with him and only knew he was the creator of the Lin logo divine runic symbols. When Lin Ming chose the Azura level difficulty, the others were startled, but that was all. After a moment, they realized Lin Ming was just putting on an act, and he likely had some mental problems. Soon, everyone put this matter at the back of their minds. Now, they were all busy trying to be on good terms with the third Crown Prince and Big Flame. The third Crown Prince and Big Flame both came from true divinity-level influences, and their talent was also extremely good. If those here could be on good terms with them, this relationship might be of help to them in the future. As the third Crown Prince and Big Flame were surrounded by a crowd of people, they slowly floated upwards. They were about to choose their own immortal palace reward. But at this time, the gate of laws violently shook once more. A blue-clothed woman flew out from the gate of laws. Her clothes floated behind her, and her entire body shined with pale blue law runes. She was like an immortal fairy exiled from the highest 9 heavens. This person was Soul Empress Sheng Mei. She had perfectly passed the heaven step smelting trial difficulty. Not just that, but her clothes were unstained and her appearance was otherworldly. It was clear she still had a great deal of strength remaining. Everyone was stunned. They soon looked up at her. Sheng Mei, she came from the heaven step difficulty. Too fierce. Look at her unbothered appearance. It seems she has perfectly completed it. Some people cried out in alarm, but Sheng Mei didn't bother with these people. Instead, as soon as she appeared, she flew directly towards an immortal palace. The immortal palace she chose was as large as a mountain. The one she chose was a second-rank immortal palace. Whoosh! Soul Empress Sheng Mei flew into the immortal palace without stopping at all. The entire process was like a comet passing through the skies, free and easy, filled with beauty. She is truly worthy of being called Soul Empress Sheng Mei. Even after completing the heaven step difficulty, she is still so calm. We are far inferior to the likes of her, the divine Void Crown Prince whispered, his face still as happy and joyful as a spring breeze. He didn't envy Sheng Mei's results at all, because he and Sheng Mei never stood on the same plane to begin with. So there was no reason to compare himself with her. She was someone who stood at the peak of the entire soul race. Within every spiritus of the 33 heavens, she was the highest status woman there was. She was a character that could stand on par with Soul Emperor Divine Void. So there was no meaning in competing with her. Haha, Crown Prince is too modest. Soul Empress Sheng Mei is a divine being, but if the Crown Prince is compared to Soul Empress Sheng Mei, the differences aren't too great. Crown Prince can still show disdain for all other heroes. Many people began to flatter once more. They couldn't match up to Sheng Mei, but they could establish relations with the divine Void Crown Prince. So, when Sheng Mei appeared, she didn't steal the limelight of the divine Void Crown Prince. As many people were speaking, the gate of laws shook once more. Chapter 1688b, The Shadow in the Vortex. Chapter 1688b, The Shadow in the Vortex. Everyone was stunned and looked towards the gate of laws. They saw that it was the exit of the heaven step difficulty that was shaking. Someone else came out? Before everyone had time to respond, a black-clothed young girl came hurtling out. This young girl had a simple and beautiful appearance. Her body was slender and her complexion was only slightly pale. There was a bit of blood that stained her clothes. It was clear it hadn't been easy for her to pass the gate of laws. This young girl that looked to be 17 to 18 years old was actually Xiao Moxian. She also passed. Many people were surprised. They originally believed that if Xiao Moxian were to enter the heaven step difficulty, the chances were she would have more misfortune than good luck, but they never imagined she would successfully pass the trial. It isn't strange. If I enter the heaven step difficulty, I can also pass, but my completion percent would be far too low. The benefits simply aren't worth the cost. The divine void crown prince suddenly spoke at this time. Although it sounded like he was boasting, he was actually correct. If he could perfectly complete the earth step difficulty, that meant that even though he could pass the heaven step difficulty, he would at most obtain a 40 to 50% completion rate. But with this completion rate, the rewards wouldn't be as good as perfectly completing the earth step difficult. That woman was with Lin Ming, right? Yes, she's likely Lin Ming's woman. I really underestimated her. Even so, look at her. It seems she has reached her limits. She probably barely passed. Ha! That might not be so. The divine void crown prince shook his head. As he looked at Xiao Moxian, there was a hint of appreciation in her eyes. It's already impressive for her to pass the heaven step difficulty. Now, I'm curious as to what her completion percent is. 20%, 30%, or perhaps she just barely managed to pass. Little Sister Sienna, are you okay? Seeing Xiao Moxian's bloodstained clothes, M.O. Bright Moon felt her heart tighten. When Xiao Moxian had chosen the heaven step difficulty, she had indeed felt nervous. But because she had experienced Xiao Moxian's strength, she knew that even though Xiao Moxian couldn't compare to Xing Mei, she should still be able to survive the Gate of Laws without a problem. Now, she saw Xiao Moxian come out. Although it seemed Xiao Moxian had approached her limits, at least she was safe and well. M.O. Bright Moon could finally relax. I'm good. Xiao Moxian gripped her fists. Although her tumbling blood vitality was in an extremely poor state, she still had an excited expression on her face. Little Sister Sienna, you must make haste and adjust your condition. Suya quickly took out a wound recovery pill. She and M.O. Bright Moon didn't ask about Xiao Moxian's completion percent. This was not the right time to ask about such matters. Xiao Moxian's wounds came first, and they were also still worried about Lin Ming. Really, women are no inferior to men. I must say, I admire her. Duke Fullmoon rubbed his chin, watching Xiao Moxian with a brilliant light in his eyes. This woman's talent was far too amazing. Even though she barely passed, she still surpassed over 95% of those present. Moreover, she had outstanding looks. This caused Duke Fullmoon to feel not so good in his heart. How had such a good piece of cabbage been grabbed up by a pig? That boy, Lin Ming, was far too blessed when it came to women. Luckily, Lin Ming was far too stupid and entered the Azura level difficulty like the fool he was. Chances were he had already died by now. If this was true, this woman was now alone. Thinking of this, Duke Fullmoon began to develop tempting thoughts. He thought of taking Xiao Moxian under his wings. Since he was rising to fame, he needed to build up his own power and forces. If he could capture Xiao Moxian's body and mind, she would undoubtedly be an excellent dual cultivation partner. Not only could he drink deep in his lust for her, but it would also be a great help for himself. This miss is called Sienna, right? What amazing abilities you have. It seems we have had some misunderstandings before, but to meet today in the final trial could be called a stroke of luck. As they say, you won't know someone unless you fight them. No matter what problems we've had in the past with each other, allow me take the initiative to apologize for anything I might have done wrong. How about we clean away any past animosities we might have? Xiao Moxian was already sitting down, about to enter meditation to restore her wounds. After she received Suya's pill and was about to swallow it down, she heard this disgusting and repugnant voice sound out in her ears. As she looked up, she saw Duke Fullmoon swinging his fan, looking down at her with a proud and happy expression. It was like Xiao Moxian had just finished a wonderful meal, and just as she was basking in the enjoyment of it, she discovered a giant fly on her plate. Not only did any happy feelings she had had disappear, but she was even a little enraged. You want to apologize? Isn't your skin too thick? Who do you think you are? I don't even remember who you are. Xiao Maxian icily said, not bothering with Duke Fullmoon. Ha ha, Miss Sienner is too playful. Don't we martial artists have photographic memories? How could Miss Sienner possibly not remember me? Duke Fullmoon said, putting on his most noble and elegant demeanor. Since he had thoughts of taking in this woman, he naturally had to endure her temper a little. But who knew that Xiao Maxian wouldn't fall for his act? She ignored him, treating him as if he was nothing more than empty air. Xiao Maxian swallowed the pill and started to meditate. Duke Fullmoon frowned. Even he had limited patience. In front of so many people, Xiao Maxian had done the same as slapping him across the face. He naturally didn't feel good about this. He spoke, his voice much icier. Smart birds and beasts know where to make their home, and wise men understand their circumstances. You aren't counting on your lover leaving the gate of laws, right? He. If he kept a little lower profile with his little cheap tricks in the divine runic arts, he might have caused some small influences to have some interest in him. But what a pity! Duke Fullmoon coldly sneered. But this sneer actually caused a deep killing intent to flash in Xiao Maxian's eyes. She was originally a daughter of the demon and monster race, and towards her enemies she would feel no pity, nor would she show mercy. In particular, this Duke Fullmoon had actually touched upon her reverse scale of rage, cursing Lin Ming to die. It had to be known that even though Xiao Maxian had 120% confidence in Lin Ming, this final trial was still established by the Azura Roadmaster. The difficulty Lin Ming chose was the hardest one there was, so how could it be easy to pass? Xiao Maxian feared Lin Ming would try to chase perfection and choose to challenge some test that surpassed his limits, finally meeting danger. As Xiao Maxian heard Duke Fullmoon speak such words, a deep and profound killing intent began to swell up within her. She subconsciously traced her spatial ring. But this action caused Suya's heart to skip a beat. Suya quickly stopped Xiao Maxian by saying, "Little Sister Sienna, don't be impulsive. There are many people here. You absolutely cannot start a fight." Duke Fullmoon's complexion had completely darkened. He finally became aware that this woman belonged to Lin Ming until her death, and would never submit to anyone else. If so, he was done being kind to her. "You want to kill me? How interesting. It seems you would rather do things the hard way. I urge you to consider your circumstances some more, with your strength and your background. Do you have the capital to contend with me? If that little beast, Lin Ming, were still alive, and the Divine Runic Masters Guild was here to support you, I might fear you a little. But now, who else do you have?" As Duke Fullmoon spoke, the gate of laws trembled once more. Duke Fullmoon was startled. He turned to look at this strange time. Just who had come out? As Duke Fullmoon saw what was happening, surprise flitted across his face. This time, it was the exit to the Azura level difficulty that was shaking. For a time, the noisy crowd calmed down. Even the Crown Prince and Big Flame, who were ready to soar towards their immortal palace rewards, stopped, surprised that there was something occurring at the exit to the Azura level difficulty. The deep red gate of laws was the color of blood. Its shaking was abnormal. Not only did violent surges of energy start spinning around, but even the power of laws nearby stirred up. The feeling it gave off was as if there was a terrifying storm developing within the gate of laws. There's a change in the Azura level gate, or could it be? The divine void crown prince felt his heart turn cold. This sort of feeling was as if there was a problem itself with the Azura level gate, as if some extraordinary accident was about to occur. As for the words yet to be spoken, he didn't finish them. He thought it might be Lin Ming coming out, but he soon overruled these thoughts. As the divine void crown prince's voice fell, all of the other martial artists immediately raised their guards. In the final trial, anything was possible. If there was a problem with the Azura level gate, it could be a multitude of things. For instance, there could be a terrifying flow of energy rushing out, or it could even be some of the powerful enemies used to test trial challengers. Nothing would be strange. In this sort of situation, no one was willing to bet their lives on chance. In particular, the weaker young elites began to retreat. And at this time, with a loud bang, an explosion that shook the heavens and earth blew out, the Azura level gate violently detonated. A savage flux of energy swept out. All of the martial artists outside were surprised. They quickly raised shields of true essence or astral essence to protect themselves, but many of them were still sent flying backwards. There were some of them that already planned to turn tail and run. Even the divine Void Crown Prince and the others were completely vigilant of their surroundings. As for that violent flux of energy, it didn't last for long. It soon gathered back together, converging at the Azura level gate, forming a blood-red vortex. Everyone was bewildered. As they looked towards that blood-red vortex, they immediately saw a silhouette appear. This person had disheveled hair and ruined clothes, slowly stepping out and dragging a spear behind him. Every step this person took seemed to resonate with the heartbeats of all martial artists outside. The flexible armor covering his body had been shattered to pieces, and his boots were nothing but strips of barely intact cloth. It was hard to imagine what sort of ruinous battle he had just been in, but in contrast to his harried appearance, his eyes flashed like bolts of lightning in the night sky. Even the blood-red light of the Azura level gate was unable to cover up the blinding light of his spirit. His eyes shook everyone present, as if they were all seen through by him. The moment this person's shadow appeared, Duke Fullmoon froze like statue. For a long time, the only movement was his wildly twitching throat. He gulped again and again, and then finally said with a trembling voice, "That person, that man, that is Lin Ming." Lin Ming, the Divine Runic Masters Guild's Lin Ming. Many people cried out together with Duke Fullmoon. Lin Ming had come out. He had come out from the Azura level difficulty gate of laws. This was unbelievable. In this moment, as Suya saw Lin Ming, her eyes became wet. Her understanding of Lin Ming was far worse than Xiao Maxian's. She originally thought Lin Ming's chances of survival were slim, with 9 chances of death and 1 chance of life. But now that she saw Lin Ming appear, she was ecstatic. Lin Ming's completion percent was unimportant. As long as he could emerge alive, that was all that mattered. "Big Brother Lin, you really passed," Xiao Maxian happily shouted. She ran towards Lin Ming and flew into his arms like a gust of wind. According to what she knew of Lin Ming, since Lin Ming was able to come out, he would inevitably have obtained a massive harvest from the Azura level difficulty. Lin Ming's character was that of one who didn't concede easily. No matter what he tried to do, as long as he did it, he would put his all into it. Big Brother Lin. At this time, Xiao Maxian sniffed. Even though she was confident in Lin Ming, emotions were irrational. She feared that Lin Ming might have experienced some accident. Only upon feeling Lin Ming's warm and solid chest did she feel relieved. "I'm fine." Lin Ming gently rubbed Xiao Maxian's head. He let out a long sigh. This trial hadn't been easy at all. Facing the Black Azura's last attack, he had nearly lost his life then and there. Chapter 1689. Flying towards the Immortal Palace. Chapter 1689. Flying towards the Immortal Palace. Suya naturally couldn't show such open emotions like Xiao Maxian. With Lin Ming's safe return, she tried to remain as calm and serene on the outside as she could. "Sir Lin, thank the heavens and earth you managed to come out safely." Mo, Bright Moon, also came forwards. She asked with concern, "Lin Ming, are you wounded?" Looking at Lin Ming's appearance, it was hard to imagine what sort of brutal battle he had just undergone. That sort of scene must have been shocking. Behind Mo Bright Moon, Fanny Fafa and Thousand Slaughter also rushed up to congratulate Lin Ming. Thousand Slaughter heavily patted Lin Ming's shoulder, not saying anything. Although they had only met some time ago, he and Lin Ming had fought side by side, and there was some camaraderie between them. Lin Ming's teammates and friends. All of them celebrated his arrival. As for the other martial artists, they were still stewing in their shock, unable to regain their composure. The storm in the Azura level gate just now was unusually fierce and wild, leaving all of them panic-stricken. They never imagined the real reason for this storm was that Lin Ming had completed the Azura level gate of Law's trial. Azura level difficulty. It had already been unknown billions of years since anyone had chosen this path. No one knew just what sort of scene would occur after passing it. How can this be? He's clearly a divine runic master, and learning the divine runic arts requires a massive amount of time. In particular, to reach Lin Ming's level in the divine runic arts required an incredibly long time. I heard he has a skeletal age of 100 years, and his divine runic arts have reached unbelievable heights. So how can his individual strength be so abnormal? Can he really be some old monster in disguise? Old monster? There's no need to lie to us. There's no meaning in doing so anyways. Don't forget, the higher your skeletal age in this trial, the more difficult the trials will be that you face. If you think Lin Ming is really an old master, could he pass the Azura level trial? It was unknown who said this, but the hearts of everyone suddenly went cold. That's right. If there was a martial artist over 10,000 years of age that stepped upon the ancient continent and faced the manifestations of laws here, the opponents they would face might be at the Empyrean level. To fight Empyrean after Empyrean, just who could withstand that? The Gate of Law's smelting trial was the same as confirming Lin Ming's age. So everyone that suspected Lin Ming's talent wasn't able to say a single thing to him. This brat. Duke Fullmoon's lips twitched, his heart burning with anger. He just barely managed to pass that trial in such a miserable condition. He injured himself in order to crawl into the limelight and show off. And yet to do so, he gave up his chance of perfectly passing. What's there to be proud of? Duke Fullmoon's jealousy towards Lin Ming had already reached the pinnacle. He was well aware that no matter what Lin Ming's completion percentage was, his talent had surpassed his own by a great amount. Duke Fullmoon's words were not approved by anyone else. In the world of martial artists, those with strength had status, those with strength had respect. Some people side beside Duke Fullmoon. Even if his completion percentage is 0, that is also too freaking amazing. I fear even the Divine Void Third Crown Prince or Big Flame wouldn't have the courage to say they could enter the Azura level difficulty and come out alive, even with 0 completion percentage. Moreover, Lin Ming is a divine runic master, so combat is for him something he only does on the side. Many people repeatedly mentioned Lin Ming's attainments as a divine runic master, but they couldn't help but do this. His skills in the divine runic arts were too well known. As these words fell into Duke Fullmoon's ears, he felt them extremely grating to hear. However, there were some people that agreed with Duke Fullmoon. For instance, the Divine Void Third Crown Prince and Big Flame. They were originally the leading heroes of this final trial, and because they had perfectly completed the Earth Step Gate of Laws, there were many people that gathered around them to flatter them. They had been in high spirits this entire time. But now Lin Ming's appearance had snatched away their limelight and also struck them in the face. Now it seemed that their self-satisfied accomplishments, everything that they were so excited and ecstatic over, was the same as the plays of a clown. They could lose to Soul Empress Xingmei. That was the natural state of affairs. But they would not allow themselves to lose to a junior like Lin Ming. If you can't obtain any completion percentage, it's useless anyways. The rewards of the final trial are decided by the completion percentage you have at the end. If your completion percentage is low, what meaning is there in even attempting it? The Third Crown Prince coldly snorted. Big Flame also lowered his voice as he said, I also want to know just how many completion percentage points this grandstanding fellow has. There were no eternal friends or enemies, only eternal benefits. Big Flame and the Third Crown Prince originally hated the sight of each other, but that was because they were both struggling to take the spotlight in this final trial and become the top person here. That would be the greatest honor for them, and also the greatest honor for their sect. Their struggles here were the same as their struggles for their own future. But now, their limelight had been stolen by Lin Ming, so what use was it to continue struggling against each other? As such, Lin Ming had now become their common unifying enemy. The two of them immediately banded together to present a unified front. At this time, Lin Ming was talking with Suya, Mo Bright Moon, and the others. He just learned from Suya what the reward for the Gate of Laws was. As he looked up, he could see the countless immortal palaces that filled the skies. These immortal palaces filled the heavens like stars. There were large ones and small ones, all of them in varied styles and sizes. Lin Ming, if you wish to enter the immortal palaces, you will need a sufficient completion percentage. Even the lowest level one, the immortal palaces the size of a thatched hut, require at least a 30% completion. But the imperial palace-sized immortal palaces, they require 35%. As for the mountain-sized immortal palaces that Sheng Mei entered, they require 40% completion. As Suya spoke, she looked at Lin Ming with some worry in her eyes. She was afraid Lin Ming wouldn't have enough completion percentage to enter the imperial palace-sized immortal palaces. If this were true, Lin Ming would truly have suffered a loss. Otherwise, if he were to enter the heaven step difficulty with his strength, he might have been able to compare with Sheng Mei. Oh, so there were such rules. Lin Ming also found it strange. When he passed through the Gate of Laws, the Black Azura had said that as long as he could receive 3 moves, he would be given a reward, and that this reward would be one of the most precious rewards in the Azura Road's final trial. But after passing the trial, he had yet to see anything. Right now, he learned that these rewards were all held within the immortal palaces. As Lin Ming recalled how the Black Azura had described the reward as one of the most precious, Lin Ming felt his blood rush to his head. He impatiently wanted to know just what the reward was. His eyes soon locked onto the largest immortal palace in the sky, the one the size of a planet. That immortal palace had the most terrifying aura. It was also expected that the precious reward the Black Azura described would be in that immortal palace. When Suya saw Lin Ming was looking at the planet-sized immortal palace, she sighed and said, "That planet-sized immortal palace is the only one of its kind within the entire 3rd level. Even if you pass through the heaven step difficulty, you still wouldn't have enough completion percentage to enter. I fear only through perfectly passing the Azura level trial would one be allowed to enter. My estimation is that in the last several billion years, there has never been anyone that has entered. As for what rewards are inside, no one knows." In Suya's heart, that immortal palace was no different from a bedtime story. It was only meant to be looked at, not obtained. No one has gone in for billions of years. Lin Ming's eyebrows arched up. This wasn't too surprising. All he had to do was recall how abnormally difficult the Gate of Laws had been for him to realize this. He already had an extremely high level of talent, and also understood the Azura Heavenly Tao, which gave him a massive advantage. But even so, he had nearly lost his life in order to pass. That's right. These immortal places are not just the area to take your reward, but also the entrance to the 4th level. If your completion percentage isn't enough, you can't even enter the 4th floor. Suya gave a detailed explanation. At this time, Lin Ming grasped Xiao Moxin's hand and said, "Come, let's go take our rewards, and then go to the 4th level." As Lin Ming spoke, he turned to Mo Bright Moon and the others and said, "Everyone, let's go together." "Great!" Mo Bright Moon, Thousand Slaughter, Fanny Fafa, and Suya all nodded and flew upwards. Lin Ming flew in the front. His speed wasn't quick, but his movements seemed weightless. Soon, he flew up thousands of feet. The immortal palaces were coming closer and closer. At this time, Lin Ming discovered something strange. Besides his group of people, no one else had moved. The rewards were in the air, but no one went to take them. Rather, they sat beside ancient trees, laid down on the ground, floated in air, or were doing nothing at all. They weren't even recuperating or discussing potential tactics for the fourth level. Rather, they were all looking at Lin Ming. On the faces of these people were a multitude of emotions. There was curiosity, playfulness, admiration, ridicule, and more. But without a doubt, every single one of them was waiting for Lin Ming to make his choice. Lin Ming immediately understood what was happening. They all wanted to see just what his completion percentage was, and they couldn't be blamed for wanting to know. Lin Ming was the only one in the last billions of years to have chosen the Azura level difficulty, and the only one they had ever heard of surviving. They all wanted to know just what his completion percentage was. The divine void third crown Price traced his chin, a happy and thoughtful expression on his face. The Azura level difficulty was something even Soul Empress Shang Mei could only complete a portion of. And if one completed only a portion, they could only choose the second-rate mountain-sized immortal palaces or the third-rate imperial palace-sized immortal palaces. If Lin Ming barely managed to pass and his completion percentage was too low, perhaps he might only be able to choose the hut-sized immortal palace. If Lin Ming rumbled out from the Azura level gate, passing through endless slaughter and facing epic fights that shook the heavens to do so, and even nearly losing his life in the process, if he were to choose the hut-sized immortal palace in the end, then that would be far too great a joke. As long as he could mock Lin Ming, he could naturally restore the shame he felt. At that time, he would enter his imperial palace-sized immortal palace and slap Lin Ming across the face. Big Flame was also thinking the same thing as the third crown prince. As for Duke Full Moon, there was no need to mention him. No one wanted more than him to see Lin Ming smash his head into a barrier. Lin Ming's movements slowed. He frowned. He hadn't expected such a scene to occur. If he didn't choose his immortal palace, everyone would just be waiting for him. Lin Ming originally didn't want his choice to be seen by others, but now it seemed unavoidable. Moreover, it seemed many martial artists remaining in the third level were considerably weaker. For instance, the first batch of martial artists that passed through the Gate of Laws had chosen their rewards before entering the fourth level, but because they couldn't withstand the dangers of the fourth level, they were forced back to the third level, where they had to wait until the final trial ended, and were teleported out. In any event, it was impossible for Lin Ming to wait for them. Chapter 1690, Entering the Planet-Sized Immortal Palace. Chapter 1690, Entering the Planet-Sized Immortal Palace. Big Brother Lin, what are you worrying about? Xiao Moxian softly asked as she saw Lin Ming's frown. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment, but then said, I just don't want my choice to be seen by others in order to prevent the news from passing out. There might be those with evil intentions coveting my reward. Even if the reward cannot be transferred to others, there might still be those who will harm me in order to confirm what occurred. The final trial created by the Azura Road Master was far too important. There would likely be some old monster that would ignore all convention and shame to attack him. If so, even the Divine Runic Masters Guild couldn't shelter him. If the treasures left behind by the Azura Road Master were compared to improved divine runic symbols, they were simply of two completely different categories. This brat, isn't he going? He probably found out the immortal palaces require a completion percentage. So now he's scared. The Divine Void Crown Prince and Duke Full Moon were both waiting to see Lin Ming make a joke of himself. Now that they saw Lin Ming suddenly pause midair, they thought he was likely panic-stricken after discovering the requirements for entering into the different immortal palaces. With so many people watching him make his choice, Lin Ming was probably fearful he would embarrass himself. How interesting! I want to take a good look and see just what you will do. Duke Full Moon smugly said, pleased with himself. who cared how much talent Lin Ming had. For him to produce such laughable results in the end, that was truly a joke. Thousand Slaughter and Fanny Fafa also stopped in surprise as they saw Lin Ming come to a pause. "Brother Lin, what's the problem?" "Nothing." Lin Ming idled for a moment, pondering his choice. News about this event would only be spread out once the final trial ended. Moreover, it seemed that the trial challengers would be teleported to random places above the Azure Sea. In the vast Azure Sea, he would only teleport into the midst of a group of old monsters if he had extremely poor luck. Moreover, even if he were teleported into the midst of some old monsters, they still wouldn't immediately know what rewards Lin Ming had obtained from the final trial. In fact, they might not even know who he was. At that time, it wouldn't be too difficult for Lin Ming to leave, and he also had the Azure Command. As long as he had a little time, he could activate the Azure Command and return to the Outer Azure Road. The Outer Azure Road was far safer. From there, Lin Ming could leave the Azure Road and return to the Divine Realm. When he did, his nearly 60-year journey in the Azure Road would come to a conclusion. Thinking of this, Lin Ming didn't bother with the potential consequences any longer. Even if those old fellows of the Azure Road had designs on him, what could they do? Lin Ming smiled. He started to move forwards again, much faster than before, immediately zipping out from the group. In the final trial's third level, the different sizes of immortal palaces were at different heights. The highest number, the thatched hut-sized immortal palace, hung at a generally lower altitude. As for the larger immortal palaces, the bigger they were, the higher they floated. Lin Ming was extremely quick. In the blink of an eye, he passed through the innumerable smaller immortal palaces and towards the third-ranked ones. Is he going to enter the third-ranked immortal palaces? The Divine Void Crown Prince and Big Flame frowned. In order to enter the third-ranked immortal palace, that required that one achieved a considerably higher completion percent in the Earth Step Gate of Law's difficulty. Of the many people still remaining on the third level, over 90% of them failed to enter the third-ranked immortal palaces. They could only choose the lowest fourth-ranked immortal palaces. If Lin Ming chose the third-ranked immortal palaces, that would be the same result as the both of them. If so, they wouldn't have any superiority to him. Moreover, the key point was that Lin Ming had chosen the most difficult Azure level Gate of Laws, and had even achieved a high enough completion percentage within to enter the third-ranked immortal palaces. That was simply far too amazing a result, as the Divine Void Crown Prince and Big Flame were slowly falling into a melancholic depression. Lin Ming rapidly flew over the third-ranked immortal palaces and towards the second-ranked immortal palaces. What? Could he be choosing the second-ranked immortal palaces? That is what the Soul Empress chose. After perfectly passing the Heaven Step difficulty, the Soul Empress had chosen a second-ranked immortal palace. If Lin Ming were to accomplish the same after entering the Azure level difficulty, wouldn't that mean his talent was higher than the Soul Empress? Many people felt this was far too unbelievable. However, before they had time to respond, something even more shocking occurred. Lin Ming actually passed by the second-ranked immortal palaces and turned towards the highest-ranked immortal palace, the only one of its kind within the third level, the legendary planet-sized immortal palace. What is he doing? Let alone the Divine Void Crown Prince, Big Flame, Duke Full Moon and their lackeys, even Suya, NMO, Bright Moon were left staring with eyes wide open. They stared blankly on as Lin Ming flew towards that incomparably vast immortal palace, the one that shined brightly like a sun. In the legends, there hadn't been anyone in the last several billions of years who had managed to step into that immortal palace. Could that palace be Lin Ming's goal? But Suya had already clearly explained to Lin Ming just how difficult it was to enter the largest immortal palace. Everyone revealed incredulous expressions. Only Xiao Moxian smiled with a hint of pride. Lin Ming's speed was like lightning. In the blink of an eye, he had already rushed within close distance of the Immortal Palace and was still hurtling towards it without pause. He's insane. The toad wants to eat swan meat. Just because he lived through the Azura level difficulty, he thinks he can enter the first class Immortal Palace. Ha! Wait for him to hit the wall. When Lin Ming flew towards the third-ranked Immortal Palaces, Big Flame and the Divine Void Crown Prince already had ugly complexions. But when Lin Ming flew towards the first-ranked Immortal Palace, their mocking expressions returned once again. This was a place where not even Soul Empress Shang Mei could hope to enter. In order to enter, one had to perfectly complete the Azura level difficulty. That was an impossible task. With Lin Ming's current speed, he would hit the Immortal Palace's barrier at full speed. To see such a sight was simply too wonderful. Everyone waited for Lin Ming to be brutally beaten by his own hubris. The brief distance was covered in the blink of an eye. Lin Ming's form was covered in the endless divine light of the planet-sized Immortal Palace. The array formation barrier of the Immortal Palace was right in front of him. Completion requirement: 45%. Lin Ming didn't hesitate. He hurtled forwards at breakneck pace, seeming as if he didn't see this protective barrier at all. Like a swallow flying through a plume of smoke, Lin Ming's form instantly passed through the shield and submerged in that radiant light, completely vanishing from sight. He had entered the Immortal Palace. In that moment, the smiles of Big Flame, the Divine Void Crown Prince, and Full Moon all froze over. Everyone else watching was also left completely dumbfounded. Lin Ming, did he really just enter? Am I seeing things? The tubby Big Flame gulped, his lips twitching as he stared straight up into the air. Not only had Lin Ming survived the Azura level gate of laws, but he also entered the planet-sized Immortal Palace. Just what sort of joke was this? Did this mean that Lin Ming had perfectly completed the Azura level gate of laws? How could that even be possible? All of the martial artists in the third level were dumbfounded. For a long time, none of them could speak. But the facts were placed right in front of them. The barrier of the Immortal Palace could not lie. Like this, they had all confusedly borne witness to a miracle that happened for the first time in billions of years. I don't believe this. The planet-sized Immortal Palace's barrier. Duke Full Moon's voice trembled. He wanted to say that there was some problem with the barrier of the Immortal Palace, but he couldn't say the words in the end. The array formations the Azura Road Master laid down had continued without problem for billions upon billions of years. Through the vast river of time, countless talents had entered this level, as many geniuses as there were sand grains in the desert. But there had never been a case where there were problems with the barriers of these Immortal Palaces. There was only a single explanation, and that was that Lin Ming had indeed perfectly passed the Azura level difficulty. His talent surpassed even that of the Soul Empress. As for the Soul Empress, she was a character who could stand side by side with Soul Emperor Divine Void. If Lin Ming and the Soul Empress were to be compared now, besides the difference in their cultivation and overall strength, he surpassed her in many other aspects. This conclusion was far too shocking. Everyone felt it was hard to accept this. And at this time, Xiao Maxian also moved. She flew straight towards the second-ranked Immortal Palaces. Xiao Maxian had followed after Soul Empress Shang Mei and chose the Heaven Step difficulty. However, Soul Empress Shang Mei had passed the trial far more calmly than Xiao Maxian had. But the reason for this was because Xiao Maxian wasn't familiar with the situation in the trial like Shang Mei was, which inevitably caused her to use up a great deal more strength, even injuring her origin energy a little. Even so, Xiao Maxian had still perfectly passed the Heaven Step difficulty and obtained a high completion percentage. So, it was natural for Xiao Maxian to choose the second-ranked Immortal Palaces. Like an agile bird, light and quick, she flew into a second-ranked Immortal Palace without anything hindering her. seeing Lin Ming fly into the first-ranked immortal palace, and then Xiao Maxin fly into a second-ranked immortal palace, everyone was left petrified. Or rather, it could be said they were numbed of all feelings. Chapter 1691. The Immortal Palace. Chapter 1691. The Immortal Palace. The planet-sized immortal palace was vast and ethereal. This was a mysterious ancient land no one had opened for billions of years. As Lin Ming stepped past the gates of this immortal palace, he immediately felt as though he had stepped into an alternate world. The atmosphere here was extremely different from that of the Azura Road. All sorts of strange powers flowed around Lin Ming, rushing about like a tide. Lin Ming knew these powers were laws. In the Gate of Laws, Lin Ming had fought off opponents that represented the laws of the 33 heavens. Now he had gained a considerable understanding towards the laws of the 33 heavens. He could faintly feel that within the confines of this immortal palace, there was also the strength of the 33 heavens laws. In the past, the Azura Road Master had cultivated the laws of the 33 heavens and established his own Azura Heavenly Tao. This immortal palace held the laws of the 33 heavens. Lin Ming took a deep breath and stepped forwards. The tall and grand winding corridors were all made of some unknown divine stone. This sort of divine stone had been here for billions of years, experiencing the weathering of the vast river of time, yet it still remained bright and spotless. Like this, Lin Ming arrived at the end of the corridor. He could see a palatial door carved with gold and jade. When Lin Ming stepped in front of this door, the door actually started to swing open. For some time, a brilliant radiance spilled forth. As Lin Ming saw what was inside, his heart shook. At the end of this corridor was actually a great world. This great world had mountains and rivers, lakes and seas. And where Lin Ming was, where the door opened into, was high in the air, hundreds of thousands of feet up. He had a bird's-eye view of the boundless world laid out before him. On the continent of this world there was an endless road built from blue stone slabs. From the ground, it extended into the infinite heavens until it disappeared into the clouds of mist. A cold wind blew through the air, dissipating some of the mist. He could see that, even further in the distance, that endless blue stone road still stretched onwards. This blue stone road was simple and desolate, seeming to contain the aura of inexhaustible years. Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. He dove down from where he was and stood atop the blue stone road. Suddenly, Lin Ming's pupils shrank. His eyes were attracted to something right in front of him on the blue stone road, in the center of a stone slab. Right in front of him was a deep foot imprint. Although it looked like an ordinary footprint, when this image reflected in Lin Ming's eyes, it left him shocked. He could clearly feel a potent and awe-inspiring aura from this footstep, one as sharp and wild as a savage blade. What sort of person could leave their footprint behind on this highest tier of rewards? After so many years, their footprint still existed, as before, emitting such a dreadful aura. Lin Ming composed his thoughts. He resolutely moved forwards on the blue stone road. Impartial and without bias, his foot stepped onto that footprint, perfectly fitting inside. Bang! A peal of thunder rang out in his mind. The world began to change. A horrifying bang echoed out like a rolling cloud of thunder, leaving Lin Ming's ears shaking from the shock. As his vision cleared, he discovered he was surrounded by countless dense auras. One by one, all sorts of giant, horrifying, and bloodthirsty warriors surrounded him. They wore metal armors and wielded spears, halberds, sabers, swords, and more. There was every weapon that could be imagined here. These giants all had weapons over 10 feet long that were stained with blood. They exuded a cruel and ominous killing intent, making one's heart race. And each one had a blood vitality so dense and pure that it created a halo of flame-like energy around them, making them seem like embodiments of dread. Out of all these giants, there was one that was over 30 feet tall and had an aura so deep and vast. It was like an ocean. This giant had white hair that fell down his back like a waterfall, and he wore a shining silver war armor. He indifferently stared at Lin Ming. These eyes were incomparably terrifying. Lin Ming didn't doubt that with this gaze alone, this giant could cause a peerless powerhouse's soul to shatter and fade away, forcing them to fall into an infinite abyss. Facing these giants, Lin Ming discovered he wasn't a match for any one of them. If so, that meant these giants were at least all unrivaled great world king powerhouses. However, what was strange was that even under so much killing intent, Lin Ming was still capable of withstanding their combined suppressive pressure. Moreover, he did so with ease. Even that white-haired warrior with the deep aura couldn't suppress Lin Ming. This left Lin Ming startled. He subconsciously looked at himself and discovered that he had completely changed in appearance. At this time, his body was wrapped in thick dragon-like muscles. He had blood-red hair that fell down his back, and his chest and arms were completely covered with black scales. These scales didn't come from some Empyrean spirit treasure, but emerged from within his body. On his face, strange demonic runes glowed. These demonic runes all seemed to faintly resonate with the Azura heavenly Tao. His looks had changed. His forehead was as sharp as a sword, and his eyes were like sabers. He looked ferocious, untamed. He grasped a dragon spear in his hand, and the aura he exuded was enough to cause the surrounding space to gently tremble. This was an incomparably formidable feeling that Lin Ming had never experienced before. Like a vast galaxy could be sundered in half by his spear. This person was... Lin Ming faintly realized that he had turned into this war god. The scenes he was seeing weren't an illusion, but something that had happened in the past. In other words, these were the residual memories of this war god. Because he stepped onto the blue stone road and stepped on a footprint, Lin Ming could see the memories of this war god. And in these memories, Lin Ming was him. He stood as this war god did, facing his enemies. Kill. Lifting the spear, the war god stepped forwards. A terrifying spear light pierced forwards, penetrating through 4 to 5 giants and killing them in a single strike. For some time, ruined limbs and flesh flew everywhere. Blood rained out. This sort of feeling is... The moment the war god attacked, Lin Ming could feel everything that he did. Everything he heard, saw, and felt were all what the war god had experienced in the past. Every movement of the war god, every flow of energy, how every law was applied, Lin Ming experienced them from beginning to end, as if he were the one fighting. And these flows of energy and uses of laws all left Lin Ming bewildered. This form of combat was considerably different from what he knew. In particular, the laws the war god used were that of the Azura heavenly Tao. Moreover, his Azura heavenly Tao had the 33 heavens laws fused into it, making it incredibly mystical. What Lin Ming could comprehend was limited, but even this tiny bit of comprehension left him shaking with understanding. The black-armored war god leapt up and descended like a meteor. Every now and then he slowed down, and other times he would burst forth with an unbelievable speed, leaving nothing behind but countless afterimages. Every movement was clear, swift, and fierce without the slightest use of unnecessary strength. This could be called the perfect combat technique. This combat skill combined with this powerful strength was astoundingly powerful. Who is this war god? Lin Ming couldn't help but wonder. Could this be the mysterious Azura Road Master? Chapter 1692a, The Blue Stone Road. Chapter 1692a, The Blue Stone Road. Bones piled like mountains, while flesh and blood flew in all directions. The black armored war god slaughtered for 3 days and 3 nights. Every opponent he faced was incomparably formidable. The black armored war god didn't have a single inch of unmarred skin. As he stood atop the mountain of corpses, his pupils still emitted a bright light, as if there was a brilliant flame burning deep within his soul. Suddenly, the black armored war god let out a roar to the skies. His voice was like thunder shaking the world. A blood-red aura shot out from his body, soaring into the heavens. On the blue stone road, Lin Ming seemed to have fallen into a nightmare. His blood vitality tumbled, and a faint blood-red aura emitted from his skin. His body shivered, and he immediately woke up completely sober. After awakening, the faint blood-red aura that surrounded his body vanished into the air, but a lingering will still surrounded him, causing his heart to race. As Lin Ming looked down, he could see he had only taken a single step on the blue stone road. But this single step had left Lin Ming indescribably shocked. After all, whether it was the black armored war god or his enemies, all of them were unimaginable existences. Who were they? Ancient races. The black armored war god was similar to the black Asura that Lin Ming faced at the Gate of Laws. Their weapons were both dragon spears, but there were some differences in their appearances. Lin Ming didn't know if that black armored war god was the Asura Road Master, but he could feel that although the black armored war god was extremely powerful, he didn't surpass the realm of a true divinity. To compare him to the Asura Road Master was far too difficult. As for the enemies the black armored war god faced, they were a race that Lin Ming had never seen before, nor had he read about them in any ancient texts. It was clear they were of an ancient race that once existed 10 billion years ago. He hesitated for a moment, then took the second step forwards. With this step, Lin Ming stepped onto another blue stone slab. As soon as he stepped on this second one, the world around him rapidly changed once more. Strong gales howled around him. Mighty waves crashed into the air with a raging anger. Voila! Waves of salty sea water whipped onto his body. A bone-piercing cold. The sea water all around him was deep, blood-red, and the air was filled with a thick taste of blood. Thunder hydras as large as mountain ranges were scattered throughout the sea, their giant corpses bobbing on the water's surface, seething up and down with the waves. Thick gushes of their natural divine blood essence flowed into the sea. In the midst of this blood, there was the faint sparkling of the power of thunder. Thunder hydras were an extremely powerful god-beast tribal race. In the sea, they were a nearly unrivaled existence. But now, so many of them had died. The black armored war god grasped a pitch-black dragon spear as he floated high above the sea. His body exuded a strange strength that echoed with the world around him, causing all the blood tides to stop 30 feet away from him. In the center of the sea of Thunder Hydra corpses, there was an even more titanic Thunder Hydra. This Thunder Hydra was constantly swallowing the blood and flesh of other Thunder Hydras, fusing together with the remnant corpses. Bolts of thunder as thick as buckets twined around this Thunder Hydra. Its pupils shimmered with arcs of swirling electricity, like an yin-yang Dao diagram composed of the power of thunder. Just by looking at these strange eyes, one could feel their soul disintegrate. These 9 heads had 18 pupils that could suck in the divine souls of others. Every single eye was focused on the black armored war god that floated above the sea water. The black armored war god's eyes were cold and dense. As he stared at this unfathomably large Thunder Hydra, there wasn't the slightest sign of fear on him. Rather, his chest bubbled over with a boiling fighting spirit. Bang! The black armored war god's vigorous figure collided with the ruler of the Thunder Hydras. It was like 2 stars smashed into each other. A massive impact strength spread outwards, turning into a giant hurricane that cut open the endlessly deep sea, continuing downwards without end. The aftermath of this strike nearly pierced through the world. A surging strength exploded in all directions. With this clash, the black armored war god was struck by innumerable bolts of thunder. His entire body glistened with flashing arcs of electricity. His body was left in a frighteningly dreadful state. But at this time, strange lines radiated in the black armored war god's eyes. These lines were ancient and potent, containing the faint power of thunder within them. These lines could actually swallow up the lightning that raged about the black armored war god, allowing him to comprehend the Thunder Hydra ruler's thunder-based supernatural powers from within. As for the Thunder Hydra ruler's supernatural powers, they were composed of countless mystical runes that faintly resonated with one of the 33 Heaven's Great Daos. Placed within this sort of comprehension, Lin Ming also felt something. Within his inner world, there were faint arcs of electricity emerging from the heretical god tree, mysteriously hovering in the air. This moment didn't last too long before it disappeared. Lin Ming returned to the Blue Stone Road and took a third step. This scene was still that of the Black Armored War God. The Black Armored War God had met an opponent that could stand on par with him, the king of an ancient race that stood 30 feet high. The king had 2 eyes that shined like stars in the void. Every time he breathed, there would be substantialized runes emerging from him, like floating stars. They surrounded him like spiritual beings lying prostrate around their king. From this aura, from this momentum, one could see that this ancient king was no weaker than the black armored war god. Suddenly, the ancient king kicked forwards. Some of the runes atop this ancient king's hand condensed into a mountain that came crashing down atop the black armored war god. The black armored war god's pupils shined. With a loud roar, he welcomed the mountain of runes, jumping straight into the skies to meet this threat. Bang, bang, bang. Every strike contained a strange coordination of laws and energy. This left a deep and novel impression on Lin Ming. The black armored war god's battle with the ancient king was earth-shaking and heaven-sundering. The sea for 10,000 miles all around them surged and boiled, rapidly evaporating. The two fiercely fought for one day and a night. Runes rushed into the black armored war god's body, causing his muscles to blast apart and his bones to shatter. Lin Ming could feel that the black armored war god's blood vitality was being rapidly exhausted. His opponent is strong. Lin Ming's heart shook, but he knew that the black armored war god's opponent, this king of an ancient race, had actually sustained even heavier injuries. His rock-like body seemed on the verge of collapse, and his bones and muscles were exposed. These bones and muscles were like condensed runes, wrapped with the shining power of laws and exuding a terrifying aura. Suddenly, the ancient king's eyes glimmered with a fantastic light. On his broken body, his entire left hand actually disintegrated. From his flesh and blood, he had brought out the strongest source runes. As these runes appeared, they glowed as bright as stars, emitting a terrifying light that spread out in all directions and rumbling towards the black armored war god. In that instant, the black armored war god was shackled down by these strange runes, rendering his entire body immobile. Bang! The black armored war god was suppressed by the runes, and his blood was being forcefully squeezed out of his body. The blood floated in space, exuding an increasingly strong medicinal fragrance as more and more life was pressed out of the black armored war god's body. Lin Ming was bewildered. He didn't think that the amazingly strong black armored war god would end up in such a dangerous situation. However, before Lin Ming had time to respond, from the deepest depths of the black armored war god, the raging fire that was about to extinguish suddenly burst into an unimaginable conflagration, causing his soul to stir and be set aflame. In that instant, the flesh and blood that floated in space suppressed was pulled back into the black armored war god's body, completely revitalizing him. With a loud roar that boomed like thunder and shook the hills, a blood-red aura shot out from the black armored war god, impacting the heavens. With a loud rumbling, a boundless life essence energy directly crushed apart all the suppressive runes. The black armored war god shot up from the ground once more, his body surging with a mysteriously burning, hot fighting spirit. The ancient king was panic-stricken. He hurriedly moved to defend and shoot out more runes, but all of them were swallowed up by the black armored war god. The black armored war god's spear strikes were like a hail of rain. Endless light blazed out, like 10,000 suns exploding together. The ancient king got covered under this assault, and in the next moment, a storm of blood rained down. The king of an ancient race was cut down by the black armored war god. Chapter 1692b, The Blue Stone Road. Chapter 1692b, The Blue Stone Road. The limitless blue stone road continued onwards. Every time Lin Ming stepped onto the next blue stone slab, he would see another battle of the black armored war god. The slaughters continued without end, the black armored war god becoming increasingly strong. Lin Ming didn't know who the black armored war god was. All he saw were the proud children of heaven from ancient races, geniuses of other universes, and primeval god beasts, and all of these top existences got extinguished under the hands of the black armored war god. In the frenzied battles, the fighting intent of the black armored war god, his mysterious and endless variations of martial arts, his skill in battle, everything was like waves of inspiration that Lin Ming slowly became aware of. Like waves in a storm, all of this roiled within Lin Ming's mind. Mysterious runes and the faint power of laws entered into his flesh and blood, marking him. This sort of awareness was unfathomably profound, but also extremely vague. Although he couldn't understand these things anytime soon, their influences still subtly changed him, greatly benefiting him. He could clearly feel some unknown changes occurring within his body. The Azura, heavenly Tao laws within him were even more profound. And in terms of the source of thunder and fire, he had an even deeper understanding. Even the purple temple Tao Palace and heavenly retribution Tao Palace floating within his sea of consciousness had a vast momentum that was different from before. Walking over the blue stone road, one step at a time, Lin Ming's surroundings changed once more. This time, he was no longer a black armored war god, but a tall man in white clothes. The white-robed man had a red on his forehead. He sat beneath a 100-million-year-old divine tree, his body seemingly fused into his surroundings. Verdant green ribbons of energy dangled down from the boughs of the tree, lingering around the white-clothed man. All sorts of life essence were slowly being absorbed by him. This was an extremely marvelous feeling. As Lin Ming manifested as this white-clothed man, all he could feel was some strange resonance occurring between the world and his flesh and blood, as if something wanted to drill out from his body. He closed his eyes, silently comprehending. The next step was still the white-clothed man. This white-clothed man was different from the black armored war god. There was no endless slaughter, but endless cultivation. His method of cultivation, his comprehension of laws, they left Lin Ming feeling entirely different things and obtain a different harvest. For a long period of time, the memories Lin Ming experienced were all of the white-clothed man. But afterwards, there was a change in the main lead of the memories once again. This time, the owner of the memories had become a god-king wielding a golden sword. The strength of this god-king was similar to the black armored war god. A single strike of him could sunder the heavens and shatter the earth. No one could be his enemy. Lin Ming discovered that after every section of the Blue Stone Road, the main lead of the memories would change. Although their auras had some similarities, their appearances were different, and the laws and cultivation methods they utilized were as different as the heavens and earth. Many of these laws were something that Lin Ming had never experienced before. Without a doubt, these were all various aspects of the 33 heavenly Taoists. But who were these people? Lin Ming was puzzled. Their strength seemed around the true divinity level, but where had so many true divinities come from? Could these people all have stepped within this planet-sized immortal palace in the past? But as soon as this thought appeared in Lin Ming's mind, he immediately refuted it. This was because the Azura level gate of laws was simply far too ridiculous a trial to pass. It was a heaven-defying act to perfectly cross it. Although Lin Ming couldn't say, there had never been anyone that stepped into the immortal palace since the final trial began, he at least knew that there definitely weren't so many outstanding proud children of the heavens born in the last 10 billion years. Could the memories of these peerless powerhouses recorded in the Blue Stone Road have been the followers of the Azura Road Master? If the Azura Road Master was an existence that surpassed a true divinity, it wasn't strange for him to have so many true divinities subordinate to him. Lin Ming stepped forwards, step after step. The further he walked, the taller and straighter his posture seemed to become, and his aura also became far more profound. In the midst of all these changes, a silent and hidden strength emerged from the world, trailing around Lin Ming's body, vaguely beating in harmony with him. Through constantly experiencing, watching, and comprehending, Lin Ming's steps became increasingly heavy. At the start, Lin Ming only had some rough understandings into the memories of the Blue Stone Road. But the further Lin Ming climbed up, the more and more insights he gained from the memories. As all of these deductions and comprehensions passed through Lin Ming's mind, beads of sweat began to drop down his forehead. The deeper his understandings became, the more Lin Ming realized just how unfathomably mysterious these laws were. Slowly, mysterious runes started to appear, swallowing in all of the secret strength that wrapped around the Blue Stone Road. These runes shined like motes of light, little stars that slowly fled into Lin Ming's boy, vanishing into his flesh and blood without a trace. The more Lin Ming comprehended, the stranger his aura became. Sometimes his aura was light and as simple as clouds, like he had become one with the world. Sometimes his aura was majestic and grand, and still sometimes his aura was sad and shrill, enough to make ghosts and gods shudder. At this time, Lin Ming arrived at the end of the Blue Stone Road. He already stood 100,000 feet high in the sky, overlooking a boundless sea of clouds beneath him. As Lin Ming was about to step foot on this last blue stone slab, he was actually startled. This blue stone slab seemed extremely special. It was clearly only 10 feet wide, but as it fell into Lin Ming's eyes, it seemed endlessly spacious, wide to the point of being endless, nearly taking up the entirety of Lin Ming's sight. Up until now, the aura of this final blue stone slab was the most intense that Lin Ming had ever seen. Just by approaching it, even he felt terrified and at a complete loss for words. Lin Ming wasn't in a hurry to step foot on the final level of the Blue Stone Road. He guessed that the special reward the Black Azura mentioned in the Gate of Laws was likely located on this final Blue Stone Road. Even so, Lin Ming instead decided to calm himself down. Without hastening his step to find this so-called reward, he instead sat down and began meditating. Sitting deep in meditation, Lin Ming slowly recalled all the memories he had experienced along the way here. As Lin Ming recalled them, his mind suddenly shook. I finally know which true Divinity Supreme elders had their memories recorded in the Blue Stone Road. Lin Ming whispered to himself. He should have realized this earlier. Of those memories, they had been from 33 different people, no more and no less. This number allowed Lin Ming to immediately understand who they were. Chapter 1693, Holy Scripture. Chapter 1693, Holy Scripture. Of the 33 true divinities along the Blue Stone Road, although they had different appearances, their auras were actually quite similar. Lin Ming had neglected to consider one possibility, and that was that these 33 true divinity powerhouses were actually a single person. Lin Ming remembered the words the Azura Road Master had left behind in the preface of the Azura Sutra, the 33 heavens, the boundless great Tao. My resolve is to seek the peak of all martial arts. I spent 3 billion years to travel the 33 heavens, cultivating 33 lives. One life, one Empyrean. One life, one divinity. What I seek is the highest truth of the heavenly Tao. To cultivate 33 lives. One life, one Empyrean. One life, one divinity. As for the memories within the Blue Stone Road, there were 33 true divinities. It was a perfectly matching number. In other words, these 33 true divinities were likely the 33 reincarnations of the Azura Road Master. He had cultivated 33 lives, cultivating a singular heavenly Tao law in each, spending 100 million years each time to become a true divinity. Moreover, the battles he fought during those lives, the cultivation memories, and the laws he realized, all of them were cast into this Blue Stone Road for his future descendants to observe and emulate. Thinking of this, Lin Ming was utterly shocked. 33 reincarnations, each one cultivating all the way to the realm of true divinity. Just what sort of concept was that? If the Azura Road Master had truly surpassed the realm of true divinity, Lin Ming suspected that the method he used to do so was to fuse together the true divinity realm of these 33 reincarnations. As he quietly felt the aura of the final blue stone slab, he could faintly feel that even though it was vast and terrifying, upon closer inspection it actually comprised 33 auras. The Azura Road Master had reincarnated 33 times and had comprehended entirely different things during each of these 33 lives. Afterwards, everything he comprehended had been fused together. This was truly an incredible accomplishment. On the blue stone slab, thin strands of the power of the Azura heavenly Tao laws bound together, incomparably thick, resembling a limitless abyss that blocked off everything. Even if someone were to stand here and wanted to take the final step forwards, it wasn't easy at all. They would need a powerful strength or a profound understanding of the laws as a foundation. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment. Then his fingers drew a brilliant path through the void, one that harmoniously resonated with the Azura heavenly Tao laws atop the blue stone slab. The blue stone slab that was blocked off by countless tight strands of the Azura heavenly Tao laws began to slowly unravel beneath Lin Ming's hands. Lin Ming finally stepped up onto the final blue stone slab. Once he did, his surroundings suddenly changed. Lin Ming could feel the memories within the Blue Stone Road once more. But this time, the one Lin Ming was none other than the Black Azura that tested him within the Gate of Laws. This time, the Black Azura held a dragon spear, a full head of red hair falling down his back. He mounted a great dragon, and his skin shimmered with a metallic luster as his entire body was covered with strange and mystical runes. He stood within the pitch-black coldness of space. Beneath his feet, trillions upon trillions of stars glittered. His pupils were like two blazing suns, emitting a terrifying light that lit up the endlessly distant darkness. In that infinitely distant place, there was a man with a similarly terrifying aura, walking in from the other end of the galaxy. Wherever this man walked, large tracts of space would be smashed apart. The power of innumerable stars was forcefully drawn out by this man and swallowed into his body. This man's figure stood right in front of Lin Ming, but was blurry. It was like thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of copies of this man were walking towards him, all interposed over each other, giving off a mountain-heavy pressure. Pa, pa, Lin Ming's heart raced. Even though he knew this man was nothing but a phantom, this was more than enough to shake his mind, and make his heart tremble. At the same time, a look of unprecedented earnestness appeared on the Black Azura's face. The Black Azura's strength was as deep and vast as the sea. It could be called impossible to rival. Lin Ming even suspected that this Black Azura was the Azura Road Master's true self. Just what proud son of heaven could be a worthy rival to the Azura Road Master? Lin Ming looked at the man's figure. He wasn't a human, spiritus, or saint. He was from an ancient race that Lin Ming had never seen before. This caused Lin Ming to suspect something. 10 billion years ago, could the universe have been ruled by this ancient race? And after several great calamities, these ancient races declined, after which the human saints and spiritus gradually rose to prominence. At this time, the shadow figure seemed to say something. His outline swayed and distorted as he spoke. With every word he uttered, an incomparably massive rune would appear in the void. Lin Ming couldn't hear this shadow figure's words. All he saw were those massive magical runes hurtle forwards, large enough to cover a world, as they came crashing down on the Black Azura like a meteor. The Black Azura forcefully tore open space like two cloth curtains, revealing a deep abyss. As those howling runes came crashing down, all of them entered into this strange space and disappeared. As the shadow figure saw his own attack be so easily resolved, he lightly smiled, not thinking much of it. The shadow figure thrust out his hand, ripping open a spatial split, and taking out a thick, ancient book. This ancient book had a black cover, and on its cover there were two incomparably old words. If Lin Ming hadn't studied the first volume of the Azura Sutra in Tragic Death Valley, he would have never recognized these two words. Holy Scripture? Lin Ming was left in a daze. This shadow figure seemed to use this book as a weapon, and this book was called the Holy Scripture. To use a book as a weapon, this was the first time Lin Ming had seen this. As for the name of the Azura Sutra, Lin Ming inexplicably recalled something. Empyrean Divine Mist had mentioned in Tragic Death Valley the spiritus Holy Scripture. Was the Holy Scripture in the shadow figure's hands related to the spiritus Holy Scripture? This thought immediately flashed through Lin Ming's mind. He could faintly feel he had touched upon a great historical secret that spanned through the entire 33 heavens and originated from the river of time 10 billion years ago. At this time, the shadow figure opened the Holy Scripture in his hands. His lips moved, and magical seals emerged from his mouth. The Black Azura had been standing on a barren star, but in an instant, he was transported into a cruel hell world. The blood waters of the yellow springs billowed around him, wildly rushing about. Endless bones sank and floated, each one emitting a strange aura of spiritual death energy. All of this swept up together into a titanic wave of blood that rushed towards the Black Azura. Not just that, but all around him were a number of divine, Buddha-like powerhouses with kind and gentle expressions. They sat on lotus flowers fashioned from pure white bones, their body releasing a glorious radiance. Countless powerhouses tore through the void, bringing with them an endless strength as they hurtled towards the Black Azura. Seeing all of this, Lin Ming was left dumbfounded. He could see all of this through the perspective of the Black Azura, and he knew it was no illusion, but a true great world. That shadow figure could produce life from nothing, using the Holy Scripture to create a Yellow Springs world to attack the Black Azura. The strength of this mysterious man had truly reached a terrifying degree. It was no wonder that even the invincible Black Azura felt as if he had met an even opponent and was taking this battle with utter seriousness. The Black Azura's eyes flickered with a divine light. Facing all the attacks from this Yellow Springs world, a pure black spear appeared in his hands. On this black spear, the auras of innumerable dermic abilities and supernatural powers swirled about. There was omnidirectional polar ice energy, great sun true fire, the true secret source power of thunder, unending, fearless battle intent, the will of endless spirits. Every strength was something the Black Azura had comprehended in battle or from his opponent's bodies. Even though these numerous and diverse strengths were brought together, in the Black Azura's hands, they all flowed in perfect harmony. The spear tore through the void. In the infinite emptiness, it emitted a radiance that lit up the darkness of space. In that instant, all of the mysterious strengths howled through the Yellow Springs world. Countless pillars of glorious light spread through the world, all of them emitting a terrifying level of energy. The roiling Yellow Springs River was burned away and dried up by the mystical source power of all fire. The white divine Buddha beings were torn up by incomparably sharp primal sword intent. Even their lotus thrones made of bones were shattered to dust. Endless mountains of bones collapsed, and the earth cracked open. The Yellow Springs world rapidly disintegrated, withering away beneath the rumbling powers of the Black Azura. As the mysterious Shadow Man watched his Yellow Springs world collapse, there wasn't the slightest of change in his vast, abyss-like aura. The only difference was a glimmer of vigilance that appeared in his eyes as he looked at the Black Azura. At this time, the aura the Black Azura released became increasingly vast, and his momentum began to reach terrifying levels. All of the strengths he had comprehended over the last billions of years completely erupted at this moment. The Black Azura's face began to change, becoming blurry as if he were carrying on him every single battle intent in the world, every law in the universe. It was like his body became a horrifying universe that gushed out with endless mystical strength. Bang! With a single thrust of his spear, his strike shot towards the endless horizon. Wherever the spear's strike passed, planets would shatter, stars would dim, and even the universe trembled. Dreadful space storms followed in its wake, sweeping out and enveloping all. The overlapping layers of mysterious power carried with it all the secret forces of the 33 heavens. This strength crushed through the endless space, smashing into the man on the other end of the galaxy. That Shadow Man's complexion finally changed. This attack of the Black Azura fused together all laws of the 33 heavens. It could even be said to have surpassed the 33 heavens. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The Shadow Man wildly retreated, his body breaking apart space. He shot out endless powers of laws, trying to stop the Black Azura's completely comprehensive attack that contained the powers of the 33 heavens, and also a trace of something that stood aloof from it. The power of the Azura Heavenly Tao laws. Only Lin Ming knew in his heart that this horrifying strength that left the man on the other end of the galaxy panic-stricken was the power of the Azura Heavenly Tao laws. This was the unique power of laws that stood outside the 33 heavens. Whether it was now or 10 billion years ago, this strength was enough to shock the world. It was the masterpiece of the Azura Roadmaster, the ultimate power he established after comprehending the laws of the 33 heavens to a great extent. The Azura Heavenly Tao, its might was beyond any mortal description. Bang! The brilliant light pierced through all. The mysterious man also disappeared in the spear light of the Black Azura. All that was left was the Holy Scripture in his hands, still shining with a dreadful light, one that even the Azura Heavenly Tao laws couldn't cover, as if the light of this book was unparalleled in existence. In the next moment, everything vanished. Lin Ming fell to his knees, his entire body shaking and dripping with sweat. His body had nearly collapsed. Just now, the final strike of the Black Azura had contained all the powers of the 33 heavens laws. Just a single look was enough to consume all of his soul force. Even so, he couldn't even deduce a millionth of what had just happened. Chapter 1694. The Final Reward. Chapter 1694. The Final Reward. Standing on the last blue stone slab, Lin Ming finally let out a long sigh of relief. Witnessing the final strike of the Black Azura just now, that fleeting moment had been enough to shock Lin Ming's heart and soul. Walking this far, Lin Ming had experienced far too many things. Many experiences had surpassed his ability to understand them. However, the scenes on the Blue Stone Road had all allowed Lin Ming to personally feel and live through them, and they had left a profound mark on his memories. By accumulating all of these experiences, they would provide a great benefit to Lin Ming in cultivating the Azura Heavenly Tao in the future. Even if these accumulations didn't directly enhance Lin Ming's strength by much right now, they were undoubtedly a priceless wealth he had obtained. However, just this wealth alone wasn't enough to be called one of the most precious rewards in the entire final trial. In the Gate of Laws, the reward the Black Azura mentioned should be something else. As Lin Ming came to the end of the Blue Stone Road, he took one more step forwards. Because this was the end, with this final step, Lin Ming stepped into the void. After stepping into the void, Lin Ming felt his surroundings change. He had arrived into a black space filled with mist. This black space was quiet and terrifying. As Lin Ming walked within this space, he could clearly hear his breathing and heartbeat. Faintly, there were light flows of energy that wound about the black space. These dim flows of energy came in 3 different colors. There was grayish black, pitch black, and dark jade. As Lin Ming felt these 3 flows of energy, his mind shook. One of these 3 flows of energy was Grand Mist energy. Lin Ming cultivated the Grand Mist laws. So, he had an extremely deep understanding of Grand Mist energy. It was impossible for him to be mistaken. As for the other 2 flows of energy, Lin Ming had once come into contact with the dark jade-colored one. When he had trained at Divine Dream Heavenly Palace, he had touched upon it when he studied the Divine Dream Law. This dark jade color energy flow was Spirit Source. Grand Mist energy was the source of all matter in the universe. In other words, the source of essence. Spirit Source was the source of the universe's heavenly Tao. In other words, the source of divine. As for the last flow of energy, that was undoubtedly the source of all energies within the universe. Genesis energy, the source of energy, the 3 great source powers of the universe's essence, energy, and divine were all contained within this black space. And these 3 source strengths slowly revolved around a singular point in space. As Lin Ming looked towards it, he could see that the space near it twisted about. In the deepest point of that space distortion, there was a single drop of viscous red liquid calmly floating about. This drop of red liquid emitted an aura as deep and vast as the sea. The surrounding space was twisted because of the terrifying energy released from this drop of red liquid. The 3 source strengths revolved around this drop of red liquid, clearly stabilizing and enhancing it. This was a drop of blood. Moreover, this drop of blood contained an indescribably dense aura of the great Tao laws. At the same time, this drop of blood also contained a terrifying energy and power of will. The aura that this drop of blood exuded was familiar to Lin Ming. It left his mind shaking. In these past days, as Lin Ming walked down the Blue Stone Road, he had lived some of the past experiences of the Azura Road Master. It was like he had personally accompanied the Azura Road Master throughout his journey. He was extremely familiar when it came to the aura of the Azura Road Master, and in front of him, that drop of blood that shined like a star was branded with the dreadful aura of the Azura Road Master. If he wasn't mistaken, that drop of blood was left behind by the Azura Road Master. Even though 10 billion years has passed, the vast essence energy and heavenly Tao laws contained within it hadn't dissipated in the least. On the contrary, after being nourished by these 3 source strengths of the universe, this blood drop became increasingly dense and brilliant. Facing it, one found it difficult to breathe. This is the final reward of the Azura level gate of laws. A drop of blood left behind by the Azura Road Master? Lin Ming clenched his fists, his heart loudly beating in his chest. The reward the Black Azura had mentioned, one of the most precious within the entire final trial, was a drop of his blood. After spending the last several days in the star-like immortal palace, Lin Ming had walked down the blue stone road and had experienced and lived through the memories of the Azura Road Master that had been left there. These memories gave Lin Ming new enlightenments, new feelings, allowing him to enhance his comprehension of the laws. Although it was an extremely precious treasure, this still couldn't allow Lin Ming to leap forwards in strength in a short period of time, nor could it fundamentally alter Lin Ming's body and grant him a more terrifying strength or talent. But the final reward at the end of the Blue Stone Road, this drop of Azura's blood, was actually completely different. 10 billion years ago, the Azura Road Master had experienced endless battles and grasped the laws of the 33 heavens in his hands. He stood above the 33 heavens and had created his own road. For such a character, every tiny particle of his skin, flesh, blood, and bones was considered a priceless treasure. Each tiny part of him was marked with the true meaning of the laws. In this world, there were countless legends of martial artists randomly stumbling into the tomb of a senior martial arts powerhouse, and then comprehending the true meaning of a unique martial arts from their bones, obtaining an extraordinary inheritance in the process. And this was particularly true for an outstanding existence like Azura. Within a single drop of his blood, there were undoubtedly things contained that surpassed Lin Ming's imagination. Suppressing the bubbling excitement in his heart, Lin Ming stepped forwards in the void, slowly approaching the drop of Azura blood. In the void, those three great source strengths seemed to become disturbed because of Lin Ming's arrival. Although they seemed calm and peaceful, the truth was that they were unfathomably dangerous. A single wisp of grand mist energy was heavier than a star. If a mortal body were to be placed within it, they would simply be crushed to nothing. As for Genesis energy, it contained an energy as fiery and wild as the sun. If this energy was poured into a martial artist's body, that martial artist would immediately turn to steam. And for Spirit Source, that was the source of all mental strength and soul force. If Spirit Source were to enter a martial artist's spiritual sea, and they couldn't withstand its terrifying strength, their spiritual sea would collapse, and they would turn into mindless zombies. But now, these three wild source strengths didn't hinder Lin Ming. Instead, they unexpectedly revolved around him, faintly nourishing his essence, energy, and divine. This caused his blood vitality to become increasingly vivid and exuberant, his inner world to become more prosperous and lush, and his soul to become even more tempered. Lin Ming would pause for a long time after every step he took, as if he were pondering on something. And at this time, the drop of blood, suspended in the void, seemed to be galvanized by something. It began to beat like a heart. This beating tempo just happened to sync with Lin Ming's own heartbeat. It caused all of his bloody vitality to resonate. It was like a summon calling out to Lin Ming's bloodline, driving him forwards. This sort of feeling emerged from the depths of Lin Ming's very being, an unexplainable feeling. At this time, a light voice echoed out from behind Lin Ming. "Do you know what that is?" Lin Ming was startled. He immediately turned his head. Standing not too far behind him was a black armored warrior holding a long spear, appearing from nowhere like gods and ghosts. This black armored warrior was the Black Azura from the Gate of Laws. Chapter 1695, Azura Blood. Chapter 1695, Azura Blood. Senior Azura. Lin Ming respectfully bowed. In the Azura level Gate of Laws, the Black Azura's 3 moves had nearly killed him. Even so, Lin Ming felt nothing but a heartfelt respect towards the Black Azura. Do you know what that is? The Black Azura asked one more time as he gazed at the drop of mystical blood floating in the void. Lin Ming politely said, "If Junior isn't wrong, then that is a drop of blood left behind by the Azura Road Master. You are a smart boy, however, that is not just a drop of blood." The Black Azura wasn't surprised that Lin Ming had guessed the origin of this blood drop. Lin Ming has passed through the Blue Stone Road and had withstood a baptism of memories from the 33 reincarnations of the Azura Road Master. If he couldn't guess that this drop of blood was left behind by the Azura Road Master, then he never would have had the qualifications to pass the Azura level gate of laws. Lin Ming didn't speak, instead waiting for the Black Azura to continue. The Black Azura sighed and said, "He is the one who refined this drop of blood. In the past, he took a single drop of his blood essence and fused the 33 heavenly Tao laws into it, also integrating into it the power of his divine soul and source energy. Then, he placed it into the eternal divine furnace and slowly tempered it with fires made of laws gathered from the 33 heavens. With each of the various laws from the 33 heavens, he fired up this drop of blood for 10,000 years each time, using up a total of 330,000 years to refine this drop of blood." As the Black Azura spoke, Lin Ming was shocked. To refine a single drop of blood for 330,000 years? This was a length of time that even stunned Lin Ming. Lin Ming asked, "The Azura Road Master used 330,000 years to refine this drop of blood." Lin Ming felt this unbelievable. Just what sort of peerless supreme elder was the Azura Road Master? His time was inevitably extremely precious, although his lifespan was incalculable. Spending 330,000 years on a single drop of blood as an inheritance was far too shocking. The Black Azura shook his head. "It's not as you think." After he placed the drop of blood into the eternal divine furnace, he poured in the laws of the 33 heavens and then laid down a great array to maintain the fires of laws. These 330,000 years were, with it being independently refined within the eternal divine furnace. "So that's how it was." Lin Ming nodded. Although the Azura Road Master had refined this drop of blood from beginning to end, the laws, power of the divine soul, and source energy within this drop of blood originated from the Azura Road Master himself. That was an existence that surpassed the boundary of a true divinity. Just how precious were these energies? It was simply impossible to imagine. However, the Black Azura's explanation left Lin Ming a bit puzzled. The Black Azura had referred to the Azura Road Master as he. Lin Ming originally thought that the Black Azura was a phantom left behind by the Azura Road Master, but the way the Black Azura referenced the Azura Road Master had shut down Lin Ming's guess. "Senior, the way you referred to the Azura Road Master." Lin Ming finally couldn't help but curiously ask. The Black Azura seemed to understand what Lin Ming wanted to know, and calmly replied, "The one who refined this Azura blood is the main body of the Azura Road Avatar. He had 33 avatars, and as for me, I am but a single incarnation left behind by one of those avatars." "I see." Lin Ming was dumbfounded. The incarnation left behind by an avatar was already so powerful. It was hard to imagine just what realms the Azura Road Master's strength had reached. "Thank you, Senior." Lin Ming bowed once more. Without a doubt, the reason the Black Azura remained here was in order to preside over the final trial. As for him obtaining one of the greatest lucky chances in the final trial, in a sense this was all thanks to the Black Azura. Take the drop of blood. This is one of the most precious rewards in the final trial. As the Black Azura spoke, he turned around and left. His form gradually faded into the thick darkness. Lin Ming took a deep breath and walked in front of the drop of Azura blood. With another bow of utmost respect, he began to slowly approach that drop of blood. As Lin Ming approached the drop of Azura blood, He could feel all of his blood vitality being drawn forwards by it. The energy within his inner world was stirred up, wanting to howl outwards. Lin Ming suppressed his restless blood vitality. Then he stretched out both hands to grasp the drop of azure blood. The moment that he touched the drop of azure blood, Lin Ming felt as if he had grasped a blazing hot sun. A vast surge of heat transmitted out from the drop of azure blood. An ancient and mystical strength erupted from the drop of azure blood, continuously rolling towards Lin Ming. The Azura Road Master had fought his entire life. Just how vast was his essence, energy, and blood vitality? The essence contained within a single drop of blood was like the moon and stars, stretching to the endless distance. This drop of blood essence was incomparably heavy. When Lin Ming held it in his hands, it was like a pervasive drop of mercury, seeping into his pores and into his body. For a time, Lin Ming's body that was as tough as divine iron began to fill with a seemingly infinite amount of life essence energy, expanding like a balloon without end. His flesh and blood, his skin, every cell in his body bubbled as a vast life force surged within him. This sort of infusion continued for a long time. Lin Ming only felt as if there was magma flowing in his blood vessels. Qi, qi, qi. Lin Ming could feel his own flesh and blood being burnt beneath the tremendous strength of this blood essence. Although the Azura blood raged like a firestorm, it didn't resist Lin Ming absorbing it at all. Otherwise, if it wanted to swallow Lin Ming's body instead, even if Lin Ming used every method at his disposal, he still wouldn't be able to resist against this single drop of Azura blood. Roar! With a resonant dragon's cry, an azure dragon phantom appeared behind Lin Ming. Then a keening phoenix cry echoed out in the world as a phoenix phantom also appeared behind him. This was the dragon and phoenix bloodline within Lin Ming's body, summoned by the call of the Azura Road Master's blood essence. These two bloodlines were stimulated. Whether it was a true dragon or true phoenix, both were magnificent god beasts when grown up, even comparable to Empyreans. There were some royal god beasts with rare bloodlines, such as phoenixes that underwent 9 nirvanas that could compare with true divinities. But in front of the Azura Road Master, even a true divinity was nothing at all. Thus, this was why just a single drop of the Azura Road Master's blood essence was able to stir up the dragon and phoenix blood within Lin Ming. A dragon roared, and a phoenix screeched through the skies. Lin Ming's mortal body emitted explosive crackling sounds. When all of this life essence entered Lin Ming's body, an even more terrifying aura began to emerge from him. This aura was similar to the Azura battle mark left behind in the drop of Azura blood, as well as some strengths of incomparably mysterious laws. This endless mystical power of laws brought with it a primal and vigorous strength that fused into Lin Ming's skin, flesh, and bones, finally even merging into the deepest depths of his soul. On the Blue Stone Road, Lin Ming had experienced countless battles that the Azura Road Master had gone through. He had obtained a massive number of comprehensions, but these comprehensions remained obscure and hazy. Like a fog he couldn't see through. Lin Ming only comprehended a superficial amount of these experiences, and most of those laws were like mysteries hidden in the fog. He wouldn't be able to comprehend them for some time. But now, the deep meaning of the laws contained within the Azura blood, as well as a tremendous amount of combat comprehensions directly merged into Lin Ming's body. Many cryptic things that Lin Ming couldn't understand began to shine in his mind, becoming clearer. Pung! A flaming fighting intent gushed out, and Lin Ming's entire body began to change. His face became blurry like the waves of a tumbling ocean, like he was wearing a mask of flickering flames. His hair turned blood red, and his body rose up, taller and more solid. A wild and limitlessly violent momentum burst out from his body. Pung! Another mystical strength shot out. Arcs of sizzling lighting wrapped around his body, turning into pitch-black thunder armor that wrapped every inch of Lin Ming's body in flashing electricity. This power of thunder that twisted around Lin Ming carried with it the aura of life and the aura of death. Beneath Lin Ming's feet, the ground turned to black coal, even as lush green grass broke upwards, shimmering with life. Pung, pung, pung. A profound and fathomless strength burst out from Lin Ming's body, and his appearance began to change once more. It was like his body had metamorphosized, becoming like Azura from 10 billion years ago. As each mystical strength erupted from his body, his aura, facial appearance, temperament, figure, everything would also have strange changes. At the same time, the surrounding space of the world was influenced by these mystical strengths, distorting without end. In his mind, a tremendous amount of combat techniques and ways of utilizing and circulating these mystical strengths began to appear within Lin Ming's heart, rapidly increasing his strength. This sort of strength was different from ones he had gained in the past. His strength at this moment was a kind of comprehensive strength. For some martial artists, combat skills, experiences, use of mystic abilities, and even a fighting spirit formed from a tempered divine soul, and all of these required a long period of accumulations. But at this time, Lin Ming had already harvested a colossal amount of accumulations. As more and more strength erupted from his body, and more comprehensions flowed into his mind, the mystical powers gushing out from Lin Ming's body became increasingly potent. Finally, his constantly changing facial appearance began to gradually condense. Even his momentum and temperament became sharper, gaining form. Behind Lin Ming, the mystical strengths and law runes condensed into the phantom of an Azura. This Azura phantom had 3 heads and 6 arms, grasping a weapon in each hand. Its eyes all stared in different directions, each eye revealing a strange and unusual power: black energy, heart-freezing ice, raging plasma fire, lingering thunder. The Azura phantom swirled in space, slowly attaching onto Lin Ming's body. Then, mysterious curse seals began to appear on Lin Ming's face. These mysterious curse seals were similar to the marks that covered the face of the black-armored war god and the Black Azura. They contain the mysteries of the Azura heavenly Tao. At the same time, Lin Ming's bones began to shine with runes. All sorts of mystical strengths from the heavens and earth gathered and formed armor that covered his skin. Lin Ming's hair began to crazily grow, and his joints exploded as his body grew. Like this, Lin Ming grew half a foot higher. His muscles became denser, and the outline of his body far more perfect. After stimulating the strength of the Azura Road Master's blood essence, Lin Ming had undergone a body metamorphosis. Lin Ming looked down at his hands. His hands were covered with curse seals. The power of the Azura blood howled within Lin Ming's body. It was like an unimaginable strength was wildly raging within his body, a strength so great that it could not be used up, wishing to be vented. Roar. Lin Ming's head fell back, and he roared towards the heavens. His voice was like an incomparably sharp divine sword that pierced through the heavens. Because of this shout, the entire world seemed to tremble. At this moment, Lin Ming felt as if he had been reborn. Chapter 1696, Rudimentary Tao Palace. Chapter 1696, Rudimentary Tao Palace. A terrifying strength flooded through Lin Ming's body. Although the power of the Azura blood had fused into Lin Ming's flesh and blood, it had yet to be thoroughly absorbed by him. Rather, it should be said that Lin Ming had only absorbed a small part of this Azura blood, and there was still a tremendous amount of this energy within him that was still continuously fusing into his meridian's divine soul and inner world. On Lin Ming's face and body, those mystical curse seals became deeper in color like blood flowing across his features, shimmering without end. Lin Ming could feel that there was an incredible amount of strength within his body, so vast that he nearly couldn't contain it and would burst apart at any moment. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this time, the Azura blood that had no place to vent this energy burst into Lin Ming's spiritual sea and inner world like a storm. Although this drop of blood was originally only the size of a pearl, Lin Ming's spiritual sea and inner world were actually swept up into a raging red sea. Blood-red waves as high as mountains engulfed the world, wildly rampaging about. Within Lin Ming's spiritual sea, the blue soul battle spirit bore the brunt of this impact. It was completely sucked up in this Azura blood. The spear-shaped battle spirit was soaked in this Azura blood seething about. The essence of the Azura blood wildly plunged into the spear-shaped battle spirit. Lin Ming felt his spiritual sea shake as a severe pain lit up every inch of his mind. The Azura blood contained the will of the Azura Roadmaster. Even for Lin Ming, withstanding this was no easy matter. The battle spirit shivered, sending out a clarion cry. It was like Lin Ming's battle spirit was unable to withstand the tempered forging of this will, as if it would crack apart at any moment. Lin Ming grit his teeth, persisting through the pain. He was well aware that his blue soul battle spirit had long reached the peak of small success and was nearing the boundary of large success. If he could absorb the power of the Azura blood and withstand the baptism of the Azura Roadmaster's will, his blue soul battle spirit would reach large success at the barest minimum. Perhaps it might even reach blue soul perfection. And as Lin Ming was withstanding the baptism of the Azura will, a gut-wrenching pain transmitted from his dantian. With a cough, he nearly fell down to his knees. Looking into his inner world, Lin Ming's complexion changed. At this time, massive turbulent waves crashed through the mountain valleys of his inner world, and even the lakes and rivers were swallowed up by an unimaginable amount of waves. Up in the sky, the clouds were washed away by this torrential tide of blood energy. This red tide hurtled towards the boundaries of Lin Ming's inner world, unstoppable. These boundaries were immediately torn asunder by the terrifying energy, forcing Lin Ming's inner world to constantly develop. In that moment, Lin Ming was panic-stricken. With the rapid development of the boundaries of his inner world, that meant he would soon break through to the next boundary. And looking at this wild and overwhelming momentum, if Lin Ming allowed this to continue, then it was possible for him to break through straight into the Holy Lord realm. However, just several years ago, Lin Ming had reached the late Divine Lord realm. If he were to directly jump past the half-step Holy Lord realm and into the Holy Lord realm, that would be far too quick. When a martial artist cultivated the martial path, they had to proceed in an orthodox and orderly fashion. This was because in walking down the road of martial arts, it wasn't just an issue of accumulating cultivation. One also had to perceive the heavenly Tao laws and master their martial skills. Many peerless geniuses would intentionally suppress their own cultivation until they couldn't contain the energy within their bodies any longer. Only then would they make a successful breakthrough and step into the next boundary. Lin Ming had continuously done so. After breaking through ninefall, entering the divine sea, then divine transformation, every step he took had been steady and solid, with him consolidating his foundation to the limit. Whether it was in comprehension of laws or martial skills and techniques, he far surpassed all other martial artists of his level. But now Lin Ming had just broken through to the late Divine Lord realm. If he jumped past the half-step Holy Lord realm and became a Holy Lord, this would instead greatly weaken his foundation. Although this would give him a tremendous power boost in combat strength for a short period of time, if he wanted to recover from this in the future, he would have to spend an even greater disproportionate amount of time and energy. The gains simply weren't worth the losses. Thinking of this, Lin Ming grit his teeth. Using all the strength of his body, he forcefully suppressed the terrifying energy fluctuations of the Azura blood. Qi, qi, qi. Within Lin Ming's inner world, the heretical god tree madly grew. Roots radiated outwards, digging down and plunging into the Azura blood, wildly absorbing its essence. The pure source energy also entered into Lin Ming's inner world, forming ancient and vigorous runes of the Azura heavenly Tao. These runes reinforced the boundaries of Lin Ming's inner world even as they sealed away the Azura blood, wanting to suppress the remaining energy. However, the Azura blood was simply far too powerful. Even if Lin Ming used the heretical god tree and the power of the Azura heavenly Tao laws, it was still far too difficult to suppress. The Azura heavenly Tao could seal away the Azura blood, but in a situation where the disparity in strength was far too great, there was a limit in the amount that Lin Ming could seal away. Peng, with a loud explosive sound, the boundaries of Lin Ming's inner world began to break down once more. The raging red sea smashed against the barriers of the inner world, rapidly developing the chaotic space and expanding it. If this continued, then Lin Ming would reach the Holy Lord realm sooner or later. And such a barbaric method of developing the inner world was the same as raising the land. It would instead ruin Lin Ming's foundation. In this critical moment, Lin Ming shouted out once more. Above his head, a black void seemed to rip open as a mysterious and radiant starlight fell down like a river of stars, flowing all over Lin Ming's body. Brilliant stars appeared above Lin Ming's head, 9 of them in total. Lin Ming was well aware that just relying on the essence gathering system was no longer enough to contain the terrifying strength of the Azura blood. He had to use the body transformation system. Humanity's 9 stars of the Tao Palace were not permitted by the heavenly Tao. In order to break through a boundary, each time required a massive volume of energy. Lin Ming summoned the 9 stars of the heavens above him because he wanted to use the 9 stars of the Tao Palace to contain the Azura blood. Since the Azura blood was so incomparably powerful, he would contend with it using the power of the heavenly Tao. Qi, qi, qi. Lin Ming's entire body was bathed in mercurial starlight. His bodily strength began rapidly rising upwards. Without hesitation, he opened up the Purple Temple Tao Palace and the Heavenly Retribution Tao Palace. Using the power of the stars, he forcefully sundered apart the sea-like Azura blood. Underneath the quickening of the power of stars, the tumbling red waves turned into 9 red columns of water that shot into the air like crimson dragons, rushing out from Lin Ming's inner world and into his flesh and blood. 9 fluctuations of energy constantly converged into the 9 Tao palaces within Lin Ming's body. Of these 9 Tao palaces, only the Purple Temple and Heavenly Retribution Tao palaces had been completely opened. As for the other Tao palaces, their rudimentary form hadn't been formed. For a time, from 9 points in Lin Ming's body, a blinding starlight shot out. This starlight fused together with the power of the Azura blood and turned blood red, an enchanting and captivating sight. At this moment, it was like Lin Ming's body had become a star. The 9 stars of the Tao Palace, especially those 7 Tao Palaces that had yet to open, were like fathomless pits that recklessly swallowed the power of the Azura blood. As the raging red sea entered these points, it vanished without a trace. The pressure on Lin Ming's inner world suddenly lightened. Within Lin Ming's inner world, the areas where those 9 Tao palaces should be began to shine. The areas of the 7 unopened Tao palaces actually began to faintly form 7 bright red rudimentary forms of Tao palaces. These rudimentary Tao palaces were ethereal and misty. After fusing together with the terrifying power of the Azura blood, they faintly brought with them the dreadful aura of the Azura laws. This rate of absorption continued for 3 days. During this period of time, Lin Ming's mind was extremely tense. Using the Azura heavenly Tao laws and the power of the stars, he guided the terrifying energy within the Azura blood to vitalize the 7 Tao palaces within his body. Moreover, Lin Ming's battle spirit also continuously withstood a baptism of the Asura will, being tempered and enhanced without end. Without noticing it, Lin Ming's battle spirit became increasingly radiant as it shined like blue-green jade. And within his body, the 7 rudimentary Tao palaces became increasingly clear. Looking around, one could see a misty blood fog that contained a horrifying blood energy. When the last dregs of the Asura blood strength were absorbed, Lin Ming felt his entire body collapse downwards and his vision blur. His body gently trembled. Then he lost consciousness as he slumped to the ground. After consuming his strength for 3 days and 3 nights, Lin Ming had completely overdrawn the power of his essence energy and divine, leaving him in a lethargic and nearly catatonic state. Now, he finally fell into a deep slumber. After sleeping for an unknown period of time, Lin Ming finally opened his eyes. He propped himself upwards and looked at his hands and body. Those mystical curse seals that covered his body were already gone. However, they hadn't vanished and had instead hidden themselves within Lin Ming's flesh and blood. As long as Lin Ming summoned the power of Asura, these curse seals would be activated and reappear on Lin Ming's skin. Through these curse seals, Lin Ming could better utilize the power of the Asura laws, and his combat strength would rise to another level. Lin Ming also returned to his original height, and the scales on his body had vanished. Just from looking at his appearance, there wasn't any difference from before he had absorbed the Asura blood. But Lin Ming knew that his strength had taken a comprehensive leap upwards. Because Lin Ming had forcefully suppressed his cultivation, it had only risen by a small boundary, reaching the half-step Holy Lord realm. From the late Divine Lord realm to half-step Holy Lord, Lin Ming had only used several years. Although this speed was still too quick, it was only the difference of a small boundary. Wanting to make up for the damage to his foundation wouldn't be difficult at all. As for his battle spirit, beneath the baptism of the Asura will, it had finally broken through Blue Soul Small Success and reached Blue Soul Large Success, even approaching Blue Soul Perfection. And above all that, Lin Ming's greatest harvest was the 9 Tao palaces within his body. The Purple Temple and Heavenly Retribution Tao palaces had been covered with a faint red light after being nourished by the Asura blood. They were like rubies soaked deep in blood. As for the other 7 Tao palaces, only the rudimentary forms of the Tao palaces had appeared. They hadn't truly opened. But in the future, if Lin Ming were to use medicines to open these Tao palaces, it would actually be much easier. And when he opened them, the Tao palaces would be that much more formidable. Lin Ming took a deep breath and stood up on his feet. He could feel a dreadful strength contained within his body, one that he wanted to hurry up and release. After absorbing the Asura blood, Lin Ming's strength had completed an evolution upwards. But because such a terrifying strength had entered into Lin Ming's spiritual sea, inner world, and 9 Tao palaces, his body wasn't able to adapt to all of these changes anytime soon. This caused some disruptions in Lin Ming's aura. At the same time, it was mixed with the heretical god force, grand mist energy black hole aura, and the Asura heavenly Tao aura. If Lin Ming wanted to thoroughly master and unite all of these strengths together, the quickest method to do so would be to fight in a high-intensity battle where he tempered his own combat strength. Only then would all of these strengths fuse together. Thinking of this, a brilliant flaming fighting spirit burst out from Lin Ming's eyes. With large steps, he walked forwards, heading towards the 4th level of the final trial. Chapter 1697, Black Dragon Spear. Chapter 1697, Black Dragon Spear. The sky was gray and dim, as if it had existed in a state of perpetual twilight since time immemorial. 9 dark blood-red suns hung high and hazy in the heavens, emitting a weak heat. One side of the earth was covered with blazing hot winds. The wind spun and howled, scorching the earth black. The ground was bare and desolate. Dark red peaks twisted in the distance within the heat, distorting like undulating flames in the wind. On another side of the earth, there was a world wrapped in snow and ice. The forests, mountain ranges, rivers, everything was covered with ice. This was a world of ice, a cold and gloomy chill that permeated everything, burning heat and freezing cold. These two sides were clearly divided in this strange land, even as they struggled with each other. It was a strange and marvelous sight, a cutting, slithering sound transmitted from deep within the fields of ice. On the distant horizon, a silver, mountain-like outline appeared. Upon a closer look, one could see that this was an incomparably massive silver python rapidly snaking over the round. As it winded its way forwards, it smashed apart icebergs, leaving massive cracks in the ice sheets. And standing atop this silver python's head was the divine void third crown prince. His expression was still haughty and imperious, looking down at all with disdain. The only difference was that the dragon crown on his head was crooked and his clothes were stained with blood, as if he had undergone a vast slaughter battle, and the process hadn't been easy either. Closely following behind the divine void crown prince were two people flying through the winds. One was Duke Fullmoon, and the other was a young man with thick muscles wrapped over his body and eyes that exploded with a sharp light. This other young man had deep scars crisscrossing his body that were tainted with some black energy, as if he had been struck by some mysterious cursed strength. Duke Fullmoon also didn't have his smiles of days past. One of his eyebrows had been ripped in half, and his complexion was macabre. After stepping into the final trial's 4th level, the difficulty rose dramatically once more. Even a squad of outstanding martial artists would fall into perilous situations if they weren't careful. In these lands there were ghosts, evil races, and all sorts of monstrous beings, all of them having the terrifying strength of a world king and above. Thus, this was the reason why some trial challengers that passed the gate of laws had returned to the 3rd level, even though they knew that the 4th level was abundant with lucky chances. They simply didn't dare to continue venturing deeper in this cursed land. Once they returned to the 3rd level, this meant that, to them, the final trial had ended. As for Duke Fullmoon and the divine void crown princess squad, they were a union of power and power. Even so, after arriving on the 4th level, they had experienced cold and brutal battles. Crown Prince, Your Highness, there is an unusual aura over there, Duke Fullmoon said with some doubt as he looked at some place in the distance where ice and fire met together. In that area, he could feel a demonic aura that rose to the heavens. Standing beside the Crown Prince, a tall and burly young man took out a strange map that had been pieced together. The map illustrated a dense terrain covered with colored lines. This was a map of the final trial that was handed out by Divine Void, Divine Kingdom. In truth, using this map as a reference point wasn't too useful, because the world of the 4th level was created by the elemental powers of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Each one of these elemental lands had rare treasures, and every now and then these elemental regions would shift and transform, migrating to other areas. Thus, each time this trial occurred, there would be different dangers and different lucky chances. If they were to spend a great deal of time and effort piecing together a map, now, at the next final trial, that map would only be 20 to 30% usable. The tall and burly man frowned. He said, "Crown Prince, Your Highness, Duke Fullmoon, the deeper we head into the 4th level, the more dangers there will be. In the 4th level, our squad is already considered quite a ways in. In the battles just now, we've experienced some struggles and have sustained some minor wounds. The area that Duke Fullmoon mentions is even deeper in, and if we go there, we might have to face greater dangers. The deeper one ventured into the fourth level, the more dangers there were. But correspondingly, the better the lucky chances were. In the middle of the fourth level, there had already been many squads that had members die because of the various dangers here. Many squads had reached the middle of the fourth level and stayed there, waiting for the entrance to the fifth level to open. In almost every case, the entrance to the fifth level would appear in the middle of the fourth level. As for everything past that, that was a land filled with treasures and lucky chances. However, there was killing intent spread through every inch of land. The strong could journey in, but the weak had to give up. In this final trial, there was only an extremely small number of squads that were willing to venture deep into the fourth level. As for the Divine Void Crown Prince, his squad was one of these. The Divine Void Crown Prince's complexion changed as he weighed the advantages and disadvantages. Riches and glory always came with danger. Lucky chances like this weren't common. So with such a lucky chance placed in front of him, how could he be willing to leave? After a moment of thought, the Divine Void Crown Prince gloomily said, "To cultivate the martial path is to struggle with the heavens at every step. Many people struggle to find lucky chances, and if there is a lucky chance placed in front of us, and we do not try to grasp it, why do we still cultivate the martial path? Let's go and take a look." As the Divine Void Third Crown Prince spoke, a brilliant light shot out from his eyes. He gazed towards the direction where that massive aura was surging out from and pointed his hand outwards. The silver python beneath his feet was an intelligent creature and was able to feel the fluctuations in its master's thoughts. With a loud roar, a cloud-piercing, stone-cracking sound echoed through the world as it rapidly accelerated forwards towards the area that the Divine Void Third Crown Prince indicated. As the silver python's massive form tore through the air, a sharp whistling sound howled out. Innumerable mountain peaks were crushed, and an equal number of rivers were cut off beneath the silver python. Duke Fullmoon and the young man launched their movement techniques and followed close behind. The young man's name was Juku. Of the two of them, Duke Fullmoon was a world king and Juku was a half-step world king. However, Juku still possessed the combat strength of a world king. After a quarter hour passed, the silver python's speed slowed. They finally stopped in front of a pitch-black land that was cracked and scorched. A vast and irresistible aura transmitted from the space above this land. In the void, the powers of freezing cold and burning flames howled as they twisted around a mountain-sized jet-black rock shaped like a square. All around this rock were mysterious giant runes, floating and sparkling. As the Divine Void Crown Prince stood high atop the silver python, he was just able to see that at the top of this massive square rock, at the very center, was a true dragon. This true dragon was pure black and only 10 feet long. The Divine Void Crown Prince had never seen such a small true dragon before. Its body was covered with scales, and it clawed at the void, roaring out as it did so. Its dark eyes flitted back and forth, as sharp and bright as lightning. A deep atmosphere of blood and death surrounded it. The Divine Void Crown Prince was startled. Why was there a dragon here? The final trial mystic realm had existed for 10 billion years already. It was impossible for a black dragon to survive for such a long time. Moreover, this black dragon was only 10 feet long. It was simply unthinkable. Not only was the Divine Void Crown Prince shocked, but Duke Fullmoon and Juku were equally dumbfounded. They glanced at each other, and then back towards the black dragon. But as they looked again, the scene they saw was different. What black dragon was there? At the center of the black rock, it was clearly a black long spear that was stabbed into the rock. This spear was covered with a vast and pure demonic strength. The demonic strength gathered together, condensing into the phantom of a black dragon that danced in the air. This spear was 10 feet long, and the dark spear shaft shined with an icy metallic luster. The spear head was stabbed into the center of the rock, so it was impossible to see. But Even though it was stabbed into the black rock, one could still feel that it was incomparably sharp, as if it could tear apart all of space. Even from hundreds of thousands of feet away, one still felt as if the sharp point of the spearhead was hanging above their head, ready to come falling down at any moment and grind one to dust. It was a feeling that left the heart racing. This is the divine void crown. Prince was shocked. Was the black dragon just now an illusion? Had they mistaken that dragon-shaped demonic energy for a black dragon? If one of them had seen incorrectly, then that might have been acceptable, but for all three of them to see the wrong thing, that was unusual. As the saying went, divine spear-like dragon. Could it be because this spear truly held the charm of a dragon? Thus, at first glance, they had thought it to be a true dragon. This is a divine spear. I fear that its grade might surpass an Empyrean spirit treasure. The divine void third crown prince's pupils shrank, and his breathing became a bit ragged and loud. Greed shined in his eyes. If Lin Ming were here, he would have instantly identified that this black spear was in fact extremely similar to the dragon spear that the Black Azura had held in the Gate of Laws. If so, then the significance of this spear was beyond extraordinary. Ha ha! To find the spear is your highness' great lucky chance, as well as our great lucky chance. As Juku gripped the piece-together map, all the muscles on his body began to bulge out. Duke Fullmoon also gulped. After all, he too was a spear master. However, he was well aware that with the divine void third crown prince standing right beside him, it wouldn't be his turn for such a good thing. Still, he could drink a little of the soup afterwards, and indeed, the third crown prince said, "Don't worry, I will not take sole possession of this spear. After all, my weapon is not a spear. I will take this spear and gift it to our divine kingdom, and we shall be rewarded with unimaginable riches." The divine void crown prince was skilled in manipulating emotions and thoughts. He naturally wouldn't do something so stupid like betraying the heart of his subordinates. "Your Highness, allow me to fetch it," Juku eagerly said. "Be careful." The divine void third crown prince nodded. Juku suppressed the excitement in his heart and flew into the air. After moving forwards 1,000 feet, he remained high in the sky. Facing the black spear, he traced his spatial ring and took out 2 blood-red puppets. These puppets were created by a World King level puppet master, and in the hands of a martial artist familiar with puppet techniques, they could display a strength at the late Divine Lord realm. In the final trial, a late Divine Lord puppet wasn't worth mentioning at all. It simply wasn't much use in battle, but using them for exploring the way was extremely useful. Juku guessed that this black dragon spear wouldn't be easy to obtain. In order to grow up to the level he was at, he couldn't be an idiot. If he were to recklessly try to take such a great treasure, he might be sending himself into the jaws of death. To use puppets to explore the way first was the most appropriate plan. Whoosh, whoosh. The 2 puppets fired towards the black dragon spear, one right, one left. As the puppets approached the black dragon spear, the demonic energy gathered around the dragon spear became wild and violent. The demonic energy turned into a black dragon phantom that plunged towards the 2 puppets. In an instant, the 2 puppets were melted to nothing. Juku was startled. He immediately took several steps back. Indeed, this spear wouldn't be easy to take. He had to find some other method to do so. As he was deep in thought, trying to think of some other way, his complexion immediately changed. He watched blankly on as the terrifying demonic energy melted away the 2 puppets and then hurtled towards their puppet master like it had a mind of its own. Chapter 1698, Bloodthirsty Black Dragon. Chapter 1698, Bloodthirsty Black Dragon. This dragon-shaped black energy was able to determine and locate its true enemy. Juku's complexion rapidly changed, and he hurriedly drew backwards. However, That black dragon was far too fast. Although its body was only 10 feet long, it hurtled through the air like a bolt of black lightning, immediately overtaking Juku. Juku roared out loud and took out a heavy sword from his spatial ring, slashing down at the approaching black dragon phantom. Juku's cultivation wasn't as high as Duke Fullmoon's, but in terms of talent, he was slightly superior. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to obtain a spot in the final trial. As his heavy sword came slashing down, soul force gushed out like a tsunami. However, that black dragon phantom ignored all of this and rushed into that sea of soul force and split it apart. Not only did the black dragon not collapse, but it instead swallowed up all of Juku's strength. For a time, Juku was scared out of his mind. He rapidly touched his spatial ring, taking out a black-red divine runic symbol, but the black dragon phantom was far too fast. Before Juku could activate the divine runic symbol, it had already bitten him. Chi, chi, chi. The black dragon phantom turned into countless threads of bloody black energy. It drilled into Juku's ears, nose, every single inch of Juku's body. For some time, Juku's body wildly shook as black energy filled him. His originally tall and vigorous body began to wither away. Juku. Everything that occurred just now had happened in the blink of an eye. The divine void crown prince's complexion paled. He didn't dare to go forwards. In this fearful pall, he didn't even dare to take a breath or turn around and escape lest he alarm that terrifying black dragon. Damn it. The divine void crown prince clenched his jaws, but he was helpless to do anything. He could only hold his breath and restrain his aura to avoid being detected by the black dragon. After some time, a pile of broken bones, a husk of wrinkled skin, and a divine runic symbol that had just been taken out but not yet used began to scatter down from the air. Seeing this, Duke Fullmoon couldn't help but shiver. His palms were already slick with a cold sweat. Luckily, he hadn't been the one to attempt taking the black spear, or his fate wouldn't have been much better. He was only a little stronger than Juku, and there was an extremely limited number of things he could have done. As the black dragon phantom in the air ate up all of Juku's essence, energy, and blood vitality, it began to appear increasingly lifelike. It roared out again and again, its cold and grim pupils flashing with a gluttonous light. It stared at the divine, void third crown prince and Duke Fullmoon. Caught in the phantom's gaze, Duke Fullmoon and the divine void crown prince felt as if they had fallen into a sea of ice. Juku had died, and they had only been able to watch helplessly on, not being able to assist him, and not being able to run away. With the speed of the black dragon phantom that they witnessed with their own eyes, even if they used all of their strength to leave, they still wouldn't even be 30% of its speed. They would be overtaken in the blink of an eye. What they feared the most was the black dragon phantom discovering them. And now, as the black dragon phantom looked at them, they both paled, their minds shaking. Even so, they didn't dare move a single step. After the black dragon phantom stared at the divine void crown prince and Duke Fullmoon for a quarter hour, leaving them both drenched with sweat, it turned tail and flew back to the giant rock, fusing back into the black dragon spear and disappearing from sight. It was only then that the divine void crown prince and Duke Fullmoon were able to let out a long breath of relief. It was like all the strength had left their limbs, leaving them wobbly and exhausted. Their clothes were also wet. This experience was no different from suffering through a grueling war. To them, this short quarter hour felt as long as an entire year. How terrifying, Duke Fullmoon said, his voice shaking as he spoke. When facing a threat of true and unavoidable death, a martial artist's response wasn't much better than that of a mortal. What a heavy demonic energy. I finally know how that demonic energy formed. Perhaps that black dragon phantom killed too many people, and the hatred, resentment, and grievances of these victims gathered together condensing into such a heavy, demonic energy. That black dragon phantom might be an artifact spirit. When we first didn't see the dragon spear and saw the black dragon, that might not have been an illusion. It was just that in the brief split second, the black dragon had hidden itself in the spear. Thus we had taken it as the dragon spear. This fellow might have intentionally hidden itself in the spear so that we would lower our guard and draw closer. It wants to use our blood and flesh as its food. What a clever beast! In these past years, who knows how many extraordinary elites have been killed by it, their blood nourishing it all this time. It must have consumed an incalculable amount of strength. But what is strange is that it has clearly discovered us. But even though it desires flesh and blood, it still doesn't attack us. There might be some rule or contract restricting it. For instance, it cannot provoke others on its own initiative unless it's been attacked first. Duke Fullmoon and the Divine Void Crown Prince were considered as people with strong wills, although they were scared pale and shaking just now. After the danger had passed, they were able to quickly calm down and analyze the situation. What should we do? Give up? Duke Fullmoon stared at the black dragon spear. Although he wanted this spear, he also knew that he didn't possess the ability to wield it, much less be able to obtain it. He wouldn't be able to use many of the advantages from obtaining the spear, and obtaining it by himself was simply impossible. Lucky chances always had to be contrasted to their dangers. With this, Duke Fullmoon developed the thought of retreating. But the Divine Void Crown Prince actually licked his lips as if he were secretly considering something. Although he knew it would be tremendously dangerous, he still wasn't willing to give up like this. Too dangerous. Too dangerous. In the middle of the 4th level, 2 youths had just experienced a thrilling, soul-stirring escape from danger. Just then, they had encountered a giant diamond ape. This giant diamond ape was a ridiculous monster. Even the combined, all-out attacks of the 2 youths weren't able to injure its fur. As for the attacks of the giant diamond ape, just the aftermath alone was enough to shatter the 2 youths' protective true essence. Originally, for these 2 youths to encounter such a disastrous monster, in 10 encounters they would die 10 times with no hopes of survival. Luckily, the giant diamond ape wasn't the most intelligent of monsters. Just when the 2 had fallen into hopeless despair, they had used an illusion technique to deceive the giant diamond ape and thus escape this danger. After fleeing, their bodies had been drenched with a cold sweat and their hands and feet were feeling clammy. Big brother, we're lucky you were smart enough to simulate our appearances with an illusion and use that to lead the monster away. That thing is simply the most terrifying vicious beast I have ever seen. One of the 2 youths said as he raggedly gasped for breath. Second brother, now isn't the time to relax. The giant diamond ape will discover it has been tricked sooner or later, and when it does, it will become enraged. With our speed, it definitely might be able to catch up to us. We should flee this land as soon as we can. As the 2 people were discussing fleeing, they looked at the boundless canopy of trees in front of them. These boundless giant trees pierced into the heavens, making them both feel strangely uncomfortable. These trees were all massive, and not even 20 to 30 people would be able to encircle them. The thick leaves layered over each other, and a single leaf was the size of a bathtub. Originally, only a dim light filtered into this land, but walking into that forest would be the same as entering an utterly dark night. These 2 youths were a pair of genius brothers that came from an ancient martial family at the far east side of the Azura Road. They had experienced repeated life or death situations to finally arrive at this area in the 4th level, but they never imagined that just after escaping one danger, there would always be another perilous danger just waiting around the corner. A war. At this time, the roar of a vicious beast echoed out from the forest. This terrifying sound, joined together with a horrifying aura, washed out like an endless tidal wave. For a time, All of the nearby plants were sent flying away as the earth shook. The two youths were also sent tumbling away by this voice and aura. For a time their faces were paper white, and they were at a loss for what to do. There was the giant diamond ape behind them and an unknown danger in front of them. This was truly a calamitous dilemma. Bang! From deep within the forest, a terrifying explosion suddenly rang out, followed by the pained howls of giant beasts. It was like a thundercloud was rolling through the dense foliage. Waves of energy transmitted out from the distance, like a sun was exploding, emitting a blinding light as a torrential torrent of essence energy rocketed to the horizon. This strength was so great that the two youths felt a tingling feeling creep over their scalp, and they nearly slumped to the ground. Big brother in front of us is probably something even more terrifying. The younger brother, who spoke, was already dripping wet with sweat. As he looked at the forest in front of him that not a single ray of light could penetrate, he felt weak at heart. Without a doubt, there was a brutal slaughter occurring within the depths of the forest. The two brothers were at a loss of what to do. After 10 breaths of time passed, the battle with the forest began to quiet down. Afterwards, a shadowy figure leapt out from the distant woods, impacting towards the heavens like a meteor. Then, as if this figure had discovered something, it suddenly switched directions in midair and hurtled towards the two brothers. With an explosive rumbling, this figure crashed in front of the two brothers. The earth beneath them started cracking apart like a spider's web. Dust scattered in all directions. An astonishing scent of blood filled the air, blasting into the noses of the two youths. In that moment, standing in front of the two brothers was a man-shaped monster that seemed to have dug its way out from the pits of hell. This monster stood tall, and its hair hung loose. Its entire body was wet with dark red blood, and black scales covered its body. These scales were absolutely not some kind of armor, but a part of its body. It was normally impossible for a person to appear like this. This man-shaped monster turned its head. Its two pupils were partly blocked by its loose hair, but even then, they projected a horrifyingly sharp light. Looking at these two pupils, the two youths were frightened out of their wits. Without a doubt, they were absolutely no match for this man-shaped monster. This monster could kill them in but a mere instant. Just by standing here, they felt as if they would die soon. And at this time, the man-shaped monster actually didn't attack. Rather, its lips moved, and it asked, "You two, do you know where there are stronger monsters?" The two youths were left dumbfounded. This monster could speak. Moreover, the way it spoke wasn't like a monster. It's a person. The younger brother cried out in alarm. As they realized this, they were both overjoyed. Looking carefully, they discovered that even though this person was bathed in blood and looked unbelievably fierce, and its body was also covered with scales like a monster's body might be, its face actually seemed quite familiar. After staring for several breaths of time, the two youths nearly fell over in surprise. This sword-sharp forehead, this swift and fierce look, as if his face were carved from sabers, this person was clearly— "Why will you?" the young brother stuttered, pointing at this man-shaped monster. Lin Ming. The two of them never would have imagined that this man-shaped monster was Lin Ming. Chapter 1699. Venturing deeper into the fourth level. Chapter 1699. Venturing deeper into the fourth level. These two brothers didn't recognize Lin Ming at the start. With a martial artist's senses, it would normally be impossible for them to make such a foolish mistake if they looked carefully. But at this time, Lin Ming's entire body was covered with scales, and he was half a foot higher. His hair was thick and wild, like a savage born from the jungle. Moreover, the scales around his body were dyed red with blood, and his clothes had been torn to unrecognizable bits. It was impossible for one to see a trial challenger here. Rather, all one could think of was an Azura demon from hell. Before, these two brothers were already scared silly by the giant diamond ape, and as they saw this Death Star appear before them, all they could think was, it's over, it's over, it's all over, we're all dead here. It was only when they realized this monster was Lin Ming that they relaxed a little. Even so, the shock in their hearts didn't dim in the least. If they weren't wrong, then the one that had been in that dreadful fight in the forest was Lin Ming. Lin Ming looked at these two speechless ancient martial family geniuses. His voice was low as he asked, "Where are stronger monsters?" The two youths were stunned, not immediately answering. They had just been sent scurrying about by monsters, and now Lin Ming was asking them where to find stronger ones. What was he planning on doing? Lin Ming frowned a little, now that he entered the 4th level. He not only sought treasures here, but also to temper and gain experience. In the star-like immortal palace, Lin Ming had absorbed the drop of Azura blood, but because the strength contained within the Azura blood was excessively huge, he had been forced to divert it into the 9 Tao palaces. This meant that the astral essence, spirit essence, and true essence within Lin Ming's body were affected, and their equilibrium was in disorder. Even the heretical god force, grand mist energy, black hole energy, and Azura heavenly Tao laws within him had been affected, all of them becoming slightly restless. With so many chaotic energies swirling within him, Lin Ming needed to straighten them out and have them fuse with his body. And the best method to do so was to fight. Fight without end. Thus, in the 4th level, while the other geniuses here were diligently searching for treasures and avoiding all the various monsters and dangers, Lin Ming was different. To him, this 4th level was a training zone. He searched for monsters on his own initiative and fought them. Not only was he adjusting the strengths within his body, but he was also honing the combat skills and fighting spirit from the Azura blood. Lin Ming had spent far too long in the star-like immortal palace. He hadn't been in the 4th level for long, and when he first appeared, all that was around him was an endless forest. There was a considerable number of monsters in this forest, but after a massacre that lasted for a full day and night, Lin Ming felt that although there was a high quantity of monsters here, their quality and strength were lacking. This wasn't enough to satisfy him. In particular, after he stimulated the strength of the Azura blood, these monsters weren't even able to withstand 3 of his moves. Thus, when he discovered these 2 trial challengers, he dropped in front of them to ask where there were stronger monsters. At this time, there was a loud rumbling sound on the distant horizon. Soon, an over 60-foot-tall giant diamond ape hurtled towards the 3 young men. This ape was like a madly rushing ox, its speed reaching unbelievable velocities. At first it was on the horizon, but in just the blink of an eye, it was within 1,000 feet of the group. In that moment, the 2 martial family youths both paled. GGG giant diamond ape. It's found us. Shit, this is bad. We must scatter. Ooh, the 2 youths shouted. But before they could even respond, beside them, the devil-like Lin Ming that was thick with the smell of blood suddenly moved. A brilliant fighting spirit ignited in his eyes, and his figure flashed, leaving the 2 youths behind in a cloud of dust. Like a meteor rising into the sky, he shot straight towards that giant diamond ape. The 2 youths were left dumbfounded. They even forgot about escaping. In their experience, this giant diamond ape had a simply unimaginable strength, yet Lin Ming was hurtling towards it. They didn't doubt that Lin Ming was some sort of freakish genius that could instantly kill them, but facing this giant diamond ape that didn't seem to possess any weakness at all, could Lin Ming really do anything? Bang! A massive impact force burst out from the collision of ape and man. A blinding divine light burst out like a sharp sword, piercing into the heavens. The giant diamond ape released a pained roar. Its chest had been punched by Lin Ming, leaving behind a deep hollow. One of its ribs had been forcefully smashed apart by Lin Ming's fist. Fist. The two youths gulped, their throats twitching. They knew that Lin Ming's weapon of choice was a spear, but when facing this giant diamond ape that hadn't been injured by their all-out attacks, Lin Ming had only needed to use a fist to wound it. Was he planning on fighting the giant diamond ape in hand-to-hand combat? Roar, roar, roar. The giant diamond ape was enraged. This rage had come from being injured by a mere little human. The wound had been a provocation of its might and dignity. The giant diamond ape grabbed at Lin Ming, but Lin Ming's speed was as fast as a bolt of lightning. His figure flashed, and he immediately vanished from the giant diamond ape's reach. In the next moment, Lin Ming's right foot landed atop the giant diamond ape's long arm. Then, using this ape's arm as a foothold, Lin Ming shot towards the giant diamond ape's head. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Lin Ming punched out again and again, smashing at the giant diamond ape. His fists tore through the void and cracked open the earth. Each fist contained an unimaginable strength, the power of thunder and fire, the power of heavenly tribulation, 9 stars of the Tao Palace, grand mist laws, Azura, heavenly Tao. All of these different strengths sparked atop Lin Ming's fist. In the fierce barrage of attacks, all of these strengths began slowly fusing together. In this close melee combat, every strike was like the strike of a forging hammer, hammering at the different strengths within Lin Ming's body, allowing him to comprehensively master and understand them. Without using weapons, allowing the feel of every strike to vibrate through his flesh and bones. This method of tempering in allowing Lin Ming's body to directly accept the impact was far better. For a time, energy wildly surged out. The roar of thunder filled the air as energy shot through the skies. 1,000 feet away, the two youths' jaws dropped open as they saw this earth-shaking battle. Their minds trembled and their bodies shook. This was far too terrifying. This simply wasn't a strength that a human should have. Without using a weapon, Lin Ming was fighting the giant diamond ape in a hand-to-hand melee. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The speed of Lin Ming's fist strikes reached the limit. Even so, the giant diamond ape had a horrifying defensive power. Although Lin Ming's fists contained the strength of several dragons, he still couldn't fatally injure the beast. But with fist after fist accumulating, the internal organs of the giant diamond ape, including its blood vessels, fascia, everything began to develop heavy internal injuries. However, in such close-range melee, no matter how fast or nimble Lin Ming was, he was unable to completely avoid all of the giant diamond ape's attacks. Lin Ming punched at the giant diamond ape's eyelids, smashing in one of its eyes. The giant diamond ape suddenly roared out loud and brought a hand crashing down on Lin Ming's back. Kacha! With a loud explosive sound, the black scales on Lin Ming's back solidly withstood this strike. This horrifying impact force was like being struck by a planet. Lin Ming was sent flying backwards, crashing through and snapping several dozen old trees. Finally, with a thunderous sound, he crashed into the ground, sending endless plumes of rock and dirt splashing upwards. The two ancient Marshall family juniors were left in a daze, unable to come up with any words. To have one's body be directly struck by the giant diamond ape, what sort of concept was that? Perhaps even a Saint World King powerhouse would be split in half by the attack. Just as this thought flashed in their minds, before they could decide whether or not they should continue fleeing, there was a stir in the wreckage. In the area where Lin Ming landed, there was a loud eruption of chaos as a blood-drenched Lin Ming leapt upwards from the cracked earth like a wild tiger. Many of the scales on his back had broken apart, but they didn't completely shatter. Rivulets of blood began leaking out from between the scales. These scales were far beyond any normal armor. The scales were engraved with runes of the Azura Heavenly Tao laws. As an impact force spread through the layers of scales, it would be rapidly reduced. Then, when the impact force reached Lin Ming's true body, it wouldn't have enough strength to truly wound his organs and meridians. As the giant diamond ape saw this, fear finally began to fill its eyes. It roared at Lin Ming, wanting to intimidate, but Lin Ming was unmoved. One step at a time, Lin Ming moved forwards. The giant diamond ape retreated again and again, terrified. Finally, it wasn't able to withstand the dreadful pressure rolling off of Lin Ming. To the shock of the two ancient martial family geniuses, the beast turned tail and fled. It's running away. The giant diamond ape, an ancient vicious beast, was actually forced to run away by Lin Ming's fist. The two youths were inexplicably shocked, but at this moment, Lin Ming stepped forwards and chased after the beast. Although the giant diamond ape wasn't the smartest of beasts, it possessed an amazingly fast movement speed. However, when compared to Lin Ming, it was simply far too slow. In just several breaths of time, the beast had been overtaken by Lin Ming. On the distant horizon, another brutal fight began. Lin Ming still didn't use a weapon. The giant diamond ape howled out mournfully again and again. Lin Ming's fist struck solid flesh again and again. Finally, too many internal injuries had accumulated. The giant diamond ape vomited out a mouthful of blood that was awash with bits and pieces of organs. After countless punches by Lin Ming, the giant diamond ape that was as large as an iron tower was struck dead, all of its organs having been burst apart. It keeled over to the ground. Lin Ming stood on the corpse of the giant diamond ape and pulled out the monster crystal from within its body, placing it into his spatial ring. Then he slowly walked away. As the two ancient martial family youths saw the entirely blood-stained Lin Ming walking over to them, they felt all of their courage shatter. It was hard for them to withstand the terrifying pressure released by Lin Ming. This was because the infernal energy swirling around Lin Ming's body was too heavy. In addition to the power of the Grand Mist laws, Azura Heavenly Tao, and heretical god force that lingered around him, these invisible energies created an intangible force field with him at the center. If a normal martial artist were to stand in the range of this force field, they would find it difficult to withstand. Even these outstanding trial challengers from ancient martial families weren't an exception. Where are stronger monsters? This was the third time Lin Ming had asked this question. The two youths felt their arms trembling. They had already confirmed that this freak Lin Ming had come to the 4th level to fight. His main purpose here was not to seek treasures, but to fight. He was no different from a madman. Deeper in, the deeper you venture into the 4th level, the stronger the monsters will be. In the 4th level, the deeper it is, the more lucky chances there are, but the dangers will also be correspondingly greater. In the 4th level, besides the Divine Void Crown Prince and Big Flame squads, there are not many other squads that are willing to go so deep. The older of the two martial artists haltingly said as he pointed towards a direction. That direction he pointed and led deeper into the 4th level. Chapter 1700, Plot. Chapter 1700, Plot. Yeah, at the 3rd level of the final trial, when a martial artist received their reward, they would be teleported alone to the 4th level. But those that received the same level of rewards took around the same amount of time to do so. Thus, they entered the 4th level at nearly the same time. Even if they were transmitted to random locations, they could still quickly find one or two of their companions to form temporary squads. However, for Lin Ming, because he had spent too much time on the Blue Stone Road, he arrived much later than everyone else. By this time, many people had already been fighting for several days. Deeper into the 4th level, I understand. Lin Ming nodded at the two youths and turned around, slowly heading deeper into the 4th level. Strong winds howled, and the scent of blood filled the world. As he sped forwards, his back was as straight as a spear, standing proudly upon this desolate wasteland, filled with a heroic and daring momentum. The 9 suns in the skies slowly fell down beyond the horizon, signaling the approach of night. Lin Ming was like a death god wandering the night. Whether it was the forests, wilderness, or glaciers, he advanced in a straight line. No matter what monsters, evil races, or demonic beings came at him, he didn't use his spear, but fought them with his hands. Like this, Lin Ming crossed past the middle of the 4th level and continued towards the back. This was a black and red swamp. In the night, the swamp emitted a misty black fog which contained the rotting aura of peerless powerhouses and desolate, ancient, vicious beasts that had perished here. If a lower-level martial artist were to breathe in the gas here, all the flesh of their body would melt away. Within this terrifying black fog, a massive number of cruel and vile spirits and ghosts would be born. To a trial challenger, this was a danger zone amongst danger zones. If a common squad were to arrive here, they would have turned tail and fled. But Lin Ming actually walked directly into this land. Chi, chi, chi. Behind Lin Ming, the phantom of an Asura appeared. This Asura held a massive wheel in his hands, and spinning above this wheel were countless phantoms of suffering demons. This was the myriad demon karmic wheel. The myriad demon karmic wheel rose up into the air, revolving and forming a giant vortex. A tremendous amount of the black fog was sucked into the myriad demon karmic wheel and refined into pure energy. Woo, woo, woo. The ear-piercing howls of malevolent spirits rose up through the world. Because Lin Ming was recklessly swallowing up the black fog in this swamp, he had aroused the evil spirits here. Ghostly purple flames flickered as spectral beings appeared in front of Lin Ming. A giant python corpse brought its giant head up from the rancid swamp mud. Its gaping maw emitted black gas that could melt away divine iron. Seeing this, Lin Ming simply smiled. These ghosts and spirits deep in the 4th level didn't leave him disappointed. Whether it was in numbers or strength, they far surpassed the evil beings that lived in the periphery of the 4th level. With an explosive roar, Lin Ming opened the heretical god force. Power erupted from his body, and the phantom of the heretical god tree appeared behind him. The power of thunder and fire heavenly tribulation came pouring out, sparkling. Whether it was thunder or fire, they were the nemesis of ghosts. Lin Ming wrapped himself in thunder and flames and hurtled towards these spectral spirits. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A terrifying explosion of air surged out. Flames ascended. Arcs of thunder twisted about. Each and every ghost was pierced through by Lin Ming's thunder and fire, turned to ash, and sent scattering into the wind. A terrifying strength exploded in the air. The corpse python howled as its decayed body was rapidly swallowed up by the power of heavenly Tao judgment's thunder and fire. Whoosh! With a light sound, a piece of information thrust into Lin Ming's mind. A thought appeared in Lin Ming's consciousness. 4th level, completion, max. He had completed the 4th level to the maximum possible. Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. As he slaughtered his way through the 4th level, he hadn't been paying attention to the growth of his completion rate. When Lin Ming first passed the Asura level gate of laws, his completion rate had reached 45%. As for the 3rd level, there were only rewards there. Lin Ming's completion rate hadn't increased. And now, in the 4th level, Lin Ming's completion rate rose by 15%, reaching all the way to 60%. This number was already the maximum allowed. No matter how many more monsters he killed, this number wouldn't increase. However, Lin Ming didn't bother with this. The reason he came to the 4th floor was to slaughter as many enemies as possible to temper himself, not for completion percentage. Kill. Kill everything. Kill. 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 Lin Ming wildly laughed and broke into the crowds of monsters and ghosts, his fists sweeping out. Thunder and fire howled around him as he killed 10 ghosts in a single step. As Lin Ming was crazily fighting and tempering himself, deep in the 4th level, beneath the icy cold skies, the divine Void Crown Prince and Duke Fullmoon had come to a pause. They didn't approach the black rock in front of them, nor did they dare approach the black dragon spear. But to leave just like this wasn't something they were willing to do. Your Highness, there are only a dozen or so more days until the channel to the 5th level opens. We must find a solution as soon as possible, or give up on the dragon spear. Duke Fullmoon explained. In truth, he had already given birth to the thought of retreating. Even if he helped in obtaining the black dragon spear, the advantages he would obtain would be limited. It was better to give up on this futile quest and save his own life. The divine Void Crown Prince's complexion darkened. The 4th level was shaped like a massive rectangle. The trial challengers started on one end, and the further they went towards the other end, the deeper into the 4th level they would go, and the greater the risks would be. Generally speaking, the passage from the 4th level to the 5th level would always appear around the middle of this rectangle. In other words, as long as one arrived at the middle of the 4th level, they would be able to enter the 5th level. Once the channel to the 5th level opened, it would also take time to turn around and arrive at the middle. Moreover, they had to kill a sufficient number of monsters in order to obtain the max completion percentage here. Up until now, they had only slain 60% of the required monsters. They weren't as fierce as Lin Ming, who was wildly killing his way through this level. Rather, they had to be selective in choosing their enemies and avoid the terrifying fellows that lurked here. As the divine Void Crown Prince was lost in a dilemma, he heard a whistling sound come from the distance. He looked up, his guard raised, to see a brilliant flame approaching from the far-off horizon. This flame blotted out the skies. In the center of these flames, a fat youth in bright yellow imperial robes was sitting on a firebird, flying over towards them. And behind this fat youth was a young warrior covered in silver armor that radiated a dazzling light, as if his armor had been encrusted with stars. This warrior hurtled through the sky, the air rippling around him. Visible ripples followed him in the air, clearly demonstrating his formidable strength. Big Flame, the divine Void Crown Prince's eyes filled with disgust. At this time, this tubby fellow had actually come here. Really, enemies cross paths far too often. However, this was also well within reason. Out of all the squads in the 4th level, there was only an extremely small number of trial challengers that had the courage to venture this far. Big Flame's group was one such squad. Thus, bumping into him here wasn't a coincidence at all. Suddenly, a ruthless hostility flashed through the divine Void Crown Prince's mind. He extracted his weapon, killing intent surging out from him as he faced Big Flame. He said to Duke Fullmoon with a sound transmission, "Fullmoon, follow me and put on a good play." Duke Fullmoon immediately understood what was happening and extracted his weapon. The two people turned towards Big Flame, one left, one right, as if they were guarding the black dragon spear behind them. As they faced the disciples of Heaven, Union, Divine Kingdom's divine sovereign, as well as that amazingly strong silver-armored warrior, it seemed as if they were ready to fight at any moment. "What? You want to fight?" Seeing Duke Fullmoon and the divine Void Crown Prince be so vigilant, Big Flame happily smiled. "There's no need to be so tense. We're just a little bit disharmonious, right? There's no need to fight as soon as we see each other. You should know that our two sides have similar strength. If we fight, it won't be good for anyone." Big Flame sneered, but at this time he caught sight of the massive black rock behind Duke Fullmoon and the divine Void Crown Prince, as well as the black dragon at the top of the rock. Dragon? Big Flame was shocked. However, he immediately shook his head. "No, that's not right. That's a dragon spear. Ha ha! That is a treasure surpassing the level of an Empyrean spirit treasure. We've really struck a big lucky chance this time. Seeing this dragon spear, Big Flame's eyes shone with a greedy light. As Big Flame flanked the divine Void Crown Prince and Duke Fullmoon, who had raised their weapons, he said, "No wonder they're being so vigilant. So it's because there is a treasure here. Big Flame, this black dragon spear is already mine. You had best get out of my way." The divine Void Crown Prince icily said as he stared at Big Flame. Big Flame didn't even bother looking at the divine Void Crown Prince. His burning gaze was locked onto the black dragon spear, his emotions bubbling over with excitement. When he entered the 4th level, his group had searched for lucky chances everywhere. But up until now, they had only picked up some medicinal herbs that weren't too precious, as well as several remnant pieces of ancient cultivation methods. These harvests weren't enough to satisfy Big Flame. It wasn't until he ventured deep into the 4th level that he was attracted by a vast and terrifying aura. Thus, he arrived here only to discover that the divine Void 3rd Crown Prince and Duke Fullmoon had already arrived a step early. "You two should be the ones getting out of my way. That treasures is mine, and mine alone." Big Flame's chubby face stretched as he smiled. Then he took out a blood-red saber from his spatial ring and slashed it out. A great saber light filled the air, covering Duke Fullmoon and the 3rd Crown Prince. At the same time, Big Flame launched a movement technique. His round body was unexpectedly fast, as speedy as a bolt of lightning. As Duke Fullmoon and the 3rd Crown Prince were covered in his saber light, he swooped down to grab the black dragon spear. His speed was incredibly fast. Just as he was about to step onto the black rock, a vague, restless nervousness appeared in his heart. Strange. Something was wrong here. This treasure, could it really be obtained so easily? Could the divine Void Crown Prince have deliberately allowed him to take it? At this time, Big Flame suddenly caught sight of something from the corners of his eyes. There, at the wasteland below him, was the withered corpse of someone. This person's face was already mutilated to the point of being indescribable. But what was abundantly clear was that this withered skin bag of bones was new. This person had just died here. Big Flame immediately felt that the situation was dire. As the most favored direct disciple of Heaven Union Divine Kingdom's divine sovereign, Big Flame was no fool. He forcefully stopped himself in midair and hastily drew backwards. In the blink of an eye, Big Flame had returned to his original position. He hadn't alarmed the black dragon spear, but his forehead was dripping with a cold sweat. Just now he had taken a trip to the gate of death. Big Flame sneered, his eyes filling with murderous intent as he looked towards the divine Void Crown Prince. "Hee, what a clever plan you had." The divine Void Crown Prince shrugged. "It seems you aren't as dumb as I thought. You were actually able to see through my plans. What a pity." The divine Void Crown Prince didn't care about Big Flame. He just didn't think that Big Flame would find a clue in the crucial moment and escape this calamity. Big Flame savagely grinned. "What use is there in harming me? You probably couldn't take the dragon's spear yourself." On the contrary, as Big Flame spoke to hear, he sensed something and turned around. On the far-off horizon, there was another swift and fierce aura rapidly approaching. How interesting. It seems someone else has arrived. Chapter 1701, Trap. Chapter 1701, Trap. A horrifying sonic boom rolled through the air. This person was coming at an astonishing speed. At first he was far off in the horizon, but in a mere instant he had arrived within several tens of thousands of feet from the group. As the divine Void Crown Prince and Big Flame saw this person, they were both left stunned. This person was bathed in blood and had killing intent brimming from his head to his toes. Even so, they were able to immediately recognize that this person was Lin Ming. Lin Ming. So it was him. The divine Void Crown Prince's complexion was grim and gloomy. He wouldn't bear any contempt towards Lin Ming because of his cultivation. Just because Lin Ming had perfectly passed the Azura level gate of laws. This alone caused the divine Void Crown Prince to feel a deep sense of fear towards him. This little beast. Duke Fullmoon clenched his jaws. He hated Lin Ming to the extreme. The divine Void Crown Prince's thoughts stirred, and he immediately recovered Juku's withered corpse from above the black rock. Big Flame saw this happen from the corner of his eyes. He coldly sneered. "What? You think you can trick Lin Ming just by hiding that corpse? You think he would fall for something like that?" A strange light flashed in the divine Void Crown Prince's eyes, and he savagely smiled. This Lin Ming has a great destiny upon his body and entered that planet-sized immortal palace. It's hard to imagine just what rewards he obtained within. Aren't you interested in finding out? If we can draw support from this spear to bring him down, then everything he has will be ours. At that time, even if we can't obtain the Black Dragon Spear, just the treasures on Lin Ming's body will be a great harvest. The divine Void Crown Prince's words caused a greedy light to shine in Big Flame's eyes. Indeed, the rewards within the planet-sized immortal palace were a mystery. Just what was inside that immortal palace, they couldn't imagine just what the scene inside was even in their dreams. In the legends, no one had been able to enter that immortal palace for billions of years. But Lin Ming was able to enter. Just thinking this sent Big Flame reeling in jealousy. It was definitely a top treasure left behind by the Azura Roadmaster. If the reward from the planet-sized immortal palace was some cultivation method jade slip, magic tool, spirit treasure, or something like that, then they could take it for themselves after killing Lin Ming. If it was a pill, then Lin Ming might not have been able to eat it up due to the limits of his cultivation. If so, they could wrest away that also. Even if it were something like comprehensions or martial intents that they couldn't obtain from Lin Ming's corpse, that didn't matter. This was because once Lin Ming died, they would be able to obtain all other treasures on his body. With Lin Ming's young age, and yet possessing such an abnormal degree of strength, it was highly likely there were many secrets on his body. Thinking of this, everyone felt their hearts burn with covetousness. They looked at each other and immediately formed a united front. As for Duke Fullmoon, he only wished he could loudly applaud the divine Void Crown Prince's suggestion. Although he didn't have much confidence facing Lin Ming alone, this Black Spear's evil nature was simply far too outlandish. Duke Fullmoon didn't believe that Lin Ming had the ability to tame this demonic spear. At that time, Lin Ming might end up meeting the same fate as Juku. His flesh and blood would be swallowed up, and he would end up as a pile of skin and bones. Imagining Lin Ming's tragic and horrible death, Duke Fullmoon felt overjoyed. As for Big Flame and the silver-armored warrior behind him, they were incomparably envious towards this Lin Ming, who they had considered nothing but an ant beneath their feet earlier. If they could kill him, they would all be happy. As this time, Lin Ming also discovered the divine Void Crown Prince, Big Flame, and the others, in particular, that Duke Fullmoon. This fellow was simply a ghost that wouldn't stop haunting him. Lin Ming had already developed thoughts of killing him. That is, Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. His gaze locked onto the black rock behind the divine Void Crown Prince. On this giant black rock there was a dragon spear, its demonic energy so pure and dense that it caused Lin Ming's pupils to shrink. The dragon spear that the Black Azura held. Lin Ming certainly recalled that within the Gate of Laws and on the Blue Stone Road, the Black Azura had held a dragon spear, one exactly like this dragon spear in front of him. Lin Ming couldn't confirm whether or not this dragon spear had once been one of the Azura Roadmaster's weapons. But no matter what he thought about it, out of all the weapons Lin Ming had ever seen in his life, this black dragon spear was the highest-ranked one. For a time, Lin Ming's thoughts blazed for this spear. He earnestly desired this spear. But Lin Ming didn't immediately do anything. He had also been watching the actions of Duke Fullmoon, the divine void crown prince, and the others from the corner of his eye. These people had clearly already discovered the black dragon spear, and yet they were wandering around the periphery, just over 10,000 feet away, seemingly without any intentions of taking the spear away. This left Lin Ming with deep suspicions as to what was happening. He focused his mind, revolving the Azura heavenly Tao laws in his heart and overlapping them with what he saw in front of him. To his shock, he discovered that in the gray, demonic energy swirling around the black dragon spear, there was a massive number of dead spirits contained within. These dead spirits possessed a strong, vengeful atmosphere and infernal energy. It was clear that they had once been peerless geniuses before their deaths, but after they had been struck down by the black dragon spear, their souls were imprisoned within the demonic energy, forever unable to leave. This sort of situation was similar to the myriad demon karmic wheel. A light lit up Lin Ming's mind. The myriad demon karmic wheel could imprison the souls of powerhouses and absorb their will and energy. And the scene in front of him was simply like the black dragon spear had condensed its own myriad demon karmic wheel. After swallowing up the blood essence, souls, and force fields left behind by these peerless masters, it had condensed these energies together, creating a near tangible essence that became a powerful attack method of the black dragon spear. Like how Lin Ming could use the myriad demon karmic wheel to slay his enemies, the black dragon spear could use this demonic energy it condensed to kill its enemies. Could this demonic spear have a mind of its own and have managed to cultivate the Azura heavenly Tao? Realizing this, Lin Ming's thoughts turned cold. A top-grade spirit treasure had its own artifact spirit, and it wasn't strange for an artifact spirit to have its own consciousness. But for this artifact spirit to be able to cultivate on its own, that was a bit astonishing. For some reason, Lin Ming felt that the demonic energy around the spear was too heavy, it was far too evil. This caused Lin Ming to raise his guard. He didn't take another step forwards. This brat isn't coming over. Duke Fullmoon frowned. He didn't think it would be easy to fool Lin Ming, but he never imagined that Lin Ming would be cautious to such a degree. With the treasure right in front of him, he actually stood several tens of thousands of feet away. If so, then wanting to borrow the strength of the black dragon spear to kill him would be difficult. Ha ha! Why, if it isn't Sir Lin? The divine void crown prince suddenly heartily laughed. From tens of thousands of feet away, he cupped his fists together and slightly bowed at Lin Ming. Lin Ming looked at the divine void crown prince and sneered, saying, "Do we know each other very well?" Lin Ming's words weren't polite. In life or death situations within these danger zones, even fellow disciples from the same sect would be plotting against each other, ready to stab each other in the back, if necessary. Here, Lin Ming wasn't even on friendly terms with these people, and it was likely everyone here wished they could place each other in a death trap and seize treasures from the corpses. In this situation, Lin Ming was disinclined to listen to the long-winded prattling and lies of this divine void crown prince. However, the divine void crown prince seemed to care little about Lin Ming's mocking tone. He smiled and said, "Sir Lin, you seem to have some misunderstanding. People aren't friends at the start, but don't they slowly get to know each other? I have a great deal of admiration towards Sir Lin's talent." Lin Ming didn't speak, allowing the divine void crown prince to say what he wanted. "Sir Lin, let me be honest with you. I truly desire to be friends with you. Honest people don't need to speak in riddles. We are all intelligent people here. As you know, I am a crown prince of the divine void divine kingdom, but what you may not know is that there are 7 people with the title of crown prince in the divine void divine kingdom. Moreover, in the future, this number may even increase. Between the current 7 crown princes, the competition is already extremely brutal. Although I have some advantages, they aren't too obvious. I very much hope to make friends with some heroes, and if I could win the support of Brother Lin, then my future road will surely be far smoother. The divine void crown prince spoke at a moderate pace. His words seemed fair and reasonable, and even the way he referred to Lin Ming had changed, becoming Brother Lin. And Lin Ming said without any expression, it was impossible to tell whether he believed these words or not. Ha! Brother Lin is frank and to the point. I like it. I certainly wouldn't ask Brother Lin to help without offering anything in return. The divine void divine kingdom has rich resources, and I am positive that Brother Lin will find something that interests you. Moreover, even now there is a lucky chance right before us. Brother Lin, aren't you interested in the black dragon spear behind me? The divine void crown prince spoke with a happy smile on his face, without even thinking about it. It was obvious that a spear master like Lin Ming would be tempted by this black dragon spear. Lin Ming remained silent. At this time, Big Flame laughed. Third Crown Prince, your plan is quite meticulous. Are you planning on obtaining someone's favor with something that even you cannot obtain? If you could have taken that spear, then why would you have needed to wait until now? The divine void crown prince still had a smile on his face. It's true, I cannot take this spear. But if I had Brother Lin's help in addition to Brother Big Flame's help, then there is a possibility of success. Oh, then what's your plan? Big Flame asked. The divine void crown prince thought for a moment, and then said, the danger of this spear lies in the demonic energy that covers the spear body. It can turn into a black dragon that can swallow the blood and essence energy of a martial artist, but there is only a single black dragon. As long as this black dragon can be distracted, then one can naturally obtain the spear. Now, if our three sides cooperate, we can have two sides block the black dragon, while the third takes the spear. I know that Brother Lin doesn't believe me. So how about I and Brother Big Flame distract the black dragon, while Brother Lin takes the spear? As the divine void crown prince spoke, Big Flame's heart skipped a beat. He wanted to object, but held himself back. He didn't know what the divine void crown prince was planning, but he knew that the divine void crown prince was targeting Lin Ming. If so, then he would certainly join forces with the crown prince. However, his only fear was that the divine void crown prince would also find some way to harm him. He couldn't help but be vigilant about this. Oh, Lin Ming faintly smiled. The divine void crown prince's plan was highly advantageous to him. What is the specific plan for implementing all of this? The divine void crown prince said, simple. First, we will lure out the black dragon. However, this black dragon phantom is far too strong. No matter who tries to lure it out, they will be in tremendous danger. Thus, the safest method is to use a puppet. Brother Lin comes from the Divine Runic Masters Guild, and there are surely many refining masters there. So Brother Lin should have some high-grade puppets, right? I do. Lin Ming nodded. Then there's no problem. With these high-grade puppets and Brother Lin's famed divine runic symbols, we should be able to keep off the black dragon's first attack. Then we can help stand in front of Brother Lin and lay down a grand array formation to intercept the black dragon. As the divine void crown prince spoke, he flew towards the black dragon spear and floated on the edge of the black rock. Indeed, the area where he stood would be in front of Lin Ming and also within the path that the black dragon would have to take. However, Big Flame felt weak at heart. For a time, he didn't dare to follow. No matter how he saw it, the position that the divine void crown prince chose was extremely dangerous. The divine void crown prince turned to look at Big Flame, a little smug smile on his face. He said, Brother Big Flame, do you not dare to come over? A lucky chance is placed right in front of you, so why are you timidly dawdling over there? Chapter 1702, Demonic Energy Force Field. Chapter 1702, demonic energy force field. Big Flame frowned, not sure just what type of snake medicine that Divine Void Crown Prince was trying to sell. In the current situation, Lin Ming, who was farthest away from the Black Dragon Spear, was in the safest position. Of course, Big Flame was fully aware that the Divine Void Crown Prince was trying to trap Lin Ming. The only question was just what the Divine Void Crown Prince's plan was. Looking at where he was currently standing, if he neared the Black Dragon Spear any more and aroused the dragon soul within, they would definitely bear the brunt of the damage. Big Flame maintained a calm expression and slowly flew forwards with the silver-armored warrior. He maintained absolute vigilance as he did so. At this time, the Divine Void Crown Prince was already beginning to lay down a great array formation. He was gambling that the Black Dragon Spear would only attack those that recklessly tried to take it away. This was how Juku had died. As for the Divine Void Crown Prince and Duke Fullmoon, who were standing not too far away, they had been left completely safe. Looking at the Black Dragon Spear in the distance, the Divine Void Crown Prince also felt a little weak at heart. He had no way to predict if something would randomly occur. He was putting his full effort into laying down this grand array formation. And indeed, his every action was meticulous because this array formation was also to save his life. Beside him, Duke Fullmoon was also helping. "Your Highness, will Lin Ming help?" Duke Fullmoon asked, his voice lacking confidence. He always felt that Lin Ming was a bit strange and unpredictable. "If he does, we will turn and run, and then profit from the aftermath. If he doesn't, then we'll need to further consider our plans," the Divine Void Crown Prince said, his eyes not leaving the Black Dragon Spear. With this array formation supporting them, it wasn't like they wouldn't have the ability to resist the Black Dragon Spear. If some accident occurred, they would still be able to survive for some time. Beside them, Big Flame and the silver-armored warrior also pitched in to help. All sorts of divine runic symbols, array discs, and other treasures were brought forth like they didn't cost money at all. As the two sides were busy at work, Lin Ming floated behind them. His gaze was deep and heavy. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking. As the array formation was finished, the Divine Void Crown Prince turned to look at Lin Ming, saying, "Brother Lin, we're prepared. Please take out your puppets." "Puppets?" Lin Ming smiled, still not moving. Now, with three sides here, each side could be said to be plotting their own plans. Lin Ming also had his own intentions here. He was trying to calculate if he were to suddenly sneak attack the Divine Void Crown Prince, Big Flame, Duke Fullmoon, and the silver-armored warrior, just what his chances would be of killing them all off. From the start, Lin Ming didn't plan on cooperating with them to take the spear. He wanted to kill them all off, and then take the spear by himself. If so, then even if the dragon spear attacked him, Lin Ming could use up every method at his disposal to subdue the dragon spear, and wouldn't need to worry about someone ambushing him from behind. However, even if Lin Ming tried his best, wanting to kill everyone here wasn't possible. As long as the four of them scattered in different directions, then even if Lin Ming brought forth the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone Avatar, he still wouldn't be able to chase them all down. And if these people were to escape, news of what occurred would spread out. It would be known that he tried to kill the disciples of two true divinity-level influences. This would undoubtedly set off a great storm. These two true divinity-level influences were the most terrifying forces in the Azura Road, let alone their core disciples. People even didn't dare to provoke their ordinary disciples. If someone was discovered as having killed off their core disciples, the consequences would be disastrous. Even if he ignored those two great influences, what Lin Ming feared the most in this final trial was the person who remained aloof and distant, but still had some connection to the divine void, Holy Lands. Soul Empress Sheng Mei. The Divine Void Crown Prince was different from Duke Fullmoon. He was a core disciple of Divine Void Divine Kingdom. If Sheng Mei knew that he had killed off the Divine Void Crown Prince, just what sort of reaction would she have? Thus, Lin Ming didn't attack them because if he did, he needed to make sure he could exterminate them all. As these thoughts percolated in Lin Ming's mind, a thick killing intent flashed in his eyes several times. Even so, he suppressed all of these feelings and didn't attack. Although eliminating these 4 people and taking the spear himself was the simplest and most direct method, he still wasn't able to do that. Then there was only another choice left. First, he would try to take the spear and reveal a weakness in his defenses. Once the 4 people thought they had a chance and developed greedy thoughts, he would use this opportunity to kill them all off. With this plan, it was much more likely that Lin Ming would be able to exterminate the 4 people, but this also meant he would have to take a much greater risk. It was because Lin Ming didn't completely understand this black dragon spear. Brother Lin, are you not planning to help? Why? Could it be that Brother Lin doesn't want to take any risks at all? If we join hands to take the treasure, aren't Brother Lin's actions just too insincere? We're already standing at the front, taking on the most dangerous role, so what is Brother Lin waiting for? The divine Void Crown Prince shouted at Lin Ming, putting on a face full of discontent. Lin Ming remained silent. After some time, he faintly smiled and said, "There's no need to hurry." He slowly flew forwards until he was 10,000 feet away from the black dragon spear. Then he emitted every sense possible to probe the black dragon spear. He investigated the eerie and horrifying demonic energy. With this, he was able to confirm that this demonic energy wrapped around the black dragon spear was the myriad demon karmic wheel recorded within the Asura Sutra. The Asura Sutra was both righteously good and diabolically evil. As for the myriad demon karmic wheel, it was a tyrannical demonic cultivation method, able to gather the cruel and fierce spirits for one's own use. This black dragon spear hasn't obtained the true lineage of the Asura Sutra. Just how could this be? After probing, Lin Ming discovered that the myriad demon karmic wheel displayed by the black dragon spear was incomplete. There were many places that were filled with mistakes. Now that this incomplete method was being used by this evil spear, it seemed even gloomier and bizarre than the true myriad demon karmic wheel. If it wasn't the complete myriad demon karmic wheel, then that meant there were flaws. Lin Ming was looking for these flaws. Brother Lin, why haven't you done anything yet? The divine void crown Prince impatiently said. He was afraid that his plan had been seen through by Lin Ming. He already decided that if Lin Ming didn't do anything, then he wouldn't recklessly do anything to Lin Ming either. Towards this mysterious young man, he couldn't help but feel a faint sense of dread. Do something? Okay. Lin Ming suddenly nodded, leaving the divine void crown prince surprised. Had this fellow fallen for the trap just like this? You finally fell for it? Wonderful. Birds die for food, and people die for wealth. The nature of a person is insatiable greed to begin with, and with a lucky chance placed right in front of them, no one is capable of resisting. Even if this Lin Ming suspects me, there is finally nothing he can do to withstand the temptation of the black dragon spear. If he wants to take the risk, then that's far too good. The divine void crown prince rapidly thought, his mind racing. Beside him, Duke Fullmoon's breathing also quickened. His pulse accelerated. He quietly gripped his spear, a ruthless light flashing in his eyes. This Lin Ming wasn't easy to deal with, but that black dragon spear was simply far too evil. As long as Lin Ming moved, then the two tigers would battle, and they could sit back and watch the fight, drawing back 10,000 steps. Even if that black dragon spear couldn't kill Lin Ming, there wasn't any loss to them. If the four of them joined together, then even if they didn't have absolute confidence in killing Lin Ming still wouldn't dare to attack them. In other words, the truth was that they were already in an invincible position. I will draw out the black dragon phantom. The lot of you protect me. As Lin Ming spoke, he flew towards the black dragon spear. Seeing this, the divine void crown prince's heart skipped a beat. Brother Lin, You don't plan on using a puppet? The Divine Void Crown Prince was originally planning on having Lin Ming lure out the Black Dragon fan with a puppet, but Lin Ming actually decided not to use a puppet, but to go in himself. Could it be that he didn't fear the dangers enough to not use a puppet and fly in himself? Isn't this just a death wish? Big Flame was shocked. It seems this brat only had a high level of talent, but he's actually a moron. The silver-armored warrior commented from beside Big Flame. It seemed they had all been too nervous about this. If they knew about this earlier, then there wouldn't have been a need to go through all this trouble. Don't be careless. Who knows what tricks he's planning to play? Big Flame and the Divine Void Crown Prince certainly wouldn't believe that Lin Ming was a fool. Otherwise, there was no way he would have passed the Azura level gate of laws. No matter, with the four of us joined together and raising our guards, we are in an impregnable position, Duke Fullmoon said with a sound transmission. Out of everyone here, he had come across Lin Ming the most. Lin Ming's previous performance at the Divine Rune City auction had left a profound impact in his heart. After having his plans continuously torn down, Duke Fullmoon felt a lack of confidence when facing Lin Ming. The four people stared blankly on as Lin Ming flew towards the Black Dragon Spear. 8,000 feet, 5,000 feet, 3,000 feet, 1,000 feet, 500 feet. Lin Ming closed in, a little at a time, slowing down the closer he was. Finally, he was as slow as a walking mortal. As he approached, his aura became increasingly deep, and his eyes increasingly swift and fierce. On his face, blood-red curse seals began to appear, and explosive crackling sounds echoed out from within his body. He even seemed to grow taller. Not too far away, Big Flame, Duke Fullmoon, and the others were all staring at Lin Ming with utter focus, locked onto his every move and action. He was only 200 feet away. The four people held their breath. Lin Ming wasn't planning on using some trick, but was actually thinking of luring out the Black Dragon Phantom that lingered around the Black Dragon Spear. Was he insane? At this time, a black fog rose up from all around the Black Dragon Spear. A terrifying black energy surged towards Lin Ming like a tidal wave. Within this seething black fog was a clawing black dragon. Its eyes were blood red, and just by looking into its gaze, one felt as if they would fall into an endless abyss. At this time, the black dragon evilly smiled. Blood energy, a stranger's blood energy. What a rich blood energy, what an extreme delicacy. This is the greatest delicacy that I have ever encountered. The richest blood energy I have ever seen. Good. Too good. You will become my most delicious meal. You will become a part of me. Let me eat you. The black dragon's voice was filled with deceit and ruthless cruelty. Demonic energy surged around it, as its voice seemed to transmit from all directions of the world. It was like the heavens and earth were shrouded in this voice. For a time, Lin Ming's pupils shrank. He discovered that he was covered in a massive force field. This force field was like an independent space. There was nothing but pitch-black darkness everywhere. If he reached out his hand, he wouldn't even be able to see his 5 fingers. Woo, 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 woo. Horrifying ghost cries sounded from all directions. This was like a cave of 10,000 ghosts. Just by entering this land, one would be swallowed up by 10,000 ghosts. This is a domain sent out by the myriad demon karmic wheel, formed from the countless demonic souls that it has absorbed. This black dragon spear, just how many people has it killed? Moreover, all of these people are outstanding existences. Lin Ming's mind chilled. Without a doubt, this black dragon spear had existed in the final trial for a very, very long time. It had also slain a tremendous number of trial challengers. But what was strange was that Soul Empress Shung Mei should also have come here. So why didn't she subdue this black dragon spear? With Soul Empress Sheng Mei's transcendent methods, no matter how strong or ghostly this Black Dragon Spear's methods were, it still wouldn't be able to escape her grasp. Chapter 1703, Deal. Chapter 1703, Deal. But at this moment, Lin Ming didn't have time to think about why Soul Empress Sheng Mei didn't come here to subdue the Black Dragon Spear. The thick black fog had already surrounded him. With a sizzling sound, even space itself was being melted away by the black fog. Lin Ming was covered within the myriad demon karmic will domain, completely separated from the world. In his field of vision, the divine void crown prince and Duke Fullmoon had both vanished. He's been surrounded by that black fog, 10,000 feet away. The divine void crown prince saw all of this happening, a sharp light shining in his eyes. This brat, I have no idea what sort of mental problems he has. If he used a puppet to draw out the Black Dragon fandom, then we'd still have to put in a great deal of effort. But now that he has been directly sucked up by the black fog, that is much more convenient for us. That black fog has a terrifying corrosive attribute, and any flesh and blood that touches it will instantly be dissolved into goo. When Juku was covered in that black fog, he instantly withered away to nothing but skin and bones. Juku's strength was similar to that of a world king. The divine void crown prince didn't doubt that Lin Ming was stronger than Juku, but no matter how strong Lin Ming was, he wouldn't be stronger than a half-step Empyrean. As long as he was covered by that black fog, it would be impossibly difficult for him to escape unscathed. Standing beside the divine void crown prince, Duke Fullmoon also looked on with disbelief etched on his face. Something's wrong. This Lin Ming is a freakishly monstrous genius, so how would he die so easily? Duke Fullmoon muttered. His sense was blocked out by that black fog, so it was impossible for him to probe Lin Ming's situation. The divine void crown prince said, "He definitely won't die so easily. I think he must have some sort of special technique, and wants to rely on this to struggle with the Black Dragon Spear. However, he likely doesn't know just how fierce that dragon spear actually is. In the fourth level of this final trial, what is tested is not just talent, but also one's cultivation. The final trial's first, second, and fourth level were trials that didn't discriminate. Those with higher cultivations would be able to profit more. As for the Gate of Laws, that was a test of talent. Those with a younger skeletal age would have an advantage. In the divine void crown prince's eyes, Lin Ming was truly a monstrous, talented genius, but in terms of cultivation and combat strength, Lin Ming likely wasn't much better than they were. If he were to encounter a ghostly spirit treasure like this Black Dragon Spear, he would fall into crisis along with the rest of them. Even if he had some special card in hand that he could use to escape, he would likely come out half dead. At that time, it would be far easier for them to eliminate Lin Ming. Lin Ming underestimated his opponent too much. He is young and full of daring energy, so he likely hasn't received many setbacks on his way to where he is. He thinks that no one can match him in this world, that he can obtain anything he wants. We must prepare our attacks. At this time, we absolutely cannot allow Lin Ming to escape. Everyone, use your ultimate techniques, whatever trump cards you have hidden up your sleeves. This is our good fortune. It wasn't just the divine Void Crown Prince, but Big Flame was also making his preparations. If Lin Ming was swallowed up by that black fog and reduced to dregs, then that would be far better for them. But if Lin Ming managed to wriggle his way loose, then they would display a thunderous barrage of attacks to exterminate him. At this time, they all brought out their ultimate techniques without holding anything back. And to give them their due, each of these people had astonishing methods. They were people that came from true divinity influences and would always have some final trump card for desperate situations. Even if Lin Ming was in his peak state and facing these 4 people, he would have to evade their all-out attack. If he were to meet their barrage head-on, he would die or be severely wounded. Chi, chi, chi. A terrifying amount of energy began to slowly brew in the hands of the 4 people. The divine Void Crown Prince took out an incarnation jade slip. This jade slip possessed the avatar phantom of an Empyrean. However, in order to activate this incarnation, that would depend on the divine Void Crown Prince's cultivation and strength. As for Big Flame, he took out a strange little flag. This small flag burned with vague black flames. It was clear that this was some terrifying treasure. Although Duke Fullmoon and the silver-armored warrior possessed trump cards that were inferior to those of the divine Void Crown Prince and Big Flame, what they had still allowed them to increase their overall strength by half over their peak state for a short period of time. With these 4 attacks striking together, even a peak Great World King would have to earnestly face it without any hint of holding back. And at this time, 10,000 feet away, the black fog sent out by the black dragon spear became increasingly strong and thick. This black fog carried with it a demonic energy, and as the divine Void Crown Prince said, it also possessed a dreadful corrosive attribute. If a world king were to touch it, they would immediately die without any chance of survival. If the divine Void Crown Prince or Big Flame were to have any part of their body be tainted by this energy, they would have to cut off that body part lest their entire body rot away. Although Lin Ming was stronger than the divine Void Crown Prince, he wasn't ridiculously stronger. Facing this black fog, he also wasn't able to withstand it with his mortal body. Thus, Lin Ming summoned his own myriad demon karmic wheel. The black fog around the black dragon phantom was the power of laws gathered by the myriad demon karmic wheel. Moreover, the myriad demon karmic wheel used by the black dragon phantom was incomplete. Now, the complete myriad demon karmic wheel summoned by Lin Ming was the ultimate nemesis of this black fog. Woo, woo, woo. Countless demonic phantoms rapidly spun within the myriad demon karmic wheel. On the surface of the myriad demon karmic wheel, a giant black vortex appeared. A massive amount of the demon energy left behind by the powerhouses that died here, their force fields, remnant souls, everything was recklessly sucked in by Lin Ming's myriad demon karmic wheel. Lin Ming was using his own myriad demon karmic wheel to wildly plunder the demonic essence within the black dragon phantom's myriad demon karmic wheel. Seeing this occur, the black dragon phantom was enraged. This demonic energy essence was gathered from slaughtering countless outstanding geniuses over the course of billions of years, and yet this energy was being wantonly swallowed up by Lin Ming. How could it not be angry? Stop! With a roar, the black fog in front of Lin Ming distorted, condensing into the form of a cruel and wicked dragon, its eyes blood red, and its expression fierce and grotesque. Lin Ming remained unmoved, and the motions of his hands didn't slow. At the same time, the myriad demon karmic will separated him and this black dragon phantom, forming a shield that blocked it off. You are seeking death. The black dragon phantom roared, opening its jaws and spitting out blood-red runes. These runes spun through the void, dazzling to the eyes. I curse you. I curse your cultivation to fall, your blood essence to be severed. I curse you. I curse you forever, to perish for eternity, to never have a peaceful end. I curse you. I curse you to perish here, for your soul to suffer the agony of 10,000 lives in hell. The black dragon phantom loudly chanted. These blood runes it spat out were actually a secret curse technique. Lin Ming's pupils shrank, and he traced his spatial ring, pulling out 3 deep red divine runic symbols. Without hesitation, he crumbled all 3 divine runic symbols together. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Terrifying waves of thunder and flame wildly surged outwards, producing a cataclysmic explosion. These three divine runic symbols were heretical god symbols that Lin Ming had drawn up. A normal heretical god symbol could be used several times, but the heretical god symbols that Lin Ming prepared for this final trial could only be used once. He had concentrated every ounce of strength of the heretical god symbol into a single use. With this, the might of this heretical god symbol was twice that of an ordinary one. Now that Lin Ming burned three heretical god symbols together, an unimaginable amount of energy erupted. The power of thunder and fire swelled outwards like a tsunami. Whether it was thunder or flames, they were strengths that suppressed dark and ghostly powers the most. All of the cursed seals that floated in the air were torn to nothing by Lin Ming's power of thunder and fire. At the same time, changes began to occur around Lin Ming's body. The cursed seals covering his face became deeper and brighter in color. Black scales appeared on his body. With a punch of his fist, the myriad demon karmic wheel howled outwards. After throwing out three heretical god symbols, Lin Ming launched another attack with his body. This was the advantage of divine runic symbols. They minimized the strength that a martial artist used. Whirl, whirl, whirl. The myriad demon karmic will wildly spun about. Like a massive spinning saw, it went slashing down at the black dragon phantom. The black dragon phantom was violently angered. As it looked at Lin Ming's myriad demon karmic wheel, it reached out with its claws. Ka, ka, ka. The black dragon phantom's claws crashed into the myriad demon karmic wheel. With a loud sound, black light transmitted in all directions. The myriad demon karmic wheel was a tyrant that suppressed forces like ghosts, demonic spirits, and will bodies. And this black dragon phantom was nothing but a body of will. It simply wasn't able to do anything to the myriad demon karmic wheel. As it lashed out with its claws, the most it could do was just barely manage to send Lin Ming's myriad demon karmic wheel spinning away. As for its claws, they dimmed down. It was clear that it suffered considerable damage just now. Who are you? Where are you from? Why would you understand the Azura Heavenly Tao? The black dragon phantom's eyes were icy cold. The atmosphere around it became increasingly fierce and dangerous as it burned more and more demonic energy within its body, seeming as if it would go all out at any moment. The black dragon phantom never imagined that it would encounter someone who understood the Azura Heavenly Tao. Because of this, it was being suppressed in every aspect. It wasn't too strong in itself. Its strength lay in the demonic energy that it had gathered over billions of years. In other words, the myriad demon karmic wheel. By using the myriad demon karmic wheel, it was able to melt away the flesh and blood of its enemies. The heavier the demonic energy gathered by the myriad demon karmic wheel, the stronger it would become. Moreover, the black dragon phantom had only killed outstanding geniuses. With such a terrifying level of demonic energy gathered onto it, even someone like Juku had instantly died. But Lin Ming wasn't affected by these tricks. Lin Ming also possessed the myriad demon karmic wheel, and his boundary of the laws was higher. Because of this, the demonic energy released by the black dragon phantom became Lin Ming's vitalizing tonic instead. And where did you come from? Your myriad demon karmic wheel. Where did you learn it? Lin Ming asked in reply. As he spoke, the myriad demon karmic wheel in his hands sucked in more and more demonic energy condensed by the black dragon phantom. This caused Lin Ming's myriad demon karmic wheel to become increasingly lifelike, increasingly powerful. Seeing this, the black dragon phantom's eyes turned bright red, as if they would drip blood at any moment. I am the guardian of the black dragon spear. Stop your actions now. Otherwise, I will kill you even if I must sacrifice all my cultivation. As the black dragon phantom roared, Lin Ming simply sneered, not caring about such threats. However, the movements of his hands indeed slowed down, and The myriad demon karmic wheel's absorption of the surrounding demonic energy nearly came to a halt. I'm fine to stop here, but I want to make a deal with you. Deal? Fine. Then give me the complete myriad demon karmic wheel cultivation method. As the black dragon phantom spoke, both fear and greed filled its eyes as it looked at the myriad demon karmic wheel in Lin Ming's hands. It recognized that Lin Ming's myriad demon karmic wheel was clearly of a much higher boundary in laws and completion. The myriad demon karmic wheel was far too significant for the black dragon phantom in gathering demonic energy. It naturally wanted the complete cultivation method. Chapter 1704, Cooperation. Chapter 1704, Cooperation. You want the secret cultivation method to the myriad demon karmic wheel. Lin Ming stared at the black dragon phantom in front of him. Aren't you just a greedy lion opening its mouth wide? You don't even know what I want from you, yet you immediately say you want the complete myriad demon karmic wheel. Do you think I would agree to that? Lin Ming calmly said, the myriad demon karmic wheel was part of the inheritance that the Asura Road Master left behind, the first volume of the Asura Sutra. Since he had learned it, he naturally wouldn't carelessly pass it on to others. Moreover, Lin Ming didn't have a jade slip with the Asura Sutra on it, so wanting to pass it on was nearly impossible. I've already more or less guessed what you want from me. You want me to help you kill those 4 people outside. I can already see that you lot are all on different sides and plotting and planning against each other. That fellow with a star crown, I think he wishes for your death even in his dreams. However, you're quite the fierce one. You pretended to be tricked by them in order to get close to me and have me join forces with you to kill them off together. To cooperate with such a sinister and cunning person like you is the same as acting against my own interest. If I do anything wrong, then I'll be eaten up by you until I don't even have any bones left. Without sufficient advantages, why would I bother risking myself for the likes of you? Lin Ming chuckled. It seems you are confusing your current predicament. Your fiercest ultimate ability is the demon energy that you've gathered around you for so many years. But what a pity it is useless against me. Instead of harming me, it has become my tonic instead. If we fight, do you think that you can defeat me? As Lin Ming spoke, he had already taken out the Phoenix Blood Spear. Atop the Phoenix Blood Spear, the myriad demon karmic wheel whistled as it spun around, recklessly swallowing demonic energy. If you want to fight with me, then let's fight. Let me take a good look at just how much demonic energy you've managed to scrounge up. Lin Ming activated the myriad demon karmic wheel with all his strength. It was like a bottomless pit, absorbing demonic energy without end. And now, the black dragon phantom wasn't able to do anything to Lin Ming. If this battle were to continue, then the black dragon phantom would only be placed in an increasingly bad situation. Brat, consider yourself ruthless enough. I do not want your myriad demon karmic wheel's cultivation method, but you must give me the accumulated demonic energy within your own myriad demon karmic wheel. Do you think you have the qualifications to negotiate any conditions with me? Lin Ming menacingly said. Atop the Phoenix Blood Spear, the myriad demon karmic will spun even faster. Seeing Lin Ming's Phoenix Blood Spear and the rapidly spinning myriad demon karmic wheel, a trace of fear appeared in the black dragon phantom's eyes. It clenched its jaws and said, as a person, you should always leave behind a road for others. Don't force me into a dead end. The reason you haven't fought me yet and decided to try to make a deal is because you want to kill those 4 people outside, but fear you cannot handle them on your own. Moreover, you are also plotting against me this entire time in order to obtain the Black Dragon Spear. This Black Dragon Phantom was an intelligent being and was able to guess Lin Ming's schemes. Listening to the Black Dragon Phantom speak, a peculiar light shined in Lin Ming's eyes. He toothily smiled and said, me plotting against you? You aren't even the artifact spirit of the Black Dragon Spear. You aren't its guardian either. This Black Dragon Spear's artifact spirit has already disappeared, and you are nothing but a bird occupying a nest that you didn't make. Using the Black Dragon Spear as a foundation, you constantly killed geniuses from all over, absorbing their strength to cultivate. Lin Ming already thought something was wrong. In his impression, even if this Black Dragon Spear wasn't the Azura Roadmaster's weapon, it should still have a deep connection to him. Moreover, this Black Dragon Phantom was far weaker than what the Black Dragon Spear's artifact spirit should be like. And if it really were the Black Dragon Spear's artifact spirit, it shouldn't be asking someone to teach it how to cultivate the myriad demon karmic wheel to begin with. Thinking of all these things, Lin Ming decided to be unreservedly ruthless. Since he had determined that this Black Dragon Phantom wasn't the Black Dragon Spear's artifact spirit, there was no need for any scruples. If this Black Dragon Spear was truly refined by the Azura Roadmaster, and this phantom was indeed the Black Dragon Spear's artifact spirit, it would naturally be impossible for Lin Ming to harm it as he pleased. You will return the demonic energy you just swallowed. That is my final bottom line. Otherwise, I'll fight you until we both die. The Black Dragon Phantom roared. Lin Ming thought for a moment and then nodded. Deal. Since he had to cooperate with this Black Dragon Phantom, he couldn't be too outrageous in how he handled matters. His hands formed seals, and the myriad demon karmic wheel began to spin in reverse, releasing the demonic energy it had just absorbed. Seeing this demonic energy, the Black Dragon Phantom roared and rushed forwards, recklessly swallowing it. In the blink of an eye, it had swallowed all of the demonic energy. Soon, it looked at Lin Ming, a fierce expression marring its face. Insufficient. You definitely swallowed far more of my demonic energy than this. I will return the first half, and after the 4 people outside have been killed, I'll return to you the second half. Did you think I would return all of the demonic energy to you like this? If I did that, what would I do if you were to go back on your promise? The Black Dragon Phantom coldly snorted and gloomily said, You had best not be playing with me. Then, as it was speaking, the Black Dragon Phantom suddenly removed the force field it had laid down. Whew! As the force field dispersed, many ghosts and fierce demons went flying away. The isolating space disappeared, and at this time, a brilliant light lit up in front of Lin Ming. In that instant, the divine Void Crown Prince, Duke Full Moon, Big Flame, and the silver-armored warrior all attacked together. They had already been gathering their potential for a long time. Moreover, they had all taken out their ultimate trump cards, waiting for this one instant. With a surprise attack, they would defeat Lin Ming. A terrifying fluctuation of energy broke through space. In order to ensure a sure kill strike, the 4 of them had held nothing back. This was a strike that even a peak Great World King would have trouble blocking. Ka. In that moment, the space around Lin Ming tightened, nearly collapsing in on him. The energy of this joint attack had locked in the surrounding space. Avoiding was no longer possible. In ordinary times, if Lin Ming were to force his way out of the myriad demon force field conjured by the Black Dragon Phantom, he definitely wouldn't be in peak condition, and the result from being struck by this attack could be imagined. But even if Lin Ming was in his peak state, if he were struck by this attack, he would still be severely wounded or killed. To sit down and wait without losses and then take advantage when someone was down, this move of the divine Void Crown Prince and the others could be called utterly cruel and evil. What a great divine Void Crown Prince! What a great Big Flame! What a great Black Dragon evil spirit! Seeing these 4 mighty flows of energy hurtling towards him, a thick killing intent blazed out from Lin Ming's eyes. He knew that the Black Dragon Phantom had likely detected that the divine Void Crown Prince and the others were planning on striking him when he was down, and waiting for the chance that the isolating force field was lifted to attack him. Even so, it hadn't given him any warning at all. It clearly wanted to see him struck dead, or at least grievously wounded, with this attack. Just before Lin Ming was about to be enveloped by that storm of energy, a melodious ring resonated through the world. This deep and profound sound seemed to come from the nothingness of the earliest epochs, bringing with it a vast atmosphere of the great Tao laws. In the next moment, the void above Lin Ming's head was torn open by an invisible strength, revealing a fathomless abyss. A dark bronze bell fell down from the void, covering Lin Ming. This ancient bell was the Primordius Bell. Guam. With a loud ring, the Primordius Bell smashed into the black rock. Every single attack struck the walls of the Primordius Bell. Clang! The Primordius Bell violently shook as it was rung by these 4 flows of energy. A visible sound wave echoed out like ripples. Space violently shook, and the massive amount of energy contained within that sound wave formed an annihilating shockwave. It was unknown just what material the black rock beneath Lin Ming's feet was made from. No matter how powerful the sound wave was, it wasn't able to damage the black rock at all. But not too far away from the black rock, the earth was shattered by the sound waves. Rocks ruptured and mountains collapsed like sand sculptures. The divine Void Crown Prince and the others were naturally enveloped in this destructive sound wave, too. Not only had their joint attack failed to injure Lin Ming, but it struck the Primordius Bell, causing them to receive a counterattack instead. Pung pung pung. The sound waves struck their protective shields, causing them to all shake. Because they had just attacked Lin Ming with everything they had, bringing out all their trump cards, their current situation was extremely poor. Now that they were struck by the sound waves, they all felt their blood vitality tumbling within their bodies. What happened? What sort of magic tool is that? The divine Void Crown Prince and the 3 others were all left breathless and demoralized. Their well-planned attack had failed to harm Lin Ming, making it feel as if they had struck empty air. And at this time, their complexions changed. Above their heads, they saw a 10-foot-long black dragon phantom come hurtling towards them. Hee hee hee, you 4 can be my food. Woo, woo, woo. With a cry of endless ghosts and demons, the pitch-black force field came shrouding down once more, covering the divine Void Crown Prince Big Flame and the others within it. Hey, brat, hurry up and attack. The black dragon phantom looked at Lin Ming. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a cold light. He put away the Primordius Bell and stepped forwards. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.